what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can't keep your radio blind. Open your heart and show your eyes that you can change your destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that you can change your destiny. What you want to say, baby, when you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can't keep your radio blind. Open your heart what you want to say, baby, when you're alone in the darkest night. Maybe you can give your radio open your heart and show your eyes your destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes your destiny.
Hey everybody, and welcome once again. Good to have you here, and we've got a lot of ground to cover today. This is Anna Kasparian. I'm sure you're familiar with the co-host of the Young Turks. I don't really have to give much of a bio for her, but the important thing is this heel turn that she's been on lately, which is culminating in her appearance on Sitch and Adam. Which, look, like they're one of these there's internet personalities that if you call them right-wingers, oh my god, they're so offended. You totally don't understand me. We're actually left-wingers, but we're disaffected by the left. That's who they are, right? They're IDW scoundrels, basically. You know, like, you know how Tim Pool does? You know how all these people do, right? It's kind of like how Anna's doing. I don't really have a political place to be, right? You know, yeah, you do. It's called being a right-wing grifter, right? We've seen it with Dave Rubin. We've seen it with Jamie Dore. We know where this road leads. This is like somebody in Kingdom Hearts with like, I don't know, I talked to this guy named Xehanort, and he told me about this great thing called Darkness, and I thought I'd try it out. I feel like I've kind of been living in a bubble here. You know, all this light and Keyblade wielder and stuff like that. I think that Darkness that really could be the thing for me. I really need to look into Darkness, and I like, you know, all these. Like, I feel like I've just woken up from a cult, you know? It's like, no, you're joining Organization 13. You're donning a black robe. You are literally joining a cult. What are you talking about? Like, right? But here we go again with Anna Kasparian. And if you've been watching my streams, then this is not new to you, right? None of this is new. None of this is new. This is a story as old as time itself. And wow. Anna Kasparian, the Dark Seeker saga, whatever. That's what we're dealing with, right? Tim's actually to the left of all of us. That's right. That's right. Are we shadow banned? Wait, what do you mean? Oh, yeah, kind of. You're stuck in the darkness. Like that's you're on the other side of the door. You know, with Aqua and Ansem the Wise. Let me fix that for you though. I think I can take care of that. I just have to yeah, definitely get your popcorn today. And look, I pre-watched this, or at least part of this, just because I know that there's like, I mean, you want to see me react. That's what you're here for, right? You want to see a little bit of emotion. If I was just like, that's pretty right wing, that's pretty right wing, that's pretty right wing, this would be a boring stream for you. There wouldn't be much content, you know, like you could just watch this crap yourself, right? But at the same time, I don't want to like completely like go off the rails and just like, you don't need to see my like, you don't need to see like my head explode Big Mouth style, right? So I did pre-watch it to make sure that like the ridiculous stuff that they say is not gonna completely you know, destroy me, but yeah, like we haven't even engaged the we haven't even engaged the we haven't even checked in with the local forecast yet. Oh my god, I love how I had the volume all turned out so it was like blown out. It just kind of sounds like a meme or something. I feel like a meme. Chat, do I look like a meme today? What does shadow banned mean? What does it like really mean? It's when Xehanort puts his sigil. Just kidding. I gotta knock it off with the Kingdom Hearts stuff because I get that like not everybody. The joke is that Kingdom Hearts has a ridiculously entangled and convoluted lore, right? It's like it starts off as a really simple story of like, you know, oh, we're gonna go to different Disney worlds and help people out and stuff like that, and then you're like, oh yeah, this evil dude has taken control of my friends, but then you find out it's not really the evil dude that you think it is. Like, that dude's good, but there's this other evil dude that's actually pulling the strings, right? You know, and it's that's why it's funny to joke about. But yeah, I get that if you are not a fan of Kingdom Hearts, and in fact, if you have not played like literally every game on every platform, a lot of this stuff doesn't really make sense to you. And again, Kingdom Hearts 4, I don't think it's coming out till at least next year, right? So we got a ways to wait before you're gonna see any content of me wielding the Keyblade anymore. Although I gotta say, it's like the perfect game for me because I suck at video games. Do you all know this about me? Do you all know how much I suck at video games? So the perfect video game for me is one where you float and you just press the button over and over again. And then occasionally you press the square button to block. And then occasionally you press the triangle button for like a real time event, but it lets you know like, hey, press the triangle button, right? And yeah, it's a one button masher for most of it. So that's why it's perfect for me. Have I ever played the Final Fantasy games? Some of them. Actually, you know what? I feel I like Final Fantasy, but which ones have I actually played? I played 8. I played 10. I played 13-1, right? Wait, that actually pissed somebody off, right? You know, like one of the infamous NCC haters, Pachydermic Pessimist, actually apparently the reason that they started hating me was because I played Final Fantasy 13, which they really liked, but I didn't play Final Fantasy 13 2 right after. It's a trilogy. And look, there's only so much of like Fel C and La C and like all the, we're gonna go to Grand Pulse, you know, like they just hit you with this lingo, like, you know, we are the enemies of Cocoon. What does that mean? We got the Fel C has branded us. We're its lessee, like, right? And we gotta perform our mission before we become a Seath. We don't want to be a Seath, right? Nobody wants to become a Seath. So yeah, there's only so much of I could take of that at the time, so I took a little break from that, and apparently this was too much for this this X mod, and they went kind of I did, yeah, Dylan, you're totally right. I did. Heel, it's H-E-E-L, right? I spelled heel like the heel of your foot, or the heel of your boot, or the heel of your shoe, like, or heel spell, like, Donald, please heal me, and Donald's, you know, unalived, right? Through most of Kingdom Hearts. He just, the AI in Kingdom Hearts, right? So if you play Kingdom Hearts, you know, you got your Keyblade, you're like X, 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 just hitting the Heartless, right? And then you got Donald and Goofy, and they're supposed to be helping you. Like, you got, you know, a team of 3, but Goofy's got a shield, so he's got some defense. Donald does magic, but he also just gets owned. He's constantly getting like knocked out, and you're like, Donald, heal me, and you're like, oh no, he's knocked out again. Yeah, heal like health, high heel shoes. Wait, heal, the other heal is also, okay, so the way I spelled heal was specifically like make better a physical ailment that one is experiencing. I remember Final Fantasy VII, that's when I haven't played. Everybody says Final Fantasy VII Everybody says I should play Final Fantasy VII, and there's 2 of them now, right? There's the old one, and then there's like the new one, right? And they're totally different, right? They're different kinds of games. Like the old one is like, you know, old one is it's all pixely. No, it's not pixely. It's what are those things called? It's like when you make a shape, polygon. It's a bunch of polygons. Everything, like the dude's muscles are like polygons. Like everything is polygons. Yeah. And then the new one is like obviously more modern graphics, but it's like a completely different kind of game. Because they wanted to try something new. Spark That Blood, what's up? Don't forget Final Fantasy VI. Okay, I played a little bit of that one. I liked that one. What part did I get to? I got to the part where they're like jumping in the water. Do you remember that? They're like on a raft in a river, and then somebody jumps into the water. Oh yeah, because there's a giant sea monster. The sea monster comes out. I think I'm like right around the sea monster part. But I was playing that on mobile, so I never played it on stream. But I could absolutely do that now. Now that I understand how a certain program works, that is the link between mobile and Swims with Whales. Thank you for the follow. I just watched Ben Corolla while I left the left. Yeah, I watched her video too. Obviously it's it's the trans people's fault that laws. Yeah, that's what that. Yeah, and then we're gonna also watch. I think it's Humanist. Wait, I can't remember. Chat, you'll have to let me know. Is it Humanist Report? I think it might be the other leftist mafia member, not Humanist Report, but. Not Rationality Rules. What is it? It's something with an R. It's the other dude. I was in Biddy's stream earlier. Wonderful, wonderful. Well, I hope she had a really good stream, right? Because I know that it's not easy to go through what she's going through. And she did the right thing. And I appreciate that. Because I can understand what it's like, you know, being a streamer who lives in a totally precarious situation, having the backup of an organization like TYT, being part of the TY network, is a little bit of security, right? Compared to like what I'm dealing with. And so it's not easy to like give that security up. Also, I think that from what I understood, Benny stayed as long as she did in hopes of influencing Anna and Jink in a positive way, in hopes of changing their mind, in hopes of arguing with them. And from what I heard from her video, Jink was just like a closed door. He was like, nope, not gonna listen at all. So when she realized that there was nothing that she could do staying there, that's when she left the organization. And you gotta applaud her courage in doing that, because I know it's not easy. So much amazing support and love. That's awesome. Well, she needs that, right? Because she's made some powerful people very mad now, right? And even though like Anna's, I guess, you know, kind of a pariah on the left right now, you know, it's not. She's still got a lot of clout. She's still swinging a lot of clout. Super important to support Benny and to show the others that they can leave. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, then that's what they should do. That is possibly like the only way that Jink and Anna are gonna figure out how much they effed up. She got a lot of hate in the comments. Wait, okay. In the YouTube comments? Do you think you would play the very first Final Fantasy game? Do you want me to? That's the one where it's like the little tiny avatars, like the little, they're like square basically. Maybe that's why it's called Square Enix. No, they're like there's little stout little avatars, and they come up and they with their sword and they go choo 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 choo, and then like it's like 7 damage, and then the like monster attacks you, and it's like lightning strike. It's like 300 damage. I don't know. Is it on NES? Did Final Fantasy used to be on NES? I feel like the earliest games that I've played of theirs were like on the PS2 or something. Wait, what was Final Fantasy VIII on? Oh, was that? Yeah, I think I played that one on, I might have played that one on an emulator. That's a bad word on Twitch. Of course, I would never use an emulator on stream, right? For anything like that, where we have to play a game that's only on an older system, we definitely use our Pocket Dimension portal to plug in our cord to an actual like 1990s PX1, right? Or whatever legacy, we actually like literally portal through history, open the door to darkness and just plug it right in. And, it kind of sucks for the person whose PS1 that is, because, they can't play it while I'm playing. But it's what they should understand. Like, they're getting to be part of something really amazing. They don't even know what Twitch is, right? It's like, look, your PS1 is on Twitch right now, okay? You don't even know what Twitch is because you're there sitting there in the 1990s, right? With your Game Boy, not even Game Boy Advanced, like legitimately like a Game Boy, right? A non-advanced Game Boy. Better play ARPGs like Secret of Mana. Wait, which one is that? I've seen some of the Mana games, but I always mix them up. I played the one where you grow like fruits to feed to your monsters, and you train your monsters, and the monsters come. Oh my God, Transvision Vamps! Thank you for the tier 1 gift sub to Swims with Whales. Yeah, chat. Now, like, look, I know that like a lot of people are struggling right now. I am very much struggling. And so I am not speaking to any of you who, really need the money that you have to cover, basic costs of living, right? Because I know that like there's a lot of generous people out there that will like put themselves second, and I don't want anybody out there to do that. But if you will notice, I am under 100 subs, after being up around 200 is my usual level. I've been there for quite some time now. If we could get me over 100 subs today, I would be so amazed. But remember, I am not talking to people who, like, I don't want you to, put yourself in a bad financial situation for me. But yeah, it will get you out of the, what is it, the 15-minute ad break now? I don't even know. It might, there's 2 ad breaks, right? I think one is at 15 minutes after the hour and the other is at 45 minutes after the hour, unless it's changed again. It could very well change again, right? But these will suck you out of your immersions. These will force you to watch an ad and force you to miss whatever I'm saying. And sometimes I say some pretty wild shit. So I'm not supposed to say that word. No, I think I'm okay to say the S word. It's the F word that really gets me demonetized, right? But yeah, I might say some wild stuff, right? And you could miss it. So if you don't want to miss it, and if you also want to get those emotes, like you see the Dancing Irene emote that somebody just posted, we've also got weasels. Weasels are extremely popular. People love weasels. They're adorable, even though they are fictional beings, even though they do not exist in the real world. They are the creation of, fantastical literature rather than being actual living creatures in the real world. Even though, weasels are like mythical, legendary creatures, we like to have them on our emotes, right? And you could also get them if you're on YouTube and you become a member. You'll get the weasels there too. There's a slightly lesser selection of emotes on YouTube, but they are there. They're not animated, right? The weasels, the void coffee, Irene dancing, everything. You get it all. Have you heard of the old Legaia RPG video games? No, I don't know what this is. But yeah, like I said, this is gonna be hard to watch. It's like a little bit enraging. I was definitely shouting back at my phone when I was watching it yesterday. Used to play Shining Force 2. Oh, Jamie SMB. Look at this. Sometimes the squeaky wheel gets the grease, all right? I can't guarantee that'll happen. I don't know what the formula is for getting gift subs, right? But yeah, sometimes the squeaky wheel, talking about not being able to afford a sub, I guess could possibly get you a sub. In general, though, just like talking in chat is like probably the best way. Like, I'm sure that as many people might be feel bad for you about that as might be annoyed by that. So I don't know if that's necessarily the strategy that we want to go with, but you got a gift sub anyway. You don't have to. Right after JB says throw the ads at me, it's like, nope, somebody's got your back. and you've got a gift sub. Anna's tweet this morning. Yeah. Should we go over that? Let me see if I can find my friend, random small streamer chick. Not WAP Goblin. We're looking for random small streamer chick. She's so awesome. I heard she's on Blue Sky now, and that you can follow her there. Oh yeah, this is great. This is great, because look at this. This is the thread for today. So yeah, I linked it right here. Let's take a look at this, right? Let me make it big. I love this music, by the way. You can play this music at my streamer funeral, which hopefully won't happen because people will continue to support me, and I'll be able to make this a sustainable activity, right? Hopefully, one might hope. Okay, so let's take a look. What are we trying to do here? We're going here. All right, this is what Anna said. The civil rights movement did not use the same strategies as the trans movement. They didn't barricade speakers they disagreed with in the classroom for 3 hours. They persuaded through nonviolence and showing America their humanity. Oh my God, I almost thought it said humility. God, that would have been even worse. No, she said humanity. She said, do you get more money from Patreon? Yeah, I do. And I am trying to put more and more stuff up there on Patreon to make it worth your while. There are videos that you can only see of mine if you are a sub, a member on YouTube, or a Patreon. There is also Patreon exclusive content on there as well, as far as like previews of my videos, which like now I'm feeling bad about. Whoa, is that a lemming? Did you just post a lemming in my chat? I gotta see whose that is. That game I have played. Yo, it's a lemming. It's a lemming. That game is fun. I feel like my dad had that on his computer at work or something. Yeah. I totally, yeah, he would take me with him on Sundays for some reason. He would take, he wasn't supposed to be working on Sundays, but he would get stuff done or something like that, and he would just like plop me down at the computer and be like, just play a game. Samuel L. Jackson was arrested for barricading a speaker. Yo, it's wow. So now this is a deleted tweet. Wait, oh God, wait, okay, I just gotta scroll down. Wait. Yeah, I just wanna, oh God, I can't. It literally, I'm gonna get accused of hiding this from you. But yeah, Anna did eventually think better of this tweet. She did eventually, somebody told Anna to delete the tweet, right? And she did so. History according to Anna. Lemming's adorable, mindless followers, AKA Vosh fans, yeah. He barricaded, what? See, I can't vouch for the historicity of any of this stuff in particular. Personally, I don't care much about the Patreon extras. Just want to see more of the money going to. Oh my God, I appreciate that so much. Yeah, it does. All right, so if you want to look, I hesitate to do this because I never want to feel like I'm leaning on anybody. And like, I know that the people that are most likely to be the most generous are sometimes the people who really should be generous with themselves, first and really need to take care of. So I don't want to, like, again, let me reemphasize, like, do not put yourself in a bind for me. But yeah, Patreon money does, I think it's like a 95 to 5% split at Patreon. YouTube memberships are a 70 to 30 split. Twitch, of course, is famously 50-50, right? But most people watch me on Twitch, so and there are definitely some benefits to that. So yeah, I guess the Twitch thing, the Twitch subs are gonna improve your viewing experience, right? More than anything, the YouTube subs give you some cool extras and some access to videos before they even come out. Give you some access to some behind the scenes kind of stuff. Patreon even more so. But yeah, the Patreon is probably the one that shares the most of the, takes the least from your donation to me. So, yeah, getting people on the Patreon is really important because These other platforms aren't super stable, like, right? YouTube takes channels down all the time. Twitch bans people all the time. And so, not saying that, like, I should knock on wood to even say that, right? But yeah, the Patreon connection is pretty stable, and I can kind of say more on Patreon than I can, since it's a paywalled venue rather than a public facing venue. Patreon it is. Oh my god, thank you. Yeah, exactly, Brenzo. Actually, you are right. Wait, well, yeah, you got Keck in your name. An alternate. Wait, are you sure you're right wing though? Because like, here's my thought process. All right, if you were like alternate right, I'd be like, okay, you're right wing, cool, I get it, right? Or if you're, but you know, you're alternate Keck, so you take Keck and you alternate from that. What would like alt right be? Wouldn't that be like? Are you a communist? Are a super, maybe you're like a super irony laden Adam Friedland show watching one of those, right? That's possible too. But yeah, we've got right wingers here for the for this poop show. I can't even say. I gotta make sure that I'm saying the right words, the words that YouTube wants me to say. No, I think I can say shit show. I just can't say it too often. Anybody else like accidentally call the Stitch and Adam show, like, I almost want to say like Lilo and Stitch, but it's not. It's like kind of the opposite of Lilo and Stitch. It's like an edgelord among edgelords, alternate Keck, right? Can you explain to us some of the meme magic, right? I feel like to lefties like ourselves, right, the most interesting thing about the cat community is the way that you memed Donald Trump into being president in 2016. I think that's a pretty amazing story, right? Also any shenanigans involving Shia LaBeouf we're very interested in. You're open to a lot of different economic models. Nice. I mean, like, yeah, we'll try to open you up even a little bit more. Okay, wait, that sounded weird. I'm sorry. I'm not Colleen Ballinger. For anybody who needs to know, I'm not gonna bring out a ukulele. I don't have a secret Discord, chat called Irene's Weenies, right? I'm not gonna ask you about any of your, monthly, discharges. I'm not gonna, ask you about your favorite positions, right? None of that, right? Not that kind of opening up of a chatter. That would be inappropriate. Whatever happened to? Yeah, what did happen to Shia LaBeouf? Maybe our Keck friend knows. Am I gonna have different tiers on my Patreon? At the moment, I do not. But super. Okay. Here is some money for dealing with me. Well, thank you so much, alternate Keck. There we go. Super chatted $5, which I appreciate very much. I'm an adult and I consent to be further opened up. Yeah, so for some people it's really not a problem. But yeah, I just don't want to be. I don't want to be that ukulele lady, right? I'm not trying to be that ukulele lady. I am not trying to move in my mods and be their like landlord. I'm not trying to I'm not trying to accuse Legal Eagle of stealing all my editing tricks or anything like that. No, that's not who I am. Irene's Weenies, yeah, see, unironically, that'd be fun. And it'd be fun because I know that my audience is the exact opposite of Colleen Ballinger's. Like, so much of the problem with Colleen was that what she does online is invariably going to attract a very young audience, right? There's famously clips of her bringing like 9-year-olds up on stage with her. 9-year-olds that are like, they're like, I'm in love with you, right? In the way that a 9-year-old says, right? And then she's like, oh, come out here camping with me and eat some cheese balls from inside my pants. Like, what? It's just like the most. See, it would be funny stuff. Like I just feel like it's just not like it's not. It's NC-17. It's not PG-13, right? She was definitely targeting the wrong audience with that stuff. Like, right? So far, LaBeouf is the only one whose cancellation was stuck. Wait, what did LaBeouf get canceled for? What did LaBeouf get canceled for? Getting his flag captured? Ukulele Lady has unrivaled cognitive dissonance, right? Yeah, I'm not her. Also, fun fact, Colleen Ballinger went to a Christian evangelical university in California. What? Oh my gosh. This is like a super villain origin story or something. You just learned that apparently Anna Kasparian is not white. Yeah, Anna's whiteness is a weird thing. Let's just say, like, right? And there's the social construction on top of a social construction, and the definition. It's defined by who's excluded. That's an interesting thing about whiteness. Like, if you really pin it down, like it's defined not by who is white, but by who is not white, right? And so it's like kind of exclusionary from the, and that's why deconstructing whiteness is a worthy project to engage in. But when some people hear that, they get all kinds of weird ideas. Are you telling me to Minecraft myself in Roblox because my skin is white? No, I'm not saying that, right? Whiteness is not. God. Anyway, let's not get what that's a conversation, right? I could do a whole video series on that. Anna needs a ukulele. She does. Well, anyway, I feel like I've been edging you for long enough. Do you feel nice and edged now? See, like I could almost see why like I would have like a slight appeal. Yo, here's the funny thing, all right? There are like right-wing Twitch people who really appreciate and really love my content. And I'm not sure what exactly that is. But yeah, I do get talked about in the discords of many weirdo reactionary streamers. I've been done with TYT since they bent the knee to Hillary in 2016, though Anna dog whistling about the crime rate and homeless. Yeah, and she's going to tell that story again. She's going to talk about, her experience in, while she was walking her dog, I guess she, had somebody, really, really harass her badly, right? And, like, I feel for her on that. But to blame BLM for that, right? What she's saying is that the cops were unofficially on strike because they were mad about the BLM protests, right? And so that she couldn't get anybody to come and help her or like look for the her attackers or anything like that because the cops were just on strike. And like I just love the idea of like, okay, they're getting paid to protect and serve, right? And they're gonna catch the blue flu because they feel underappreciated. Oh my gosh, you won't let us do like deadly violence to. Yo, Woody Red. Somebody's been in spicy chat. Maybe, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. There's something about me. There's something about Irene, right? I think it's that I edge people. They like to get edged. I'm trying to think of where to start here. I don't want to watch all of this, right? Because it's long. Yeah, Lilo and Stitch stream for Adam and Stitch and Adam stream for a really long time, not Lilo and Stitch. Do you believe this crime rate in LA when crime has been going down? Well, she's talking about like during the pandemic, right? And there was a rise in crime during the pandemic just due to the kind of desperation and the, situation that a lot of people were put into. But yeah, right after, I shouldn't say this. Okay. Obviously, there is still danger of being infected with the Panini and you should take every precaution that you can to keep yourself safe from that, right? So I'm not trying to say it's over, but during the height of the pandemic, yeah, the crime rate rose pretty abruptly, but it not compared to historical levels of like crime, right? Like if you look at back in the 80s and 70s, right, that was way higher than anything that happened during the panini. Ukulele Lady will probably be uploading again in like a month. What do you think Ukulele Lady's gonna do? What's the follow-up for that, right? Do you think she's just gonna come out and be like, am I still canceled? Can I please be uncanceled? I don't know, maybe she'll get in a bathtub and drink. Just kidding. Oh my god, I shouldn't fucking joke about that. I'm sorry, that's inappropriate. See, that's why the right wingers like me, is they could feel my edginess. Ukulele, yeah, not even 90s levels. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, but looking at like this narrative of big cities, big crime rate, super dangerous, that they act as if police abolition has already happened, and that because of that, like, it's really dangerous to be in a big city. And if you talk to like Sam Cedar, who lives in Brooklyn or somewhere in NYC, right? If you talk to anybody who lives in these cities, they're like, what are you talking about, right? And you can find, you know, like small little towns that have higher crime rates than all these super dangerous big cities. So it is a narrative, right? And she's feeding into that narrative, and that's the problem, right? I think she does get corrected. I'm trying to remember who I saw correct her on this. Anna needs to deal with her crime victim issues besides, that's the thing, is her reaction to this, right? You know, like, I do feel sorry for her for, you know, what happened to her. I don't think that, you know, I'm not like accusing her of exaggerating that or anything like that. But like, that is, she's gonna tell you that abolition is the most ridiculous pipe dream. Terrible policy, terrible idea, leftist purity, just gone amok, right? That's what she's going to describe that as. And unironically, right, what abolition speaks to is the fact that our current police institution was created in order to facilitate slave patrols, essentially, right? Communist invading radicals, right? Of every stripe, even some brown red ones, apparently. But anyway, sorry, God. Too edgy for my own good, I probably. NCC, those small towns have white people, and they are poor victims, unlike those urban youths, right? That's exactly it. Yes, every person with a brain knows it. When Anna gets personally annoyed, she goes off. We've all seen it. We're about to see her going off some more. It's an ego thing. Wait, where was I? What was I even talking about? I should have one of those things that that game streamers have, where they like rerun their last 15 seconds. Oh my gosh, Buffy, thank you for reminding me. Yes, everybody should click that like button. That is the only way that you can give feedback, to let the algorithm know that you're enjoying the stream, this is a good stream, and more people should come in the stream. Like, that's the only, like, other than watching me for hours at a time, that's the only way that you can let them know. But speaking of algorithms, and speaking of likes, right? We've also got a thread on Twitter and a thread on Blue Sky. Wait, did I already link that? I feel like I was just about to link that. Okay, I'll link it now. If you're on that Bird app, if you've made it through all of the trials that Elon has put you through, and you're still on that Bird app, I would appreciate you hitting me with a like and a retweet if you so choose on there. Olay tore her a new one on the Vanguard. Okay, I should probably watch that. Look, if we can get me to 100, right? And you know, we're at 87 right now, so like that's a ways away. But if we can get me to 100, I will watch the Olay on the Vanguard, because I love Olay. Olaymi is one of my favorite creators that I found out about in the last year, and I can't get enough of her. I mean, pretty much every police system in America was built. Yeah, that's what, oh, thank you for reminding me. That's exactly what I was trying to get back to. Yeah. Yeah, so the current institution of police that we have in the United States of America is based on slave patrols and Pinkertons, right? Pinkertons were hired thugs, like, you know, to beat up unions, to beat up union members, to stop them from striking, you know, to get them back in line, and that's what we're dealing with now. Now you could say, Irene, you're talking like 100 years ago, okay? What does that have to do with today? Well, there's a continuity between the institution as it started and the institution as it is now, right? And if you want to change that institution, you've got to change who's in it, right? That's what abolition is about. Is taking these people that are a part of this culture, and there's a reason that people say ACAB, right? People think that ACAB is like a really mean thing to say. Ooh, but my father, but my uncle, but my grandfather, all these people were cops. Listen, here's the deal, okay? I'm not saying that good people don't join the police force, right? I guess, like, statistically speaking, that could happen. But I will say that good people don't stay in the police force, right? Because they either recognize that they are part of a corrupt institution and that they're doing horrible stuff, or they get kicked out, right? That's what that really means. Or they don't start. Yeah, exactly. Oh yeah, they don't stay. Yeah, sorry, I didn't catch your correction in time. In Brazil, the police are so barbaric that, oh my god, that things that I can't say without getting demonetized were routinely done until the 1930s. Yeah, I mean, like, there's a problem with that, right? And you're not going to fix the problem with better training, right? You still got the same people in there. And look, when their reaction to, like, a real problem that they have as an institution isn't like, we need to do better, we need to police ourselves, right? You can't, right? There's a code against policing themselves. Oh my god, thank you for the follow.
But now they're a freaking communist invading radicals.
Communist invading radicals, right? Invading my chat again. I'm Brazilian and I can confirm the brutality of our police. Damn. Yeah, and I don't think that it's something that you can fix with just better training, right? Like, this is what I'm trying to say, is that you got to change the people that are in there, right? You got to change the institution. You can't just, you can't, and I don't even mean just, like, you know, fire the most egregious violators of human rights, right? Everybody that's in there has accepted what they're doing, and that marks them as somebody that cannot, you know, guarantee, like, public safety and peace, right? That's supposed to be their job. They literally can't do their job because they're part of a corrupt organization whose code is to, like, you know, be silent about any like, they just operate as a, you know, as a gang, basically. You can't train. Yeah, exactly, right? So, you know, Anna's gonna talk about that too. Anyway, I was subbed before, but I got unsubbed somehow. Well, I mean, I guess maybe that's for the best, because you made the sub goal go up, right? Look at that. The sub goal went up. If we can get that to 100 today, okay? If we can hit 100 today, I will watch Olaymi on the Vanguard, which, you know, we'll get to that one way or the other, but that's what I'm dealing with, right? Because, you know, being under 100 subs is completely unsustainable. But yeah, again, like, understand that I don't want to put this off on you. I don't want anybody to take, like, personal, like, you know, if you don't have enough money, you know, to take care of yourself, think of yourself first, right? Like I'm definitely not speaking, because that's the problem, is like that the most generous people out there are the people that maybe need to be, you know, take some time and be generous to themselves first, right? So but yeah, if we can get that up over 100, we'll extend the stream and we'll watch the Vanguard 2. Anyway, like I said, I've been edging you for way too long, haven't I? Oh my god. Rage bait.
Quite refreshing. There's a couple things, and we have questions on these, but I'll let Sitch. I don't know. Do you have anything that you want to ask before we get started?
So I gotta love the names in their chat. No, I shouldn't say it. Yo, trans conservative waifu. Okay, please, like, look. These are YouTube names, so I'm a little bit like I wouldn't do this with Twitter names, okay? Because if I do it with Twitter names, I know somebody's gonna go out there and they're gonna at that person, or they're gonna bug that person, they're gonna reply to that person or something like that. And I never want any of you to like harass anyone, okay? Like that's most of you wouldn't do it, right? But like that's why I'm really careful about showing names or saying names. But I just got a comment. On these names. Trans conservative waifu. It's totally TTTT pilled there. Dank burrito. We got anything else? Okay, those are the funny ones. I'm not new. Usually on YouTube though. Happened to have my Twitch phone charged today. Oh, you're just like me then. Yeah, I have like I have different apps on different devices for some reason.
Yeah, it turns out that Anna is a massive fan of our program.
Massive fan of Adam and Sitch and Adam, yes.
Just in every episode, just huge fan, right?
Well, okay, so I happened to come across a video you guys did about me. It was the stream on, I hate to name names, but you guys were covering
the Vanilla Queen? Seriously.
Mafia and their insane gaslighting video about me. And you guys were the only ones.
Oh my god, they're thirsting over Anna in this chat.
As I could see that actually...
You've never watched Sitch and Adam? Look, I've only watched them one time, and it's completely Demon Mama's fault, right? It's complete... So... Oh yeah, we're coming up on an anniversary. Chat, I was supposed to be in jail. Do you know that? About a year ago, somebody linked me to a Demon Mama stream, and they said that she was claiming that I was like in legal trouble, like that there was multiple legal actions against No Comment Chick, right? Basically trying to tell her chat that I am a criminal. And as you can see, I don't have any handcuffs. I should look, I would show you my ankle to show you there's no bracelet on it, except for the fact that, you know, feet can be problematic. Twitch doesn't want me showing my feet, but just trust me, there's no, the chat is probably like, oh my god, a real femoid? A real female? Different apps, different devices, save storage space. I know, I never thought that would be a problem, but it really is. Especially when you got massive amounts of digital video, which is like gigabytes and gigabytes and gigabytes.
Did a good job in highlighting how badly they were gaslighting me. Right. And so I thank you for doing that, because, you know, when everyone around you, everyone who alleges to be...
Okay, everyone who alleges to be your friend, right? All the people that I just stabbed in the back, right? I can't believe that they had less than admirable things to say about me. Oh my god. And they were gaslighting me too. Did I do a crime? I don't know. Demon Mama never specified. Demon Mama never specified. She just made, probably because she knows a little bit about the legal system herself. And if you say that somebody's done a specific crime that they haven't done, that is a defamation suit waiting to happen. So she's at least smart enough to avoid that, right? But yeah, no, she never said. She just said, you know, I know of at least like 3 lawsuits against No Comment Chick. And it's like, it never happened. It never happened, Demon Mama. You are full of doo-doo. But that's the only time I've ever watched Adam and Sitch, because Demon Mama like was talking about me during her reaction to Adam and Sitch, right? She apparently covers this this kind of content. It's some Yeah, I don't even know. I don't even know what their community is like. All I know is that, like, look, they're IDW. Okay, that's my best description of the kind of political philosophy that we're dealing with. This is the kind of person that will take offense if you call them a conservative, and like try to kind of put themselves on the left and say that we're the left, but we're not like those other lefties. They're the, like, not like those other lefties, but really, you know, you're talking more like an enlightened centrist. Like, I mean, you know, this is just like let me give you an example, right? They bring up Jordan Peterson as a, well, one of Jordan Peterson's rules is da 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 da. That's where they're at, right? So that what kind of liberal? Yeah, that's right. A classical liberal. The Yakubian energy rating off of Anna is 9,000. Demon Mama is a legal expert, or has I don't know anything about that. I just know that she said some weird things about me. Probably because she's Vash's sysadmin is administers her website as well. And this was the person that's made up a bunch of lies about me about a year ago. Yeah, it was about a year ago when that happened that White Nervosa, posted BS on my timeline, and Zara and I absolutely just roasted her. Like, we cooked her so good. She was hiding tweets, right? Zara, like, she made accusations against me on her timeline. And Zara both posted, like, here's proof that what you're saying is not true. I can prove that it's not true, right? Here it is. White Nervosa hides Zara's reply, right? That's what we were dealing with last year. So I think that it probably has something to do with that, right? I don't even know. White Nervosa was trying to imply that I wasn't allowed to react to like Xander Hall's videos. Like, that was one of the things. She tried to get my channel taken down like 3 or 4 times, right? She tried to get me copyright struck for just reacting to Xander Hall and to Vosh, and I think that was it. But yeah, really protective of people in the White Leaf network.
Your friends.
The White Leaf crime family.
Tells you something isn't true, but they keep repeating it to you over and
allegedly
over again. You start asking yourself, like, am I the crazy one? So that, I really appreciated that. But
can you all hear her? Do I need to boost her volume? Are we good as far as volume goes?
You guys have put out a ton of videos about me that have not been friendly or nice, and it's okay. I mean, I can be a good sport about it, and I do think that you guys raised a few valid points, and I just need to be willing.
So what she's saying, like, this segment is called "Is Anna Kasparian a fan of Sitch and Adam?" And the real answer is, like, probably not until she watched their video where they went after leftist mafia, like, right, the birthing person affair. Leftist mafia commented on that, and here's the problem, right? They are publicly attached to Anna Kasparian. So they're not in a situation where it's like, oh yeah, they were going after me for clout or something like that. No. You cannot claim that. Right? They need to distance themselves from the toxic transphobic garbage that is coming out of your mouth. And they did so with kid gloves, right? And this really made Anna mad. Right? This really set Anna off, especially Olimey. For some reason, Anna concentrates on Olimey more than anybody else, because I feel like maybe it's because Olimey didn't really was one of the people, like, right, Lance knows Anna. I think Mike, I think Dave, I think, like, a lot of people, Matt Bender, I'm sure, knows Anna, right? A lot of these people know Anna, and they had to sort of handle it with kid gloves. They were hoping that, like, is this a one-off? Is this just something that she doesn't quite understand? Like, maybe we can get her back on the right side, right? And Olimey, while being nice, and I will say that, right, her characterization of Olimey is so wrong. Like, Olimey didn't say, let's cook Anna, which is how Anna characterizes it. Olimey said, look, if you're gonna, like, go up on Twitter and, like, put an apple in your mouth and be like, cook me, you're gonna get cooked, because that's what she did. Like, if anything, Olimey was, like, trying to kind of save her from that, just kind of try to, like, look, you can't be doing this stuff and expect, like, this not to result in just getting absolutely dragged over the coals on Twitter, right? Anna really thinks she's being gaslighted by the left on a take that she herself debunked against the right. Yeah, that's right. She did debunk that exact take prior to making it. Now she thanks them for correcting her past mistakes. What a sell. Yeah, well.
To accept where I was wrong and where people are
Leftist Mafia gave the softest, sweetest criticism, and she accuses them of gaslighting. This woman is so entitled. Juniper owned Anna. Juniper got blocked by Anna. Yeah, Juniper owned Anna so hard that Anna couldn't take it. So if she wanted to cook Anna, yeah, exactly. She'd be barbecued by now, right?
Seeking from good faith.
Oh, thank you. Boost the video volume. That's what I was wondering about, because I feel like, yeah, look, these aren't leftists, so we can't blame leftist audio on this one. This is intellectual dark audio.
Like, you guys have,
is that better?
A little bit of an edgy style, so I'll acknowledge that. But I have thick skin, so it didn't really bother me that much.
That's I mean, that's commendable. You know, we are in this kind of like internet environment where everyone's very attacky to each other.
Totally.
Especially when they're not like engaging with them in person. So
yeah,
you have to have kind of a thick skin. And I know, but I mean, you're talking about earlier, and one of the things that we always commended you on was, you know, when you publicly came out and you said that you were wrong about the Rittenhouse video, which, I mean, most people, when they make a mistake, they just try to hide it, or they try to shift blame. You know, Jimmy Dore very, you know, famously shifted blame to.
What was Jimmy Dore's take on Dylan Rittenhouse?
His producer, and I thought it was really commendable that you came out.
Sorry, Kyle Rittenhouse. I think I was thinking of Dylan Ratigan for a second there.
Like, no, I got this wrong.
Whatever happened to Dylan Ratigan?
And you were trying to show, not just do this like for your sake, but to say, like, listen, audience, you know, you need to understand that this is the story. And
do we need to boost it more? Are we good, or do we need to boost it more? I feel like, yeah, this audio is just low, right? Is this stream? Yeah, streamed. Okay, so that's why it's a stream. I hope my audio's like not this bad.
You know, I don't want you guys to have the wrong information.
Yeah, there was. Look,
Jimmy Dore supported Kyle Rittenhouse because Nazbol.
The one
Nazbol gang.
I guess through line you'll notice in the various things that we're going to talk about in this conversation is that it just became abundantly clear to me that where I was getting my information, and I'm not just talking about like, you know, independent lefty outlets.
Anna's pronouns are pick and me.
I'm talking about like legacy media outlets, right?
Mm-hmm.
A lot of them, it's not that they report misinformation, it's that they omit details of the story.
Anna's audio needs to be boosted. Okay. That's what I thought. It's kind of ridiculous because I put 2.5 decibels on her. I'm gonna put 4.5. Tell me if this is too much or not enough.
That would, you know, maybe the additional details of the story don't change your mind at all, right? But it's not up to them to decide that. Like, we should know every detail. I think the Amy Cooper story is another example. You know, it was fairly recently I came across.
Yo, the Amy Cooper story. Do we all know? Does everybody remember who Amy Cooper was? It might have been a while. Okay, so, you know, I forgive you if you don't remember Amy Cooper, but Amy Cooper was the Central Park dog lady. The lady that basically pulled her dog up like by its leash, like, you know, with the collar, or, you know, so the dog's like, you know, like, right? That's Amy Cooper, because she needed to report this this dangerous black man who was bird watching, and asked her to walk her dog in the part of the park where you're allowed to walk your dog. She's literally breaking the rules of the park. There's a section of the park that's, I guess, reserved for bird watchers, right? And she came over to walk her dog there. And if you're trying to watch birds, dogs in the area, probably not very helpful, right? So this guy asked her, you know, could you please, you know, walk your dog literally anywhere else, right? And her response was to call the cops on him, call 911 and tell them about the dangerous black man. that she was encountering, right? Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's what she's doing. Yeah, that's who she's defending, right? She's gonna do bite Karen in a second here too. Story. Anna is Rottenhouse went to town geared for a fight and got in a fight. Yeah, people. The thing about the Rottenhouse situation, whether you're talking to Destiny or whether you're talking to some chud, that calls himself an enlightened centrist, or whether you're talking to a legitimate like right wing, Proud Boy fan, who regards Kyle Rittenhouse as a hero, right? The detail that they omit is that this person brought a weapon like that to a protest, right? And was walking around with it to intimidate people.
Camille Foster's very in-depth investigation into that story, and
Olay was on TYT. Wait, when? Did anyone see Anna's bonus hole tweet? Oh no, she talks about the bonus hole though. She does talk about the bonus hole. Which, do we have anybody in chat who can explain the bonus hole? Because this might be a term that a lot of people haven't heard before. Like, she'll go over it, but I feel like there's more context that we're missing, that some people, that there might be somebody in chat who can fill in that context. So let us know if you're that person.
There were so many details of that story that were intentionally omitted or left out of the legacy media reporting.
Now good question, Stepan. If Anna is going right-wing, how long until Vosh and his associates drop their masks like Anna? In some ways, like, the function that Vosh serves is to be a right-wing colonization of the left, right? So him continuing to define himself as a leftist, him maintaining the plausible deniability that I think that Anna and Jink at this point have left behind is important, right? What he wants to do is inject the left with some white fragility, right? Inject the left with some, red pill philosophy, talk about things like misandry, talk about things like anti-white racism, and that's essentially what he's doing, right? And then pat himself on the back as being the lefty that's accessible to all kinds of toxic right-wingers. It's always the same story. They leave the left when they're told they're wrong, or they think the right isn't accepting a group. They come back. Oh yeah, well, God, that happened to Dave Rubin, didn't it? Dave Rubin left the left, and the right did not exactly accept him. You had Ben Shapiro saying, Dave Rubin saying, right, Ben, but even though you're a conservative and you believe that God frowns on homosexuality, you would still come to my wedding anniversary, right? If I invited you, right? If I asked you to bring a cake to my wedding anniversary, you'd still come. And Ben is like, no, that's gross, right? Like, literally tells him is talking about like adopting, right? Just like anything that he'd try to say, right? It would be Dave Rubin really did paint himself into a corner. The language to make dysphoric men who, that's what I thought, right? It's the language to make dysphoric men who are uncomfortable, trans guys, uncomfortable with acknowledging. Yeah, exactly, right? So, God, I don't want to talk too much about, because I know I'm not talking to an entirely trans audience, but there are a lot of you trans people out there. There are a lot of us trans people out there, listening. So it's dysphoria is being uncomfortable about your body, right? And it's kind of like discordant, right? If you got like a part of your anatomy that doesn't, that you feel is discordant, because not everybody feels this, right? You don't have to have dysphoria to be trans. But a lot of people do feel like a disconnection between their anatomy and who they are. So that's trans guys found a different way to refer to Shuan has a defense of Anna couldn't be any worse. The left, oh God, I haven't even looked at that. The left has more reasons to dislike her. YouTube, you're just killing it today. Are you hitting the like button though? I want to know. Are you hitting the like button? What are we up to now? Can we like? I do feel like YouTube chat is absolutely killing it today. Twitch chat, you've got some competition. You've got some competition once again. Anna's using the term legacy media, like several crypto-fascist libertarians like to feel like to salt in the wounds after her throwing the left under the bus when she went on her hissy fit. You just did? Oh my god, you hit dislike. That's good too. Hey, listen, that's good too. Okay? I appreciate you. Yeah, hit like or dislike, right? If you really dislike me, then you can hit that as well. And it actually hurts me a lot, okay? So make sure to hit that dislike button if you're not enjoying my takes on things.
Of it. And that painted a picture in my mind and in the minds of many others that, you know, there's no justification for the way that she was, you know, panicking when she was on the phone with the 911 dispatcher, right?
The question is, can we get it to 40 in the next 10 minutes, right? We got 10 minutes till the top of the hour. Can we get it to 40?
But then you get this, then you find out, based on what Camille Foster had
so you like me?
Found out and reported, was that like
it's as easy as that.
She didn't have good cell reception, so the person on the other end of that conversation couldn't hear her. She was panicking because she genuinely thought that she was at risk. After, here's another thing that was omitted in a lot of the reports, after she was literally threatened by the bird watcher, right? Who said, you know, if you're going to do what you want, I'm going to do what I want, and you're not going to like it. And then he
I love how somebody's like in my chat and they're like trying to like think, they're like, I'm going to give you a dislike. And I'm like, oh yeah, you know, dislike, definitely like let YouTube know that you dislike that stream. And they're like, wait a minute, that could help her. I'm taking away the dislike. Yeah. That's it. I'm taking away the, it's like, you're in my chat. What do you think? You're giving me watch time, right? What are you doing? You're going to become an NCC fan. That's what you're doing.
To try to lure her dog to
You're in the pipeline. There's no hope for you.
him. And listen,
yeah.
you might still
What is this? Oh my god, this chat is precious. I just discovered you guys this week. They're saying that to Sitch and Adam. Thank you for helping me realize Ian Miles Chong didn't transition to Brianna Wu? What? Ian Miles Chong didn't... What am I reading in this chat? This is terrible. Oh my god.
feel that her behavior was uncalled for, whatever. That's up
No, Acro, you have to save me.
to you. But you should know all those details. And I will say, from my personal opinion, if I'm alone at a park and some random guy tries
You have to save me, and then you have to save me again and again and again because the princess is in another castle.
to lure my dog away from me, I'm gonna freak out.
Okay, so this is what she's saying. The guy, the bird watcher, tried to lure her dog away from her. And that justifies calling 911, right? If a bird watcher is like, here puppy, come here, like, right? And look, I might be out on a limb here, okay? But I'm gonna guess, yeah, YouTube or Twitch chat is coming back. Twitch chat is giving you a run for your money, but right now YouTube chat is just dominating. Well, he did say it. That's a fact, right? But would you call 911? Here's the deal. You're in the wrong part of the park, okay? You were holding your dog by a leash. You were holding it up in the air so the collar's like that. I think there's a justification for this man to try to get the dog away from the woman who's putting the dog in danger, right? And I think there's also a better justification for her to leave the area because he's a bird watcher. Do you understand this? There's an area of the park that's for bird watching, right? He's going to be there because he's got his binoculars. He's a nerd. He's watching birds, right? And then there's an area that's for dog watching or for dog walking, right? And if you walk from the bird watching area where you're not supposed to be with your dog into the dog walking area of the park, then you avoid that dangerous man who's tempting your dog to not get I'm not going to say the A word. to not get mistreated. There we go. There's a good word that YouTube likes. Tempting the, pull what did she say? What was the word that she used?
A lot of the reports after she was.
See, this is the thing that you'll see from right wingers is they hang on certain details, right? And it's often there are extraneous details that don't get reported by the media, and they'll be like, the media is not reporting the fact that he was trying to get the dog away from her, right? That's the crucial fact, and right, and so then that portrays a narrative that this is a dog stealer. Yeah, you think is that what was going on? Is evil dog stealer tempting people's dogs with milk bones or something like that, right? But that fact in of itself to somebody like Acro is gonna justify any bullshit narrative that they're right wing parasocial daddies want to hang on that, right? You don't know this one weird extraneous fact about it, right? Yeah, but I can put it into context. Can you do the same? I don't think so.
Literally threatened by the bird watcher, right? Who said, if you're going to do what you want.
That's threatening. You're going to do.
I'm going to do what I want, and you're not going to like it. And then he proceeds to try to.
Okay, you're going to do what you want, and then I'm going to do what I want. And then he proceeds to try to lure her dog away from her. Look, somebody needs to call the ASPCA on her, okay? There's probably a better way to handle that than luring her dog away. But does that justify a 911 call? That's a weird champ. Look, we got the weird champ right here. Let me show you. Let's take a good look at our weird champ today, okay? Because there's just not. I don't feel like people use the weird champ emote enough in Twitch anymore. But we got a weird champ emote right here. That right there. That's a weird champ. Seriously, Anna? Seriously? He was trying to lure her dog away. Oh my god, I guess that justifies, calling the cops on the guy. And making sure, when you call the cops, make sure you say it's a black male. Hey cops, hey racist cops, there's a black male bothering. I am a nice white lady walking my dog in the wrong part of the park. Please come and help because there's a dangerous black man with a milk bone and binoculars, and I feel kind of threatened. That's what we're getting here. That's what we're getting.
Or her dog to him. And listen,
yeah.
you might still feel that her behavior was uncalled for, whatever. That's up to you. But you should know all those details. And I will say, from my personal opinion, if some random,
you should know. Look. I'm not against you knowing that detail, right? I'm not trying to cover up that detail. I'm not trying to deny that detail. I am taking her at her word that he tried to lure the dog away, right? But I also don't want details to become thought-terminating cliches, and that's exactly how the right uses them. And that's exactly what's going on here.
At a park and some random guy tries to
wait, who called you racist?
Lure my dog away from me. I'm going to freak out, I just am. And so, okay, with the Rittenhouse story, I was going to cover the trial and I just needed to go back and just really, really look at all of the details and remember all the details. So when I do the story, I get the facts right. And then as I'm doing that, I come across a New York Times video, and this was a really, really well done to is be the other side of right-wing disinformation, right? If we're going to be critical of disinformation we see happening in various videos and that are produced by other people, we should at least look inward a little bit and make sure that we're doing our due diligence.
Yeah, it's interesting you were saying how with the media, a lot of the misinformation comes from they leave stuff out. And that's been my experience too, is just this intentional leaving out of key information, or they'll the headline or the subsection will kind of frame something in a very specific way. So even when you get to kind of the contradictory information, your mind is.
Yeah, but you're assuming that I'm going to be against somebody calling the cops when their life is actually when they're actually in danger. I mean, I don't know. It's
already made.
It's a complicated issue, right? As far as when you're gonna do that, and knowing that when you call the cops, you're calling an institution, with this kind of history, right? But
at that point, so it doesn't matter. And so it leads to this kind of effect where, like, once a person once that story hits that, like, you or
like, look, you're acting like a dog being like, come here, doggy, like that's dangerous, like that's 911able. Oh my God, there's a dangerous black man, and he says that I'm not allowed to walk my dog in the part of the park that I'm not allowed to walk my dog in, and I'm a white lady, I should be able to walk my dog wherever I want. And also he's going and getting my dog to, like, he's calling my dog, he's luring my dog, like, right? That's a 911 call? Or is that an entitled waste of resources, right? Can you at least grant that?
For me or anyone.
Because you're trying to call me on this idea that like nothing rises to the level of where, protecting yourself in whatever way that you need to is acceptable, without even finding out if that's how I feel. And I feel like, I could kind of call you on the opposite. If you really are justifying a 911 call, if you're justifying literally trying to put somebody's life in danger over the fact that he's called you out over walking your dog in the wrong part of the park, asked you not to do that, and then when you're like pulling your dog up, when you're mistreating your dog, he's like luring it away, like, I'm gonna have to call bullshit on you.
Because I kind of went to the same experience where, like, once something hits me in a specific...
To lose your dog, he's going to take your dog. You really think that this guy's going to take her... You think that her dog was in danger? Like, her dog was in danger from her, right? Look, in that situation, I almost don't think there's a problem. I almost think that, like, taking her dog is justified. I don't really know, though, because that's, like, a hard call. My thing to do would be, To just maybe bring more people into the, make some noise and bring some more people into the park so they can see what she's doing to the dog. I don't know. It's a difficult call to make, right? But, like, something needs to happen. It's not right. The dog can't breathe, right? Dogs are not meant to be pulled up by their leashes with their collars around their neck and choking, right? That's not the way you treat a dog. That's not okay. All right. But I guess if you're some kind of libertarian shitbag, maybe you do. Maybe you like the dog is personal property, and I'm allowed to dispose of my private property any way I so choose. If I want to carry my dog in a way that doesn't allow it to breathe, there's no non-aggression pact against that.
Hey, like, it's like I'm free of the matrix. Suddenly I'm starting to see, like, things a little bit differently. All the dominoes kind of start to fall, and I say, oh wait, I start to see, like, where all the misinformation is coming from. Was the Rittenhouse thing, like, was that like the key moment, or was there something else that kind of like made you shift your thinking?
So that was one of the...
What? Oh my God. Yo, this chat is amazing. They're doing the echoes thing in Sitchin and this enlightened centrist chat, right? You got the echoes meme going on.
Pivotal moments, but honestly, I would say everything for me started when I started getting gas.
Yeah. It doesn't matter if she panicked, right? The dog's still getting hurt, right? And she panicked because she was doing something wrong. There was somebody that asked her not to do it, and her ego would not allow her to just take the dog in, like, literally anywhere else in the park. You can walk your dog. It's a park. People do this, right? They walk their dogs. They carry the little plastic bag. And when the dog takes a poo-poo, you pick the poo-poo up and you put it in the bag and you tie the bag up and you throw it away in one of the stations that's there for you. That's what that's for. Most of the park, perfect for you to walk your dog in. This lady was like, no, all of the park is for me to walk my dog in. All of the park. And this guy is trying to say, hey, this part of the park is set aside for bird watchers. I'm a bird watcher. I'm a bit of a nerd, okay? I can identify, I can tell you what that kind of bird is. I can tell you if it's male. I can tell you the sex of the bird. I can tell you, like, the migratory pattern. He can tell you all kinds of stuff about birds. He's trying to watch his birds, and there's a lady with her dog scaring away the birds, right? That causes the response to not only, like, put the dog in danger, deprive the dog of oxygen, but also to call the cops on the person that's just saying, hey, literally anywhere else in the park, right? Even if you didn't know, right? I don't think it's that big of a deal, but like, I don't know what kind of entitlement does that to you. What kind of entitlement causes you to act that way? That you just can never be wrong, right? And you definitely can never be told you're wrong by him for whatever reason. Now, I'm not gonna, assume what that reason is, but I'll give you 3 guesses.
Gaslit on the crime wave.
Mm-hmm.
And it's really interesting to talk about these various political issues in the abstract. But then
what this seems like to me is cope, right? This is a very clear example of somebody that's really entitled trying to utilize not just the police, but the racism inherent in the institution to hurt somebody that is just like trying to watch birds and would prefer that you not walk the dog where you're right. You can't stand that narrative. You can't take that narrative. You've got to find some detail to justify that 911 call, right? You've got to find, and that's what the right wing does in every single situation, right? You hyper focus until you can find some detail that seems out of whack with the story. That like Trayvon Martin, right? You find the situation where a kid with Skittles and an iced tea in his pocket is getting, unalived by a guy that says he was afraid for his own life, right? And that seems pretty wild. That seems pretty ridiculous that somebody should lose their life over walking in a neighborhood where somebody doesn't think you belong. So you go over Trayvon's history and you find a picture where he's looking kind of tough, right? He's looking at the camera, he's looking kind of tough, and you say, look at this guy. He's no angel. I guess he deserves, right? It's cope. Can you not see that this is cope? Right? And if you want to tell me that reality is more complicated than individual narratives, right? And there's more to the overall story. Okay, now we're having a conversation, right? But if what you want to say is that every single situation that shows a narrative that is inconvenient to my political philosophy, I'm going to focus in on some little detail of it, and I'm going to cope with that, right? I'm gonna find the part of the thing where the guy is coaxing the dog, right? And I'm gonna be like, oh, you see right there, that's a dog thief. See that man was a dog thief. He wasn't bird watching. He was in the part of the park where dogs aren't allowed to walk, waiting to take somebody's dog. Okay. Please tell me you can see that that's cope. That's all I want you to say, right? I will seriously leave you alone. If you just admit that this is cope, right? Okay, he can call the cops. Yeah, sure. Yeah, he probably should. I said ASPCA before. I don't know if there's look, if you ask me to if I'm in the middle of a park and you ask me to call the ASPCA, I'm gonna fumble around with what's their number. I don't think they have an emergency number. I don't think the ASPCA necessarily has the power to stop animals from being mistreated in the moment. So yeah, maybe the right decision for him there is to call the cops. But I mean, can you also understand why he might be hesitant to call the cops?
Once you personally experience something.
He didn't call the cops. Look, God. What reason might he have, Chad, to not call the cops? What reason did she say that I've got a black man here? There's a black man. He's very dangerous, right? Please, police, come over, right? What are we doing? Can we put this together? Because I don't think it's that complicated. I don't think it's all that deep, right? Brave tweet you made. Wait, did I?
And once you see something happening in the country with your own 2 eyes, and your political side is incessantly gaslighting you on it, it makes you question, well, what else are you guys lying about? Or what else?
Yeah, even if he calls the cops. Yeah, there's so many examples of black people calling the cops and ending up ending up being physically harmed or worse because of it, right? All dogs have to be on a leash. In the part of the ramble, it's clearly marked with signs. Oh yeah, that's right. So she had her dog off the leash at first. Calling the cops is dangerous. Yes, that's what I'm saying. Like while he would be perfectly in his right to do that, right? I can see why maybe he would want to not do that.
What are you guys gaslighting about?
And you see how it's different for her to call the cops than for him to call the cops. Like she can call the cops with like reasonably no fear, right? Whereas even if he calls the cops because of something that's being done to him or a dangerous situation, you know, that's happening to somebody else, there's a good chance that he will be physically harmed for having done that, right? So, yeah.
And that's what happened. So, you know,
she picked up Jink's love of the word. Oh, Jink was the one that was using gaslighting?
During the pandemic, there was absolutely a crime wave in the country, mostly in like major cities. Los Angeles.
I feel like she had to be corrected on that though.
Happened to be one of them. And you know,
because if you talk to right wingers, like, or even enlightened centrists, like they'll tell you there's a crime wave and every major city is super dangerous. Even walking outside, like, right, like if I walked outside right now, like my butterfly would get stolen, my glasses would get stolen. Like I'd walk back in and I'd be naked because all my clothes would be, you know, like, right, that it's like, super dangerous in big cities. But
I talked about how I, was
innocuous behavior while black is always both sided. Yeah, action of trying to get an unreasonable lady to leash her dog.
Assaulted. Well, actually, let me give you the details again, because there's an element to that story that
breaking the law while white is equal to an innocuous act, like, yeah, calling a dog while black. Yeah,
I've never shared with anyone, that also explains where my head's at now. Mm-hmm. So, as I was walking my dog one day, there were these two guys. They appeared to be homeless. They appeared to be
like, and yeah, there are, like, I mean, I think I have seen something about like dog thieves, right? They do exist. But they're targeting like specific like breeds that are like valuable and that they don't like they don't lure, they don't whistle at your dog and like, right, it's a different thing, right? I mean, this has happened, right? But it's not that's pretty clearly not what we're dealing with here. And yeah, I mean, like, retconning the situation to say, no, it wasn't a lady mistreating her dog. It wasn't a lady disobeying the rules of the park and then calling 911 when somebody asked her to please obey those rules. It was actually a dangerous black man stealing people's dogs. That's really, that's what the media won't tell you. The media won't tell you
on something. They look like they might be methed out or something because they were kind of acting erratically. But typically when I come across guys like that, if I ignore them, they won't do anything.
Right.
That wasn't the case this time around. They're coming toward me, and my dog Charlie, like, he does his business, and as I bend over.
Okay, so just so we're clear on here, she's talking about a different thing now. So we're moving on from the from what was her name? Amy Cooper. I almost wanted to say Karen Cooper. No, Amy Karen Cooper. That's who we're talking about. The dog lady. This is Anna's experience in I guess LA.
Over to pick up his business. One of them grabs me by my hips and just, like, with an erection and everything.
Okay, so it's pretty clear Hassan loves people farting on dogs. I've heard that, yeah. Hey, at least he didn't try to fart on her dog. Then he would have been in real trouble. Oh my God. No, I mean, he was, right? He was. Like, just the fact that she's calling the cops on him and the way that she's describing it, it sounds like she's trying to get him hurt, right? And that's what was shocking about that video. Or not shocking, right? I guess it's, shocking to people who aren't aware of that dynamic and how common this kind of Karening is, right? Anna has these two stories mixed up, does she? Dog Karen, that helps, yeah.
just starts like humping me, like
Wow.
right there in like broad daylight. And
Right.
it was terrifying because like I didn't have any weapon with me, no taser,
Okay, so legit, this is scary. This is, and like,
no pepper spray, nothing.
Mhm.
And
Wow.
and luckily the guy, he did that, and then he and his friend walk away while they're like laughing at
but
me.
here's what I don't get, okay? She says later when she's talking that that people accused her of being racist for this, and like that she was trying to portray these guys as being black, and they weren't, right? And that she didn't mention, like, their race, which, they were white guys, right? She didn't mention their race because she didn't think it was pertinent, right? But then why does she mention that they're homeless? Does she think that this kind of thing, which I can't say the words of it, right? But this kind of attack, let's just say, does she think that this kind of attack only comes from homeless people? That there's something about homeless people that they're more likely to, or that they're, right? If it wasn't important to mention that they were white, why is it important to mention that they were homeless, right? And I think because she hates home. There we go. And at the very least, right, she's feeding into this narrative of homeless, of how unhoused people, rather than being victims of late stage capitalism, right? They're perpetrators. They're dangerous. They're criminals. They're violent. Yeah.
And if I felt so degraded, scared.
Yeah, these kind of attacks, exactly, Zara. These kind of attacks are more likely to come from someone you know. Anna has complained prior how it annoys her. She has to see so many of them all the time. Yo, then like, hey, how about housing as a human right, right? Like, I just don't get seeing people suffer and being like, I am annoyed that I have to see them suffer. I don't want to stop them suffering, but I want them to suffer someplace far away from me, right?
And like the first thing I did is I called my husband, and he came down and he's like, "Where are they?" And he started looking for them. We couldn't find them. The cops wouldn't come. Like we actually had an incident in front of our building like a few weeks prior to that. That was really scary. We called the police, and the police just wouldn't come. Like it was amazing.
That annoys me profusely as somebody who works with unhoused people professionally. She has no idea about the challenges these people face, and we're not talking. I mean, like the attackers like did something, like, right. I'm not trying to make the attackers into victims, right? I would say that these are like unhoused people who happen to be attackers, right? And rather than seeing it as a function of them being unhoused and like, right, like that kind of attack is not excused by their like situation of life, right? That's what I'm trying to say. But the way that she centralizes their status as being unhoused, right? Which is like actually kind of an assumption. I don't know. Like she's saying they looked unhoused is what she's saying, right? She's feeding into a narrative that is preventing us from taking care of these problems, right?
Amazing. And now in retrospect, I realized the reason why is because there was a shortage. And I think that there was like an unofficial.
Okay, now she said there was a shortage. What does that mean? There was a shortage of cops? Really? And also, anyway, they had a shortage. It's not the cops' fault that they wouldn't come to my aid in that situation, right? It was because there was a shortage. And also, what else, Anna?
Strike, considering what happened in 2020.
There was an unofficial strike. So, now look, TYT doesn't have a great record on labor, right? I'm sure they've done stories where they've talked about, like, unionization in a positive way, but at the same time, they have union busted in their own organization, right? So they already have like a bad, reputation when it comes to labor. But she's seeing like an unofficial strike. So this is called the blue flu. When cops are unhappy with something, like the fact that people are protesting against, brutality that they enact, they don't show up to calls, right? They don't protect and serve. They don't do their job, and they get away with it because of the, unofficial rule of like, not, she's okay with like informal police labor actions. Well, she's not, I don't know. Not okay with labor actions in TYT. Olay accused Jink of using propaganda, and Jink blew up. That was the Olay. That was. Oh wait. Oh wow. When was that, Kira? LAPD needs a new training grounds in the birdwatching park. This is a long reactionary conservative narrative. Jink and Anna are pushing about not enough cops. Oh yeah, there we go. That's what we need, is more cops. The cops don't do policing anymore. But she's basically admitting that, like, or implying that this was blue flu, right? This was butthurt cops that, that don't want the actions, like, right? And if it's an issue with like some cops, like, being like out of control or doing the wrong thing, right? Then it is the right action to, just to catch the blue flu. I don't know. It's just like they're doing a Dave Rubin. I would agree.
20 and
it was months ago. Okay.
Protest. So they just wouldn't.
It's not just blue flu. It's a boomer talking point from the right wing.
Show up, and I just didn't even think to call the cops because I'm like, what's the point? These guys have already like left, and they're not going to be able to find them. But anyway, I opened up about that, and I also started.
Oh, I'm sorry. I totally.
And like the first thing I did is I called my husband, and he came down, and he's like, "Where are they?" And he started looking for them. We couldn't find them. The cops wouldn't come. Like, we actually had an incident in front of.
Okay, now I'm a little confused here. The cops wouldn't come. Okay, I get it. So she's saying she had another incident where she tried to call the cops and they didn't come, and that's what she's saying was blue flu. September 19th, 2022 was when Olay versus Jink and Anna prison debate happened. I don't know how many boomers you talk to, but I've had tons of boomers start conversations about the cops just don't do their jobs anymore. The cops just don't come when you talk. Or when you call, sorry. TYT pushing propaganda, knowing the LAPD are very corrupt. Yeah. And have gangs with it. Yeah, like so I alluded to like a gang-like mentality amongst the cops. There definitely is a no snitching rule amongst cops, right? They're not allowed to say anything that might get another cop in trouble. But Loris is talking about actual gangs within the cops, like literal gangs. Now pretending it's a dystopia. Cops are still there. Nothing was defunded. That's the thing, is none of these actions that Anna is I don't know what you want to call it. None of these actions that Anna is implying are responsible for the supposedly crime-ridden state of our cities, right? None of them actually happened. Nobody, there was no abolition. There was very little defunding, and there wasn't even the stuff like retraining that they talked about, right? Didn't really go on a large level. And I was also defending private armed security, and they when cops don't come for potential R, why would they come for an unleashed dog?
Of our building, like a few weeks prior to that was really scary. We called the police, and the police just wouldn't come. Like, it was amazing. And now in retrospect, I realized the reason why.
What was the situation though? What's she talking about?
I think that there was like an unofficial strike, considering what happened in 2020 and all the protests. So, and like the first thing I did is I called my husband, and he came down, and he's like, "Where are they?"
Sorry
He
for
started looking for
rewinding
them.
this
We
chat.
couldn't
I just
find
want to.
them. The cops wouldn't come. Like, we actually had an incident in front of our building.
Okay,
like,
so when she's saying the cops wouldn't come, she's not talking about the when she's walking her dog and her husband came. That was a separate incident, right? She's talking about a previous incident, which she's now describing.
a few weeks prior to that, that was really scary. We called the police, and the police just wouldn't come.
Okay, so we don't know what she was calling the police over, right? But yeah, they didn't. I mean,
It was amazing. And now in
Wow.
retrospect, I realized the reason why is because there was a shortage. And I think that there was like an unofficial strike, considering what happened in
oh my God, Lynn, that's scary.
2020 and all the protests. So they just wouldn't show up. And I just didn't even think
Well, wait, no, she said, I think what she's saying is that the second time they didn't end up calling the cops because of the first time. I think that's it. Let me see if I can get right here.
building like a few weeks prior to that, that was really scary. We called the
So
police.
something happened in front of her building. She called the police. They wouldn't come.
And the police just wouldn't come. It was amazing. And now in
Wow.
retrospect, I realized the reason why is because there was a shortage. And I think that
So
there
it's not the cops' fault.
was like an unofficial
It's the BLM protesters' fault.
strike, considering what happened in 2020 and all the protests. So they just wouldn't show up. And I just didn't even think to call the cops because
So she didn't think to call the cops because of a previous experience where she called the cops and they didn't come.
like, what's the point? These guys have already like left, and they're not going to be able to find them. But anyway, I opened up about that, and I also started opening up about, just what the statistics were indicating in
Yeah, make sure to hit that like button. Are we at 40 yet? Can we get it to 40?
regard to crime and how
Yo, we might be able to hit the goal of 50. Oh my God.
it's
Let's
obviously
make that
having
happen.
a negative impact on all communities, but mostly the communities that like BLM and leftists claim to care so much about, the disadvantaged communities, crime on the metro system.
So she's saying that in heavily policed communities, like they would benefit from more policing. There's a shortage. They need to hire more cops. Like she's basically saying all the remedies discussed and proposed around over policing of certain communities along racial lines a lot of times, the opposite actions should be taken, right? And that the police really do protect those communities, even though we can see time and time again they are hurting the people that they're supposed to be protecting.
In LA has been unbelievable. And the majority of people who take the metro, who take buses and public transportation, they're usually like immigrant workers. They're usually, blue collar workers who, don't have enough money
This is so IDW.
to buy a car, for
This is Tim Pool talk, yeah.
instance. And so I was like, why are you guys cool with just
She going 1580?
having these people deal with this kind of violence? There was like a phase last year where people were literally being set on fire randomly on
Wow.
buses. And that would get no attention, no news coverage, and it would infuriate me. And so when I opened up about what happened to me in my own neighborhood, what I thought was telling was how not everyone, but
Yeah, next year, watch out for the Anna Kasparian Classically Abby collab.
some people accuse me of pushing racist stereotypes. But I had never, ever disclosed the race of these two individuals, ever.
Yeah.
But they just assumed that these two guys
Because you were talking like a right winger, they assumed that you were pushing out a right wing racist narrative, when in actuality you were just pushing a right wing anti-homeless narrative, right?
were black. They weren't
Wow.
black. They were two white guys. But like, I never shared that publicly because I didn't think the race really mattered, right? What actually happened mattered. And I thought
Policing is designed not to protect people. Let me wait, I'm missing parts of chat.
the reaction to it by the people who were supposed to allegedly want dignity for everyone.
Yeah, it's wrong to assume that the criminals in her story were black, but that doesn't change what was effed up. And here's another thing I'll say, right? Maybe the way that she described the story, you know, the way that Reagan would, you know, bemoan like welfare queens, he never said that the person that he was talking about was black. But his racist audience assumed it, right? I don't know. It's just like...
reacted to it. Like, that really bothered me. So that was the beginning of it. I would say that's what started me questioning everything and wanting to like
I love that a situation that we're talking about, like the kind of attacks that that a lot of women experience, right? And maybe that could be the issue, but no, instead the issue is like someone's got to do something about the homeless, and we don't mean put them in a home. We mean somebody's got to do something bad to the homeless.
Look deeper into everything, and then other things.
Sort of feels like TYT. Oh my god, I can't keep up with chat here. I used to watch TYT. Oh my god, no, I'm reading the wrong chat. What am I doing? I was about to read Sitch's chat. I was like, why can't I find the chat I'm looking for? Sort of feels like TYT is some sort of Trojan horse factory at this point. Yeah, I mean, like, and maybe a more pernicious way than like the Vosh Clout network. I mean, it's a similar phenomenon, but it's definitely on another level. Like Vosh at the moment is not siding with Anna on any of this stuff. The number of I Left the Left grifters they've produced, yeah, seems to be too great to assign to mere chance. And maybe we should talk about the YouTube algorithm too, right? Because it does seem to be better at aggregating right-wing audiences than it is at aggregating left-wing audiences. Some people, when, you know, there's been some talk about TYT being like a punching bag on YouTube, and that meaning that they were for a while, they were the most popular like news show on YouTube. Their chat was just chocked full of right-wing, you know, just spam, and you know, it was just constantly the young turds, the young turds, the young turds. Right-wingers hated them, and you know, obviously they'd get targeted by other like right-wing channels that were trying to gain clout from them. But if their response to that is just to flip and be like, actually, we're leaving the left, I don't know. That's there is a phenomenon of, as a YouTuber, and I'm very aware of this, right? Of being shaped by the algorithm, right? Now, how that would look like for me was that if I was constantly doing videos on, like, you know, Vosh and Xander Hall, and sometimes I need to, right? Sometimes they're doing a lot of harm, and I need to concentrate on them for a while. But I never want my entire, like, you know, presence on YouTube to be, you know, just about that, right? But the algorithm wants it to be like that, right? The algorithm wants me to make videos on Vosh, on Keffels, on Xander Hall, on Dylan Burns, on people like that, and you know, there is a need to call some of their shit out, but there is also a need to not be obligated to talk about that at the exclusion of other stuff, right?
Happened. So the misrepresentation of what was happening to Asian Americans. So there would be all these videos of Asian Americans getting sucker punched or hit over the head with, you know, whatever. And the main narrative on the left was, this is anti-Asian hate. Yeah. But actually,
and Anna's says that narrative is wrong, and the real narrative is that we need to get tough on crime, right? We need to get tough on that's the real narrative.
If you look at all of those stories individually, it usually involved like
Yo, Woody Red, tell Keffels to leave my friends alone, okay? Tell Keffels to apologize to Zara. We literally, like, if you watched my reaction to Keffels debating Polly, you saw Keffels lie about Zara. Now look, I will say that there are some stuff that Keffels has done that's really good, right? like her fundraising for Southern Equality, her fighting against harassment sites. I was 100% behind her on that. But when she turns over and like starts like, we got to go over we got to go after these tenderqueers. We got to go after these pit crews, like, you know, and she starts running her own kiwi farms, right? That's when it goes too far. When she's on her Reddit asking for people to find dirt on Mommy Big D, right? Because one of her Mean Girl Squad, like, you know, said something nasty about her for once, right? That's where it goes too far, right? I would love to see, you know, Keffels return to form, but unfortunately, not my hopes aren't too high on that.
Repeat criminal or someone who's just been left on the streets with severe mental health issues, like people basically carrying out these acts of violence because
like she literally came in here asking to debate me, and I told her that I'm not going to do anything with her until she apologizes to Zara. She lied about you. You all know Zara, right? Does anybody in here think that Zara is anti-femboy, is anti-gender non-conforming people, anything like that? You know, that's what Keffels said about a mod. That's what Keffels said about a smaller content creator, right? And she just left that lie hanging there like a stinky fart. Okay, listen, if you're gonna come in my chat or come in Polly's chat and leave a stinky fart, you need to apologize for that fart, right? You need to be like, that was me. Sorry.
Don't have their head in the right place. They need help, whatever it is. But like to just brush it off as, oh, it's just anti.
But no, I was just saying that I don't specifically want to talk about like Vosh, Keffels, Xander Hall, you know,
Asian hate that's been inspired by the right wing. It just wasn't true.
Yeah.
And, you know, I just thought it
and I also said that what Anna's doing is on a different level. So as much as I do have a problem with the White Leaf Network, which Keffels and Vosh are both a part of, while I do have a problem, you know, with that injection of anti-SJW mentality into the left, I recognize that Anna's leaving the left grift is much more pernicious. So please recognize that, right? I'm just trying to give you, you know, the facts. I'm just trying to be real with you here, and I think I am, right? I'm not exaggerating the harm done by people like Vosh and Keffels to the degree where I would compare it to what Anna Kasparian and Jink are doing, right? That's on another level. I do recognize that. They're on another level from Destiny, right? Destiny is way worse. I try to put these things in perspective. I try to put these things in context. I don't want to overblow the harm that somebody's doing, but at the same time, I can't, you know, because Keffels was a friend of mine, and it would have been really easy for me to just kind of, you know, ignore, you know, what she was doing in attacking her own community, but it wouldn't be right.
It was wrong to frame it that way, when in reality, there was a real issue with, you know.
No, like Sarah didn't have a falling out with her, Woody. She was debating Polly. Polly kind of got her on something, and she pivoted towards making accusations at Zara for no reason, right? It was just the most random thing in the world. Oh yeah, well look at what your mod said, right? And shows a Discord chat of Zara that where she's not doing anything wrong, and implies this is proof that Zara is anti-gender non-conforming people, right? It was just the most, and you saw what she did with Bad Empanada too. Bad Empanada, granted, is you know, got his own problems, right? But yeah, just the brazenness with which she was willing to lie about him was kind of shocking. And this is coming from somebody who was friends with her back when she was Claro Oliveira.
Repeat offenders, and in some cases, people with severe mental health
and honestly, somebody who wants to see her return to form, like that was inspired by her ability to get attention to issues that really not enough people were talking about, right? Anyway.
Issues, honestly, randomly targeting all sorts of people. But, you know, since a lot of this was happening in areas like San Francisco, where there's a sizable Asian population, the narrative on the left became, oh, it's just anti-Asian hate that's been inspired by the right. And I just didn't really see much.
Okay, so what she's talking about here, do you all remember? Okay, so I'm going to say something that's offensive, right? So get ready. This is edgy Irene. No, I'm not really being edgy, but I just want to take you back to sort of the beginning of the Panini. Did anybody hear? Yes, Chad Alpha, you are one step ahead of me. You're one step ahead of me, right? People were talking about using words like Kung Flu, and Trump called it a Chinese virus, right? right? There was a lot of incitement towards hate against Asian people, right? Against and you know, so I don't know. You can never look at an attack and say this attack happened for this exact reason and this exact reason only. It's always more complicated than that. But for Anna to say that none of those attacks had to do with the incitement against Asian people that was perpetrated by the right, by Trump, by right-wing, you know, assholes, right? It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. You know, if you want to say it's more complicated than that, fine. You know, that we're having a conversation there, right? But to say that that didn't happen, which is exactly what Anna's saying right there. She's saying that this was just a rise in violence, what spurned by, you know, the fact that for a few months we got tough on the police, at least, you know, in social media, people were critical of police. That's how she wants to see, that's where she wants to place the problem, rather than there was a problem with anti-Asian right-wing incitement that you probably contributed to some of these attacks, right? It's just ridiculous.
Evidence of that.
You 100% noticed the shift?
Then there was the attacks on straight news journalists who were doing their jobs.
But all it takes is like one Jussie Smollett incident, right? And I feel like maybe they even talk about this. Anna's saying that leftists being mean to police caused an upswing in, yeah, well, that somehow it emboldened criminals. It made it, you know, cops couldn't do their job. They were afraid of, like, nobody was, you know, there's enough extreme incidents of obvious police brutality, police overreach, and, you know, police violence along racial lines that, you know, the idea that like police are afraid to do their job, it kind of comes off as ridiculous, right? Asian Americans have experienced an onslaught of attacks during the Panini. The reported forum, Stop the Hate AAPI hate, collected 2,000 plus incidents of discrimination. Yeah, I mean, this is verified, right? This is verified. Now, if you want to say that, like, in every single incident, it's not like 100% obvious, like what exactly spurned the attack to happen. I mean, I guess, right? But if you're going to say that it's not happening at all, I've got to call you out on that.
For instance,
that's garbage.
When Lee Fong was
cops have never been afraid of doing violence against people who aren't white. Exactly. They get away with it.
Reporting on the BLM.
Jussie Smollett was a gift to the white supremacists. Exactly. And they've been riding that horse ever since.
BLM protests.
And trying to, you know, any incident, like we're talking about an incident that happened to Elliot Page the other day, where he got threatened in public, and the immediate reaction was that he made it up. And comparing him to Jussie Smollett, yeah.
When he was accurately reporting on the BLM protests and some of the violence that took place during those protests.
Lee Fong, can anybody tell me about what was the nature of Lee Fong's reportage during the protests? Anybody know?
His own colleagues at The Intercept tried to paint him as a racist. I've known Lee Fong for many, many years, since I started working at TYT.
I honestly have not been following Lee Fong at all.
Guy doesn't have a racist bone in his body for them.
This Lee Fong commentary is so reductive. It was multiple times he was called out by coworkers regarding his coverage of Black issues.
To paint him in that way, I thought was disgusting.
And he's at The Intercept, right?
And it had a chilling effect, right? The whole point.
Yeah, that's why, like, when some like, I don't know, I feel like there is some good reporting from The Intercept, right? But I feel like when somebody uses The Intercept as a as like a source, I'm always like a little bit nervous because of stuff like this.
What
did Anna do now? Well, she's on Lilo and Stitch. She's on Sitch and Adam. This is like it's like a right wing, but don't call them right wingers to their face because they'll deny it and they'll say that we're just disaffected lefties. Actually, it's enlightened centrist, right? Kind of chuddy podcast that she's on here.
Intimidate journalists from doing.
Always be nervous with The Intercept. Okay, so I'm not wrong to do that then.
On what's actually occurring on the ground. Then there was what happened to Jesse Singal, which I found disgusting.
So can somebody, is it Singal or is it Single? I always pronounce his name Singal, but maybe I'm wrong. White lady saying, I know this person. They have not a single racist bone in their body. Okay, Anna, if anyone is qualified to... yeah. Well, it's really going off the deep end. Anna Kasparian knows what she's doing when she talks about violence of the BLM riots. Yeah, so her saying that she's not... The way that she's trying to characterize her political transformation is disingenuous, right? And now am I going to call her a grifter? I don't know what's in her heart. I can never tell, okay? I'm not Ansem the Wise, okay? I don't study, like, hearts and heartless and nobodies and all that complicated science like that, right? Like, I'm not some kind of Keyblade expert here, right? I can't tell you exactly what's going on in Anna's heart, but I will say that, yeah, it seems disingenuous. It seems disingenuous. Zara remembers, wait, what did Zara say? Li Fong has made such an anti-black pivot. Yo, I honestly have not heard that name in years. You can't give him credit for any of his previous stuff. Okay. Yeah, I don't even remember what his previous stuff was. Totally disingenuous. Yeah, Anna knows better. She's doubling down. Yeah, I mean, like, this is her thing. This is her thing now. Tried to watch Hassan cover it, but he mostly fought with chatters over the bonus hole. Oh my god, were the chatters being shitty or was Hassan being shitty?
I didn't know about that until at some point this year. I would say earlier this year.
With the trans stuff? Jesse's been on the show before. Yeah, he's done.
I am not surprised.
Jesse Singal is a good faith, I think, critical thinker.
So my understanding of Jesse Singal comes from some earlier in his career where he worked together with another reporter named Katie Herzog. And, this was the detransitioner grift, right, that they were on, right? They would find detransitioners, they would report on them with the editorial direction that the existence of these detransitioners was should spur us to restrict gender affirming medical interventions, hormones, etc. Right? That was the gist of their coverage. Yeah, and that's kind of where he started from, and never going to follow up to say, oh yeah, the detransitioner that we did a whole front page thing for The Stranger about, yeah, it turns out that they have retransitioned now. They were in a bad place where people didn't accept them, and they detransitioned to take the the heat off of themselves to stop getting mistreated, and then once they got into a better place, they retransitioned. They never report that part because they want you to politicize trans healthcare. So nasty stuff, right? Now again, I don't know what's in Jesse Singal's heart, and it seems to me on a level it doesn't matter, because the effect of Jesse Singal's journalism is to deprive trans people of access to medical care, right? So even if he has the best intentions, he's doing harm. And we really need to concentrate on intention less and affect more, especially when we're talking about journalists or streamers or any kind of public figure like that.
I'm subscribed to Blocked and Reported. I have listened to endless
chatters were pushing back from both sides. Good content for the next stream. He was saying that the bonus hole was cringe, but it's like, okay, here's the deal, Hassan, if you're not a trans guy, I don't want you saying that's cringe. All right, you're talking about people dealing with their dysphoria, right? And if that helps them deal with their dysphoria, they should do it, okay? Like, don't tell me that, like, unless you don't know what you're talking about, Hassan. But yeah, he's trying to do the both sides kind of thing. You should ignore it. Well, I mean, like, the you should ignore it thing. Yeah, I mean, it's not really about, it's not something for people outside of like trans mask circles to even like comment on. The chatters were pushing back from both sides. God damn. They're like, the bonus hole is bad optics. Like, who cares? Come on.
Podcast episodes from Blocked and Reported. I haven't seen anything from Jesse Singal that communicates to me that he is a transphobe, that he is a bad person. He did straight news reporting on basically what, some of the
straight news reporting
risks could be when it comes to transitioning.
Maybe cis news reporting.
Literal kids with puberty blockers and then cross-sex hormones. And through his reporting, which I'm very sad to say I didn't really come across.
Well, yeah, like the right will find stuff like this that's like meant for like inter-community discourse and try to bring it out into the public, into a public that just doesn't have any context for it. Doesn't understand why, a term like that would exist, and then politicize it.
Until this year.
It's the basic libs of TikTok strategy.
I learned that I was wrong about a bunch of other things, right? So for instance,
he was saying it isn't news while covering it. Oh my God.
It is a lie that puberty blockers are reversible. In some cases, they are not, and they can cause irreparable harm. And look, you might think, okay, but you got to do a balancing act. And
okay, so here's the balancing act that needs to be done, right? And here's who needs to be involved in this. So what she's saying, right? What this implies is that doctors and their patients, some of whom may be, between like, so some of whom may be going through puberty, right, are not competent to be able to make a medical decision informed by standard of care, informed by knowledge of side effects, informed by knowledge of like what's reversible and what's not. But I will tell you 100%, Anna, what is not reversible is puberty, right? And if you want these kids to be able to decide like what identity that they want to have, you gotta put a pause on that puberty, okay? That's like the only way. And what you're doing in here is coming in and trying to get in between a doctor and their patient, right? That is who is involved in it. The first, like the doctor, patient, and to a lesser degree the parents, right? That's who should be involved. We're talking about standard of care here. Do people not realize that there's something wrong with politicizing standard of care? Like, you don't see me being like, yo, I don't know about those prostate treatments, I don't know about those prostate treatments that they're doing on 45-year-old, 50-year-old, 55-year-old guys. I don't know. I don't know about those prostate treatments. I don't know. Should they really be doing that? No, because I don't know. I'm not an expert on that niche of health, right? But you know who is? The person's doctor who's going to handle that, right? And I trust them to go by standard of care, and I trust the patient and the doctor to be able to make a decision on like some of that's like, there's surgeries that are like irreversible that they can do to deal with, prostate issues, right? And there is sometimes a question about whether that surgical intervention is the best intervention to take, but we don't even question that, right? Me bringing this up sounds weird, doesn't it? The idea that I would inject myself into this conversation between a doctor and their patient is weird. And it's just as weird for Anna to be injecting herself in a conversation between a young patient and their doctor, right? A pediatrician and their doctor. That's weird, right? You don't have the expertise to know what you're talking about. You just read a bunch of propaganda from Jesse Singal. And you think, and this is another vice signal that you have to be like, I'm not like the other leftists, love me. Oh my God, Anna, you're a horrible person. I gotta say it. She's a horrible person. Anyway.
Child, or if a teenager had severe gender dysphoria and it would actually be better for that person to go on puberty blocks. Okay, I mean, we should be able to balance that out. But my point,
we should be able to balance that out. Anna, the doctor and the patient should be able to balance that out. Why are you inserting yourself into this discourse? Why are you talking on a right-wing podcast about the healthcare of people who are not here to tell you that you're completely wrong about this, right? or doctors who will tell you, yes, there are a lot of complicated factors that need to be balanced. And I, as a doctor, have studied this stuff. I have as a doctor, have read the literature. I have clinical experience in this. You don't have this. You don't know what you're talking about, right? You're making this assumption that I'm making these decisions based on political calculations. No, I could lose my license for that. I take an oath to do the best by my patient that I possibly can. And you politicizing this and getting in the way of that doctor-patient relationship is entirely inappropriate. Doctors are able to evaluate and adjust their policy regarding these kinds of things independently. Yeah, these do not need to be politicized. That's the issue with trans kids, right? Is that like these are complicated decisions, but they are not complicated decisions to be made in like an uninformed political space with the backdrop of transphobia.
Here is withholding the information because you don't like the information getting out there ain't the way to go, because that
liberal woman swan dives into right-wing conservative politics after being inconvenienced. Tale as old as time. Yeah.
Destroys any opportunity for us to actually have a good faith debate about.
You want to have a debate about somebody's doctor-patient relationship and a butt out. It's not your business. There, you adding your uninformed opinion to the discussion. It shouldn't be a debate. Why are you trying to? Are you so debate pilled? Are you such a debate bozo that you can't? Like everything needs to be a debate. You know, like okay, well then let me go and interfere with people's prostate care because I'm not sure about that, doctor. Are you sure you should be doing that procedure? And the doctor's like, it's what I'm trained for, evaluating the patient and deciding what intervention to take. But no, go on, person that doesn't know anything about prostate health. It's so weird. It's so weird that like they don't see the problem with politicizing medicine. That's weird. No, but their assumption is that it's already politicized. Their assumption is that there's some kind of political correctness run wild in the medical professional, and it takes dumbasses like Anna Kasparian, Sitch, and Adam to correct this, to unskew this. Thank you. Oh my God. I'm sorry, your help is not needed. Your help is not needed in this situation. Why can't we have a good faith debate on medical care and civil rights of persecuted minorities? Yo, this is an object lesson today, right? Apparently Anna said her bills are going up. They also have no money on the left. It's all on the right. So she actually said that? Yeah, V, it's the same thing. It's politicizing, standard of care, which is a complicated discussion that goes along between medical professionals deciding, what the standard should be as far as what interventions are applied where, right? And you take, the informed doctor that's informed not only with research, right? With medical training, with understanding of complicated subjects like endocrinology. Like, oh my God, of all the things for lay people to be weighing in on, endocrinology is one of the more complicated fields of medicine, right? Sometime I want to show you a chart on sex hormones, right? And how they all come from a cholesterol backbone, and how they can be converted into one another depending on like enzymes and a number of factors, right? It's actually really it's way more complicated than you think, right? There's so much going on with endocrinology. We have to talk about multiple organs here. It's so complicated. Endocrinologists don't even pretend to have a complete understanding of the system. Yeah. Anna Kasparian's collapse will be used by the establishment neoliberal Democrats worse than Vosh to push propaganda that left-wing politics will always dissolve into right-wing politics.
What we should do moving forward. What are the pros and cons? So there's that, all of this stuff it started adding up. And through listening to Blocked and Reported, I found out I got a lot of stories wrong as well. Rebecca Jones ended up being a liar and a grifter. And
okay, so now Rebecca Jones, what reported on? I'm trying to remember. Oh my God, I don't remember.
I wouldn't have known that. I wouldn't have known that had I not, opened my mind up to other voices.
Rebecca Jones was the one that went after DeSantis, right?
Yeah, totally. Yeah. And she's a complete liar. And
yeah, isn't she the one that DeSantis actually went after?
We uplifted her, we enabled her, and I feel disgusting that we did that. So I issued a retraction and a correction on that story. I don't know what the reaction was.
My reaction was good.
Yeah.
But what is some of the reaction? Like one of the problems that we often have, obviously we're labeled right wingers all the time. Anyone who watches,
I feel so bad for you. Wait, that's Adam, right? I'm trying to keep my grifter straight. That's Sitch with the Rantsona and Adam with the
which is our show. Knows we're
with the face on cam,
pretty much like disaffected liberals. To call us right wing.
Yeah, you and Tim Pool, right?
Is just, it's kind of laughable. But we are constantly called right wingers just because we don't straw man the arguments that are made on the right. And so many people on the left, all they are familiar with is the straw man version of the trans.
And some people in the chat, all they are familiar with is the top of the hour and the bottom of the hour ad break. They're getting that every single top of the hour and every single bottom of the hour, and they're not sure how to get out of that, right? There are some ways, though. If you have Amazon Prime, you can link that in with your Twitch, thus giving yourself a Twitch Amazon Prime sub that you can give to your favorite streamer, who is obviously me, right? No question about that. I won't let you argue with that, right? Obviously, I'm your favorite streamer, right? Then another way, if you don't have the Amazon Prime, or you've already used it for some lesser streamer, which happens, right? I guess it could happen. Right? You can pay $5 to get that sub for yourself, and just take care of that like that. And if $5 is something that you can afford, I would encourage you to do that. You'll also get lots of emotes as well. Or now here's the fun part, or the scary part, or the I don't know what I want to call it, right? You could take your chances, okay? If you're active in chat, there is some chance that somebody, out of the kindness of their own heart, will take pity on you, will look at you with your little non-Persona 2 head having name tag, and will grant you a gift sub. That is possible. It is by no means a certainty, right? So if you really want to get out of those ad breaks, if you really want to get access to the emotes and more, then get yourself a gift sub. But yeah, there's some chance that somebody might take care of it for you. Hi, Karen Robledo. I hope I'm reading your name correctly. Welcome to the stream. All their BS really causes these guys. These guys are grifters too, calling themselves centrist like Tim Pool. I wonder if Anna thinks cis is a slur too. She thinks Karen is not. Look, if they were really like what they claim to be, right? Like a disaffected lefty is like Vosh or Demon Mama, okay? Like, yeah, that does exist. Right? Lefties who want to vice signal and say, I'm not like the other lefties. That's Vosh and Demon Mama and Shark and, all the rest, right? That's the White Leaf Network that we're talking about there, right? Those people do exist. They are not Sitch and Adam. If you ever see Demon Mama cover Sitch and Adam, she's going to be disagreeing with them, right? Even Demon Mama knows that these guys are not these guys are right wingers. So please miss me with this disaffected lefty thing. We know what disaffected lefties look like. We're on Twitch politics, for God's sake. Like, most of the quote unquote leftist streamers out here have a flavor injection of anti-SJW reactionary takes to boot, right? Because you're kind of not allowed to operate without that
issue or some particular news story. So what is some of the reaction that you have gotten?
But you hope YouTube doesn't ban you?
That.
Well, I mean,
God, for saying cis, yeah,
has not been great. I mean, look, that leftist mafia stream was
here we go.
unbelievable to me. Like the accusations that
Anna is serving the tea. Let's go.
were thrown out there.
Are you ready, chat?
Olay implying that I'm racist because as a woman, I don't want to be called a birthing person. Like that has,
Oh no, I thought she implied. Wait a minute. Where is she getting this? Can anybody explain this to me? Is there any logic to what she's saying? My understanding is that Olay's the closest thing to calling you out for being racist that Olay did was to show your like hit parade of saying the N-word with a hard R like over and over again.
I mean, race didn't come up at all until she brought it up. And then she was the only one on that stream who brought race into it. And
It is definitely pimp tool logic.
like made it abundantly clear that she's got an issue with white women and just thinks they're all the same and like, whatever. and then after I basically called her out on it, she's like, "Oh, you're attacking me and only me because I'm black." And it's like, no, you're the only one in that
Attacking
group
you.
of people who attack me and accuse me of being racist because I personally want to be called a woman. So, I mean,
I'm not sure that they fully understand the damage that accusation can do. And if they do,
Yo, like this, so yeah, here's the take that like, yo, let's not worry about who's saying slurs, like, right? Let's worry about who's calling people racist. And if you can't prove beyond not just the shadow of a reasonable doubt, but like any kind of like the absolutely prove, absolutely find a picture of that person in a Klan robe, marching down the street, find a picture of that person in Charlottesville carrying a tiki torch, then you can't call them a racist. That's just unfair.
that makes it even
understand.
Nobody called her a racist for wanting to be called. I don't know what she's talking about. Any ideas? I am too 100%. That's not how it went down. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I can't put this, like, I'm trying to put together like what she's thinking. What's up, Aaron Quinn? Everyone is still calling her a woman, Anna Kasparian. Look, here's the deal, okay? Birthing person is an umbrella term which encompasses women, but not all women, and also other people who give birth, right? It's just an umbrella term, right? And is she resenting the fact that she fits under that umbrella? But at the same time, what you get is that she's acting like people are calling her a birthing person. I mean, yeah, like technically that applies, Anna, but if you don't want to be called a birthing person, I very much doubt that's going to be a problem. Like, right? And she acts like it's like this is a new name they've come up with because they're too PC to say woman. No, because we're not talking about women. There are women who aren't birthing people. There are birthing people who aren't women, right? So the umbrella term becomes useful there for when we're talking about, pregnancy, right? If you really want to talk about pregnancy and the people that are going to experience pregnancy, birthing person is, a way to go. It's not like, I mean, there's a number of terms that you could use, right? But some people, some people came up with birthing person, and she's just taken this so personally. She's trying to be like white cis women are under attack from black trans people. It's classic BS. She's playing to her audience. If you force people who aren't women to be called women, yeah, exactly. That's the thing, is that Anna's acting like something's being forced on her that's unfair, when in actuality, what she wants to do is force like the label of, and you've seen Jink when he talks about trans women in sports. What does he say? There's a biological difference between men and women. Okay, great, Jink. Thanks for letting us know that you consider us men. That's wonderful. And Anna, I guess, is telling, trans guys that, like, I mean, just this is an F off to the trans community. So are you really surprised that trans TYT network people are leaving? Right? I'm surprised that people like Benny had as much patience with Anna and with Jink as she did, right? That's my surprise. I don't think I would have lasted that long, right? I think that Benny went to great lengths to try to talk them out of this, right? But there was they closed the door on her. What was she supposed to do? Jink, I can lift heavy weights, so trans women aren't real women.
They understand.
Okay.
They understand.
I mean, that makes it even more horrible. I think she published a video of you that was you saying the N-word, and it was back when, YouTube.
Back when it was cool to say the N-word, back when it was totally okay. No, like, okay, so let me put this into perspective, right? We're not talking about Anna, like, calling people the N-word or anything like that. We're talking about Anna, an editorial decision made by the Young Turks of, hey, when a story comes up where somebody uses the N-word, should we say, and then that person said the N-word, or should we say, and that person said, and then you actually say the N-word with the hard R, because that's what the person said. And Anna and Jink were just like, no, we're gonna say the N-word with the hard R. We're not gonna what? Like, well, let's let her say it in her own words.
YouTube didn't have this big prohibition on saying the N-word, and you weren't, it's not like you were calling people the N-word. You were using it, quoting stories. So all of these are taken out of context, which is completely.
Keep talking about trans issues without Benny or Ravana. Now, I don't know, is Ravana still with the TYT network? I don't follow that closely, so I'm not sure. There are people on TYT that I like a lot, but them, look, and that's why, like, I think that Benny did the right thing, right? And I think that, honestly, if you're a trans ally on the TYT network, you got to do the right thing. You can't stay with an organization like this, right? I get why Benny stayed as long as she stayed, but I'm glad she's out. That's a toxic environment, right? Talk about being gaslit. Talk about being gaslit. Jink is going to say, we have trans people in our network. What are you talking about? Transphobic? We hire trans people. And then he's going to turn around, and when he's talking about trans women in sports, he's going to call us men. That's a toxic environment.
Unfair.
Yeah, I mean, look, so it's really funny because that compilation video wasn't made by her. If you guys,
I'm an OBGYN who's been practicing using gender neutral terms since day one. My patients are never confused or offended. People only get offended when trans people are explicitly included.
Remember, at some point last year, everyone was going after Rogan for saying the N-word. And so someone on the left had made a compilation video of all the times he had said the N-word on his podcast.
So I will grant to Anna that I don't think that like Rogan got caught saying some messed up stuff. The worst thing I ever heard Rogan say was that he wanted to see the movie Planet of the Apes. He was looking for the listing of like what theater it's playing in, right? And the one that he usually goes to, he couldn't go to, so he had to go to a theater in a different neighborhood. It happened to be like a predominantly black neighborhood, and so he goes to the theater to see Planet of the Apes, and he was one of the only white people in the theater. And his description of that was that it felt like he was in Planet of the Apes, right? So obviously Rogan's racism is on a whole nother level from Anna's. With Anna, it's more like her being an edgelord, right? It just feels like she really wanted to say it, and the fact that it's part of a news story gives her that. Yeah, Rogan's gross. Rogan is anybody that tells you that Rogan is like not an absolute opinion on this meme.
And then in response to that, someone on the right.
Benny is trans, Ravana isn't, so maybe she can challenge Anna and Jink, and they'll be good faith because, as Benny said, Jink thinks all trans people are in a bubble. That's right. We're going to watch that a little bit later. Some of you have already watched that video, it sounds like. But listen, like I would say to anybody that's at TYT, if you're a trans ally, I don't know what good you can do by staying with them, right? You're unwittingly providing them cover. There should be a cascade of resignations on TYT. Now, like with that said, I do understand that this is people's paychecks that I'm talking about, and it's not easy to, you know, it's not like this is, hey, what's up, Cosmopolitics? Good to see you. Amount of white leftist men who love, right? Yeah. It's that comedy thing, right? I feel dumb. I thought Ravana was, thought Ravana was what for some reason? Civil rights era, not all peaceful dogs, hoses, KKK, white flight, race riots, FBI. Oh yeah, her tweet today. That's what we're talking about. Yeah, like, look, I would say that, like, I'm not going to judge people who don't, because, like I said, I also understand that it's a paycheck, and maybe some people, you know, have cultivated relationships with Jink and Anna, and they think they can do some good. They think they can talk them out of this. I mean, I guess, but at this point, it's pretty hard to... I don't think that they're coming back from this, right? I really don't. I don't see Anna and Jink coming back from this. A lot of people assume that it's an honest mistake. Wait. Honestly, the feeling of going backwards is getting louder with Anna Kasparian falling into the right wing. Keep in mind, TYT were the people criticizing the squad in Congress. Can we talk about the YouTube algorithm as well, right? The YouTube algorithm contributed greatly to the creation of the original alt-right in 2016. And it seems to be doing something similar now. It's really frustrating, right? That for right-wingers, the kind of controversy that they court by stating their unfiltered right-wing opinions, and by unfiltered, I mean like transphobic, for instance, right? Compared to like left-wingers espousing unfiltered opinions, like, I don't know what is their excuse for that. College age Rogan fans probably less so, but others, yeah, they're more anti-vax. That's definitely a big part of Rogan's audience. He's been more and more like, you know, at the beginning of the pandemic, actually, he wasn't like that, and he's just kind of settled into that role.
Made a compilation of all the times like I had said the N-word, right? Or me and Jenk had said the So someone on the right made that video. And we had a company meeting, the producers, everyone. We got to
John Adirola, and Fran, there are definitely good people at TYT, and I feel bad for them. I feel really bad for Benny, you know, just kind of like being forced into this position, you know, wanting the people that you work for to be better, and trying to, you know, do what you can to bridge their gaps of understanding, and just having Jink shut the door on you the way that he did to her.
Together, and this is like years and years ago. The last time we actually uttered that word on air was in 2012. But we sat down and we talked about whether we should actually say the word when we're quoting someone that we are condemning as racist, or should we sanitize it and say N-word instead?
So that's what I was trying to remember what the language that she used. So saying the N-word, and then he called her the N-word and then he called her, and then she says the N-word with the hard R, right? She's calling that sanitizing it. So what Anna's implying there is that by her saying the N-word with the hard R, by her saying the N-word instead of saying the actual N-word, that somehow she's letting the racist off the hook. And she's claiming that by her saying the N-word with the hard R, she's going harder on the racist than those of us who are going to say it with the hard R. Or sorry, those of us who are going to say it, that are going to say the N-word, right? And have and have, you know, people know what that means. It's not like anybody's like, the N-word, what is that? Napkin, noodle, what is the N-word? No, people know what the N-word is, right? People, if you say the N-word, people know what that is. I don't think you're sanitizing anything. I think, but what you are doing is making your stream a little bit more accessible, maybe to like black people who don't exactly want to hear another white person say the N-word. Yeah. But apparently Anna does not value that. Like that's not her priority. So whatever. But she doesn't do this anymore. Like at some point, obviously, it became unsustainable for TYT to continue to. Yeah, neoliberal. Yo, you got it. You got it, Ronan O'Donnell. Neoliberal, the real N-word. Anna's, in my opinion, Anna's BS is classic 4chan. Hey, how can we normalize saying racial slurs? Gross shit. I think it just depends on the context. Language is only as powerful as we make it. Yeah, but like, please at least be able to put yourself into like, you know, somebody's shoes. Because for like, look, if I hear like, you know, somebody saying the literal N-word, right? That's going to have a different effect on me than it would if I was black, right? And if you want an audience, if you want to cultivate an audience that's not just, you know, people that are unaffected by the power that word really does have, because it's been used to disempower black people for hundreds of years, right? Then maybe you don't need to say the word. I don't know. I mean, I feel like this is a pretty much a 2013 conversation that we're having here, and most people have moved on. And if you haven't moved on, maybe do a little reflection, right? Maybe do a little reflection of why the rest of society has decided that, yeah, like this is not a word that we need to be saying, even when we're quoting somebody.
And so we had a vote, and we decided at the time that it was better to actually read the quotes verbatim as opposed to sanitizing it.
See, Jim, I'm not sure that that's as five-head of a take as you think it is.
And I knew it would eventually come back to bite me in the ass, and it did. And I'm not going to apologize for it, because
bite you in the ass. Like, come on, don't play the victim here. You made the editorial decision. Own it.
Context matters, intention matters, and
if you want to say that you changed your mind, fine, like, right? But like, well, the feeling I get is that she didn't change her mind, that there was just too much pressure on her. That's what I'm taking from this, right? There was just too much pressure for her to continue to say the literal word. She wants to continue to say the literal word, but it's just unacceptable, and she feels a little bit, you know, she feels victimized by this. She's the victim.
People like Olay are trying to do is erase all of that, right? To make it seem as though intention is totally irrelevant, context is totally irrelevant. If she says someone's racist, then by definition, that person is racist.
Look, I don't know what Olay, you know, Olay clipped, you know, Anna's greatest hits of saying the N-word, right? I can't speak for Olay, but I am not trying to portray you as having the same racist intention saying that word as Joe Rogan did, okay? I think you're just extremely, I feel like inconsiderate is underselling it, though. Like, I want to say inconsiderate, but I want to say like inconsiderate times 10,000, right? You just literally don't care, like, what
racist, end of story, period. And I just disagree. I also disagree with racism of all.
I watched the compilation yesterday. They did a lot more than just quote the person. They would quote the person and then do their own little riff of the quote. And oh my God, okay, I didn't realize that. It's almost like they just wanted to say the N-word. It's almost like they just found a loophole to say the N-word.
All sorts.
And I'll never understand that, right? So on Twitch, there's a controversy known as the N-word Andy controversy. A now banned streamer named Destiny, you know, talked about, you know, saying the N-word in the context of a heated gamer moment, I believe, right? And how there's nothing wrong with that. You know, how could it hurt anybody? But what that implies to me, though, is that like they're getting something out of saying the N-word. like it's a release. It feels good. It's like when you say, like, you know, okay, like maybe you shouldn't say that, right? You're taking away their candy. You're taking away their treats, right? I don't understand why it is a treat to a gamer to get to say the N-word. I'll never understand that. I'll never understand what the attraction is to that. Even if it were just quoting them, they would be doing it despite being asked not to do it. They made a specific point of saying they were doing it despite not being able to do it. I mean, how else can we know if we are really free if white people can't say the N-word? Yeah, we don't really have the freedom of speech that we need to. When it comes to slurs, have people ever tried just don't?
Right? So I find it disgusting when people make generalizations about Black people or migrants or any group. Why would I somehow be okay making generalizations about white women or white people? Right? So
Think of the you know, all the white people affected by anti-white racism.
I find it gross and divisive.
And for the people that are saying that they're wondering if Vosh is gonna, you know, take that is gonna follow that dark seeker path of Anna, I can see what you're saying. I can definitely I'm just being honest though. Right now, there's a difference between what Anna's doing here and what Vosh and the rest of the White Leaf Network do on the daily, right? There's a commonality there, and it's like this white grievance. It's like, well, what about racism against white people? You know, what about slurs like the C word that rhymes with slacker, right? What about that kind of stuff?
And look, at the center of all of this is I've been doing this shit for like 17 years. And things have
She's an Ian cultist?
gotten worse.
Oh, she's worse than Ian.
And I just don't think whatever strategy the left thinks they're engaging in is an effective strategy. I think it's actually caused more harm than good. I think their rhetoric and their discourse.
Well, I mean, good for you, because you're not on the left anymore. You don't have to worry about us, Anna. You don't have to worry about our bad optics, because you're not one of us.
Is a lot of times ignorant of the facts. And I think that they go around accusing people of doing things that they themselves engage in. And I was part of that too. I'm trying to do better moving forward. But a lot of people are going to look at this and think, oh, well, then that means she's a right winger. Whatever. You can call me whatever you want. I don't care what you label me as. But
just not birthing.
Just as long as we remember that you're the victim, right, Anna? And if you don't want to be the victim of the ad break, right, there are several ways that you can by yourself get out of that, right? If you have Amazon Prime, you can connect that up to Twitch. You can get a free Amazon Prime to give to the streamer of your choice. Obviously, that's going to be me. Obviously, that should be me, right? But maybe it's not. Maybe you've already given that away. Okay, fine. Then you can pay $5. You can pay $5. You can get out of the ad break. You can get the emotes. You can get it all, right? Then the other possibility, right? The possibility, like, right? Because it's not a sure thing. It's not a sure thing by any memes. Is that if you are active in chat, there is a better chance that if somebody's in here and they're looking to give a gift sub, if they see your little name with no Persona 2, avatar by it, then they might give you a gift sub. That might happen too. And chat, like, look, we're at 88 out of 90 right now. If we can hit 100 by the end of the stream, then we're going to extend the stream even longer. And I'm going to go over Olimi's, I'm mispronouncing Olimi's. Yes, Olimi. We're going to go over Olimi's appearance. I'm always embarrassed. You all know that I constantly mispronounce people's names, but I'm always embarrassed when I do it, especially when I feel like I've got a name down and then I mispronounce it again, right? But we'll go over Olimi's appearance on the Vanguard, in which she talks about this whole drama with Anna. So we'll dive even deeper if you're willing to, right? That'll take 12 more subs to make that happen. So
person.
Don't call me.
If Anna can't be queen of the left, then she's leaving. That's like what is that like in was that in the Divine Comedy or something, where like Satan's like, if I'd rather be a prince in heaven than a
person with a uterus. Yeah, exactly.
I don't blame you at all. So
yeah. I don't know. I don't know what my labels are at this point,
Right.
because I don't fit in anywhere, I feel like.
You feel like you're becoming
Yeah, Olaimi Olurin.
politically
Olurin, yeah.
maybe a little bit.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
What do you think? What do you think's causing sort of this shift in the left and in media? Or I mean, first of all, I'm assuming you think there is a shift that's
Wait,
happening
Ben Burgess white knighted this conversation?
on the left and in media.
Mm-hmm.
Anna has been mispronouncing and shortening her name. Do you think she thinks being expected to pronounce black people's names is anti-white discrimination?
Well,
I mean, she will, regardless of whether she does or not, she will always find a way to make herself the victim.
it's funny because, a lot of them LARP is like anti-capitalist, like revolutionary.
Oh my God,
LARP.
Ben Burgess was really gross in defense of Anna.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah.
Nice.
But it's true. And so it's really funny because what they do is they are positioning themselves to attract a very specific niche.
That's it. That's it. Chromatic Mage, better to reign in hell.
Audiences, right? So they're going
That's
for
that's
the
her take.
purists, the people who like to think of themselves as
Look, like I know some of you are tired of my Kingdom Hearts metaphors, but this really does feel like Xehanort's gotten to Anna.
like far left, communist, socialist, whatever.
Or
But,
look, if you don't like Kingdom Hearts, we can just say Emperor Palpatine. How about that?
thing is, I mean, you can see it in the various streams. Like
Oh, Anakin Kasparian. Anakin Kasparian. It was right there in front of me the whole time. Oh my
talk
God.
about things through the lens of we're the most pure, like we're the most sincere in
Now, if this reminds you of Vosh,
what we're saying, whatever.
The real
like,
left. Yeah.
exactly, we're the real left. So when they do that, what ends up happening is
that's right. That's what you hear me say every day, chat. That's what I'm saying every day. I'm like, I come in here and I'm like, I just want you to know, chat, I am the purest. I am the best leftist. I'm the definition of leftist. No one is as pure as me. Look at how good I am. Virtue signal, virtue signal, virtue signal. Aren't I so great? Yep, that's me.
they become more and more extreme in what they are saying, right?
And then I do some LARPing and talk about my revolutionary cat girl tribunal, which I'm putting together. That's me. That's me for sure.
what they claim to believe. And at the heart of that,
have we been over the order of people that are going against the wall, right? Like usually we do that by now in the stream, right? I think I've been too busy pumping the gift subs to get us to 100 gift subs. If we can get to 100 sub points, then we will unlock a second half of the stream where we go over the Vanguard's conversation with Olaimi. Ben Burgess is kind of ridiculous. Yo, I feel like people were trying to set me up for drama with Ben Burgess at one point, and I just didn't want it. Like he was having Dylan Burns on, and somebody thought that I would be mad. I would be like, you got to deplatform Dylan Burns. I've never said that. I never said that. I didn't even call Dylan transphobic. Although, like, if you see that in his interaction with me, I can't exactly blame you either, right? But that was never my point, right? And like Ben Burgess, it's like there's something kind of pathetic about him, isn't there? I feel like any strike that I do against Ben Burgess is going to be punching down. I don't even know how. I just like Ben Burgess is not as smart as people say he is, and he gets away. Maybe it's because he's such a bad debater. I don't know. He gets way too much credit for basically everything in his career. Ben is like Destiny. That's a good comparison. Yeah, I could see that. If Destiny was slower of speech and more phlegmatic, you were roasting him. Chad is roasting Ben. Look, I'm trying to be nice. Right? Because it feels bad to punch down at Ben Burgess, but Chad is absolutely roasting him.
Actually doing is trying to attract a niche audience for what? To make money. Like I think there's a financial motive behind it.
This hurts. Right? For what? Says the privileged person, right? You know what it's for? Oh my god, Shakespeare! Thank you for the raid! Thank you for the raid. Thank you for activating my stand. Welcome, Sarah Wants a Cookie. Welcome, streamer. Welcome, raiders. How are you all doing? How are you all doing? Ben Burgess should have just stuck with political journalism and interviews instead of doing political debates. Yeah, he should just be a drama channel, like No Comment Chick. This is Ben Shapiro to AT. Anakin Kasparian. Yeah. Oh my God. It looks like there really is like a lag. What's up, alternative Miss Frizzle? Thank you for the snugs in chat. I always love to see snugs in my chat. Right? Can we post some more snugs? TYT is going to hire people who agree with Anna and Jink. Yeah, that's probably true. I think there's a yeah. The thing is, if you're on TYT, right, and you don't think that this stuff represents you, and you don't like this, you don't want to be associated with this, right? Another reason that you might want to consider resigning, right, despite the, you know, the one that I've already mentioned, is that you're going to draw attention to what they're doing, because there are some TYT fans that are really slow on the uptake. But if they start losing their satellite channels, people will start noticing, because people like John Adirola. People like some of these, you know, some of these other channels in the network, right? So if you disassociate yourself and you talk about it, right, that's going to bring attention to it. Also, you will be fired if you stay. Understand this, right? They're going to talk the talk about, yeah, we're all a big network and sometimes we disagree on things and that's okay. BS. Yeah, Benny quit yesterday. We're going to cover Benny's video right after this. We're going to be covering Benny's leaving the TYT video after this. What leftist streamers are that are to her left that is she talking about? Somebody said Hassan, yeah. Somebody said Hassan. I'm not sure if she called out Hassan, but John Adirola made a video clarifying his position on trans rights, but he didn't mention Anna and Jake. I mean, like, good on him. I'm glad he's saying something, but like at this point, like, look, he's gonna get canned. Like, they are all, anybody that doesn't toe the Daily Wire line that they are throwing out there is gonna get canned, right? So you can resign now and you know, be a hero, right? And especially to trans people, like, right, I appreciate what Benny did, and I know that it wasn't easy, right? I know that being an online content creator is financially precarious, and I also know that Benny has just activated an enormous, like, clout network against herself by speaking up about this. So I appreciate what Benny did by stepping away. I think people underestimate how difficult that is to do, right? Watch them hire Dave. No, I think they're going to be on Dave Rubin's show. It's wild. I was just thinking last week at one point, do I lose respect for people? Look, I don't want to do that, right? You know, like, I was worried about, you know, Benny being in that toxic environment. You know, I felt like, you know, more people needed to speak up. But she explains a little bit of what was going on, of what her process was as far as leaving TYT. Now, of course, there's, like, you know, a financial issue. You know, when you're part of a big network like this, it's hard to step away from that. Like I said, you're going to get all kinds of, you know, they're going to pay attention to that, right? They're gonna do things to try to harm, you know, Benny's career. Like, there's no doubt about it. That will definitely happen. Anybody with as much clout as Jink and Anna, making an enemy of them is really dangerous, right? But also, she thought that there was a chance, right? A small chance though it may be, there was a chance that she could change their minds, that she could talk to them, that especially given how they're, like, sort of relying on her as a fig leaf for their transphobia by saying, we have trans people, we hire trans people, we have trans people working for us, right? Obviously, we're not transphobic. I think that she thought that she could use some of that leverage to maybe change their behavior, but obviously, like, it fell on deaf ears, as we're going to hear later in Benny's own, in her own words. Hard to demand that any individual stand up alone, but the fact that she did, yeah, and it makes it easier for other people to do the same, right? And there's more people on the outside, right? There are former TYT hosts, there are trans former TYT hosts that will stand with her, right? And I yeah.
You know, they're competing with one another for, you know, a particular niche, a particular ideology that's reflected in these audiences. And I think I'm probably self-sabotaging right now career-wise.
And also, like I said, just doing this is going to put a target on Benny as far as the Young Turks are concerned, right? I'm sure they're big mad at her for stepping away. The more people though that step away, the more people they have to target, and so the less fire that comes like Benny's way, right? So other hosts, I would definitely encourage them to resign, right? I think it's the right thing to do. I'm not going to judge them if they don't. I know it's complicated. I know it's not an easy decision to make, but I really think it's the right thing. Just hard to demand. Yeah, exactly.
But I don't know.
Benny and Dr. Richie should start their own show. That would be cool.
The problem is once you see certain things, you can't unsee them.
Right.
And I can't just lie. I can't do it with a straight face. It's just not who I am.
What do you mean? Are you talking self-sabotaging by talking to us?
Okay. So as far as the union issue, they did union bust, but they union busted unsuccessfully. They did actually form a union at TYT. Am I right about this? I'm pretty sure that's what happened. Every accusation from Anna is a confession, right? They did manage to form exactly. John M. That's what happened.
Talking about these things in general, because
the leftists are only in it for the money and the clout. We centrists are all about politics, logic, and righteousness. Same BS as Pimtool, exactly. That's where I'd classify her now, right? IDW. You're gonna hear them talk about Jordan Peterson in a second here, right?
It's an interesting dynamic that we have here on the internet, because I do agree with you, and we've talked about this on the show many times. Like, the incendiary voices in the political space are the ones that get attention, blow their channels up.
The thing is, she's getting attention from the conflict with the left, right? She's getting more attention from the conflict, from attacking the left, from attacking people like Olaimi and all the rest, than she would if she were to come out and say, I've been doing a lot of thinking, and I honestly don't feel like capitalism is the best system. I don't know. I haven't read enough theory yet to know what to call myself, but I definitely feel like we should be moving away from capitalism. It's inherently unfair. It's the cause of so many problems that we have, right? If she said that, there would be less eyes on her than what she's saying right now. So she's full of crap, right? The things that she's calling virtue signaling, the things that she's calling purity culture, they are unironically less attention grabbing than what Anna's doing.
Get views, become rich, basically.
Yeah.
Conflict entrepreneurs is what I always call them. And we're in
you guys are like contrarian entrepreneurs at best, right?
Kind of we are in the same kind of position that you've kind of come to.
She's getting specific personal attention while going after an entire group of marginalized people. I call what they're doing chasing clout from trans people, right? The way that like Vosh will complain if somebody has a problem with Vosh will say, they're chasing my clout. They're a clout chaser. They're a clout goblin, right? No, like Anna's chasing trans people's clout here.
Like, we want to give an honest, fair.
Anna is forced to lick her wounds with reactionaries. Yeah, she's coping. This is her cope session.
Assessment of both sides of the argument and try to kind of come to some sort of truth. And one of the paths,
yeah,
that I think
the origin of the phrase purity culture, originally about right-wing anti-sex ed, incestuous, you belong to your dad, Christ. Oh my God. Yeah, that's scary stuff, like the daddy-daughter dances.
We've kind of fell into.
Oh yeah, didn't they call another name for the daddy-daughter date or the daddy-daughter dances was purity ball?
Is just, I think Sitch and I arguing points makes it interesting.
So thank you, focal film makers, for pointing out that I am not enunciating my words very well. I'm actually talking about Benny. Benny Carollo is a TYT host, not on the main show, but on some of the satellite shows, who resigned, basically in disgust out of the transphobic turn that Jink and Anna have taken as of late.
Enough that we can kind of build an audience. And watching
you wear white to the father-daughter dances in Cotillion as well because it's a purity thing.
Watching the videos of you last week, it kind of feels like that's kind of the direction you're going. It seems like Cenk is saying over the top things, and you're reeling him in, which is I got to tell you, when I'm watching your show, I'm going, oh look, Anna is just like Sitch. She won't let.
I wonder, what does anybody know what they're talking about? They're saying that Cenk is saying over the top things, and that Anna is reeling him in. Like, that makes it sound like Cenk is saying, like, you know, communism is based. And Anna's like, I don't know about that, Cenk. Actually, you know, have you looked at Venezuela? Like, I don't know. Like, what are they talking about? Because, like, I mean, I don't know what takes of Cenk that Anna could be reeling in. How do you spell it with a B? B-E-N-N-I-E.
Cenk have any fun?
Are you saying you're the one saying over the top things?
Look, constantly.
We are actually going to watch her vid in a second. So we'll...
Sitch is like the, no, Adam, you know, that we don't know that yet. So, but I think our audience understands that there's a little bit of a dynamic going there. That's fun, but at the same time, they are getting the information. So, unfortunately for my reputation, it's like, don't listen to Adam. You know, he's always...
They fought publicly over it many times now, Cenk and Anna.
That's funny. Yeah, I mean, again, credit to Cenk because he's not like one of these like people who get super offended if you correct him right there on the spot. It's just, I kind of went along with some of the more hyperbolic commentary. Mostly
she's giving MAGA vibes
because I was reading the same sources and I had the same. You know, I think he's doing better and better. Like we have a lot of conversations about a lot of these issues privately, and I'll just be like, look.
Sitch does the same thing to me.
Yeah.
But like I don't know which. I wish she'd say which viewpoints of Cenk she thought were like over the line that she corrected.
And I'll just be like, look. I mean, before he was gonna go.
Wait, Anna's husband's family is full MAGA?
He asked me if I thought it was a good idea that he was going to go debate Destiny, and I said no.
Now this is going to be interesting, right? Because her Rittenhouse take is really similar to Destiny's,
and it's mostly because I see a lot of clickbaity stuff going on in that realm too, like with some of the debate stuff that takes place. But also, I asked him like, "What are you guys going to debate?" So. First he said, oh, we're going to talk about like the Democratic Party and our disagreements about it. I was fine with that. But then he mentioned, he's like, and then we're going to talk about Rittenhouse. And you probably,
so he knew Rittenhouse was going to come up.
Yeah. I think they agreed on the topics ahead of time.
Okay. Wow. Okay.
And you know, we had a look, Cenk is his own man. The best I can do is share my perspective. And I just told him, I was like, but he was acting in self-defense. He was like, But look.
Wait, but did you hear what she said about? Now she said clickbaity, like so. She said that realm. She's talking about Destiny and his orbiters, right? So she's got like an air of caution about interacting with Destiny, and that's you know that's real, right? That's true. I mean that is 100% what Destiny and his orbiters are like, right? So it's almost like she wouldn't have a conversation with Destiny because she would assume that there's a good chance that he's trying to pull me into some drama for clicks. That basically it sounds like she was afraid of like Destiny kind of chasing Cenk's clout. But yeah, obviously on the Rittenhouse thing, she agrees more with Destiny than she does with Dog Karen Rittenhouse. Don't they talk about anything more recent? No, they just that and Jussie Smollett, right? They just want to go to the greatest hits. Anna and Destiny, yeah, they do agree on the from what I've seen, they have basically the same take on Rittenhouse.
Look, Cenk just has a different perspective. It is what it is. Like, I'm not here to talk shit about Cenk. You know, like we and again, I want to give him credit because we can have the conversation on air, this exact conversation. And he's going to say the exact same thing. I'm going to say my piece. And it's not going to lead to like an uncomfortable relationship with him. It's not going to lead to retaliation. And I really commend him for having an open mind. But to him, he just couldn't he just disagrees about it being self-defense. He thinks like he didn't need to like shoot the gun. He didn't need to kill people. I hear you. I wish it didn't end that way. But if I were in his shoes, I would have done the same thing.
Yeah. I probably would have prayed and sprayed. So, I mean, Rittenhouse did the right thing. Like, it's a good thing.
Yeah, I mean, you couldn't think of a more dehumanizing take. I don't know, was that...
He was...
okay, this is Adam speaking, right? I don't want to attribute the take to the wrong person. But yeah, that's like basically saying protesters, rioters, just pray and spray. They're all guilty. They're all like, I don't know, like, right? In a situation where, bringing a gun to that event is basically looking for an excuse to shoot someone. That's what Rittenhouse was doing. That's what's wrong with Rittenhouse, right? Whether you want to like hyper analyze, which Destiny will do, like the tape or the situation or the people that Rittenhouse, they do, research into the people that Rittenhouse shot, and they're like, oh, this guy looks pretty messed up too. I don't know about this guy, right? He shouldn't have been there. The point of the matter is he shouldn't have been there, right? Go to riots armed to, basically not just, I don't think it was just to quell riots. I think he wanted an excuse to shoot and he got it. Adam Friedland was part of Sploosh Town. They were extremely, Sploosh Town is like, where did Adam Friedland come up?
In control of the weapon instead of me, so.
Yeah.
It's funny that like, this gets thrown around a lot. Like people accuse you of grifting or other people of grifting when they start.
Also, Shakespeare, what was your stream about today? What was
start changing their beliefs, even though it's like you're changing your beliefs in a way that would like be more likely to hurt your career as opposed to help it.
Yeah, people that own the business told him that they told Rittenhouse that they didn't want him there.
I know.
Yeah, it's like insane because you know what? Like what so many people on the internet want is
I found the video that I've seen of people clipping of Anna reeling Jink in. Oh, okay. Whoa. Thank you, Natalie. You were always there with the you were very good at finding things. I will say that. And I appreciate you.
Just want you to choose one side very comfortably and to like fit into it and to just say like, these are the hyperbolic talking points. And then if you're like, well, let's add some nuance here, which pisses off your audience more often than not, you're like, well, you're a grifter. You're like, well, who am I grifting to exactly?
So I'm going to stick up for my audience a little bit because to their credit,
we had somebody
the
earlier.
The majority of people in the audience are open-minded and are open to new information. I think that there is a small but very loud minority in our audience and on the left in general that...
I mean, let me give you another framing for what Anna's talking about here. There are a large part of the TYT audience are people who have been watching them for years, people who are attached to their personality and don't really hold strong political viewpoints. They ascribe to some form of left progressive politics because that's what Jink and Anna have been espousing. But once, that changes, they change too, right? So their attachment is same thing with Vosh, right? People that should know better than to go along with Vosh's most like white fragility takes go along with them anyway because they're attached to him. They see him as a hero. They think that they know him, right? That's what's going on here. These are the people that and if you were like, and we're going to go on Gavin McInnes next week, right? They'd be like, okay, sounds pretty cool. I guess the Proud Boys got a bad rap or something, right?
Tell us that if Trump was standing on the steps of the White House and murdered someone, he'd still vote for him. Same with you?
Mm-hmm.
How come?
I don't know. I like Trump. He just got something about him.
There's something about him. Again, with the nuance BS, human rights, murder, there's no both sidesing these issues.
Trump can do no wrong. That was the dominant message among some Trump supporters who spoke to our very own Michael Schor at the former president's rally in Pickens, South Carolina over the weekend. Let's watch a little more of the reaction to Michael Schor's question.
There are indictments. There's audio tape of him with classified documents, sharing them with people who didn't have that security clearance. Does any of that bother you?
No, I think they've been after him so long that all of this is just a witch hunt, like he described it. I don't think there's anything Trump's done wrong. I think that the desperate opposition is just after him. I mean, they started out, and they've been after him 8 different ways, and they're going to keep after him until they can get him in jail, I think.
They went after Richard Nixon, they went after Bill Clinton, and now the courts in several different states are finding different things about Trump. Is there anything that could happen with him indictment-wise that would say, all right, maybe this disqualifies him for president?
Not for me. I'm with him to the finish.
All right, thank you so much.
He could stand on the front steps of the White House and commit murder, and I'm with him.
So what I found interesting.
How do you stay monetized, TYT? I just want to know that.
Thing about that video is, on one hand, when he's referring to the Trump indictments, he's kind of.
I know that my monetization is gone now, so if you want to help me out with that, any kind of sub or gift sub or even a Twitch Prime sub, even a YouTube membership would help me out very well, because I take it that this stream just turned yellow. Like it's just saying something like that. It's just talking about, like, he referred to, something that is very much against YouTube's very strict terms of service. So yeah, there's no ad money on this stream.
Of repeating.
But there are 60 YouTube likes. I'm massively impressed like that. Okay, so I will let you know. Okay, so as far as records, right, for the stream, I think our record is 97 likes, right? I had a stream once where we got 97 likes during the stream, right? We've never quite broken 100. We got really close, but we didn't break 100. We're at 60 now. We're gonna do the Ben Carollo video after this, right? And if Twitch can drive that sub goal to 100, we'll also cover Olimey's appearance on the Vanguard. Yeah, I don't think we've ever watched Vanguard before, right? But what would be really cool to me is if we could hit 100 likes on YouTube, and if we could hit 100 sub points. Like, that would make me feel so good.
What he's heard in right-wing media about how there's no there there, these.
Anna is annoying because there is an argument to be made to understand poor white Trump supporters. These MAGA on the news are wealthy and like Trump because of the white. Yeah, their definition of a working class person is like somebody that owns a jet ski dealership, right? And yeah, is there a difference between a jet ski dealer owner and like the CEO of Amazon? Probably, right? Is there a difference between that person and Elon Musk? Sure, but you're not working class if your money's coming from the surplus value of other people's labor, right?
Indictments mean nothing. There's no evidence of him engaging in any wrongdoing. And I do think that that statement is the product of his media filter.
Okay, so yeah, that's right. Adam and Sitch, their volume is extremely low. TYT's volume, the one good thing I can say about TYT is their volume is high enough. Their volume is up to YouTube standards. So
bubble. However, with that,
petty bourgeois exist, and just because some of them have a hick accent doesn't make that's the thing. It's almost like we have a different definition of working class than working class.
That said, he also
right, like if you've got like a master's degree and you're like working at Starbucks and you're making minimum wage and you're barely able to keep a roof over your head, so you're sleeping in your car, right? You're not considered working class, right? Because you've got that fancy education.
It's that if Trump committed murder, he would still support him. And so that goes against, what my belief is in regard to most Trump supporters who just. It's not that they support his criminality, it's just that they don't believe his criminality to be true. But in this particular case, clearly this supporter doesn't really care too much about potential criminality or if he literally committed murder, which blows my mind.
And the guy before him. and a lot more people. So let me give you both sides here, because there's reality on both sides. So what do I mean by that? So first of all, having seen a ton of these interacting with Republicans outside of these interviews, but also seeing the whole breadth of the interviews that we do all the time. First of all, not all Republicans think that way. And so it's easy to say, okay, they're all the same, and which, by the way, they think about.
Actual working class people are living in such squalid conditions that they can't be shown on the news. It would break the illusion that America, is a first world country.
And so I have seen slightly more moderate Republicans, and certainly I've seen plenty of Republicans.
Oh, it took Vanguard a while to dump Jimmy Dore? Yeah, I don't really know anything about them.
Who would say, well, if he was on tape and he killed someone. Yeah.
But see, Dr. Butler, that's not the problem, right? We don't have a problem with people typifying Trump voters as being wealthy. We have a problem with people excusing racism, homophobia, transphobia, misogyny, etc. of Trump voters on the basis of this claim to being working class. And when you actually look at the, statistics, and this is not me, obviously I have a lot of problems with Hillary Clinton, but the average income of a Trump voter, I know this might break your brain, Dr. Butler, right? But the average income of a Trump voter is higher than the average income of a Hillary Clinton voter. In general, this goes on, right? If you look at the people that did the January 6th thing, you're talking about people who aren't from the Washington, D.C. area. You're talking about for people who paid for plane tickets, right? And like the way that these people were typified as, working class people is it just doesn't match, their actual demographics. Are there working class people that vote for Trump? Of course there are. Of course there are. Statistically, there is every kind of voter for a right-wing and a left-wing candidate that you can imagine. Yeah, like there's trans people that vote for Trump. There's country musicians that vote for Biden, right? There's Garth Brooks, right? Yeah, absolutely. We never want to get so into the narrative that we oversimplify a large group of people and characterize them as one certain way when there are many ways. But yeah, the problem that we have is with the media wanting to characterize the Trump voters as working class. Also, that erases the black working class. That erases the working class people that aren't white, right? When you say white working class, you get this impression that is the working class, and that that's
too much, right? So I'm being fair. Number two, I understand where they're going with the double standard. They say, look, you're telling me Trump broke all these laws, but then you've got all these other politicians who are corrupt and nobody ever says anything about them. And they're not wrong about that. Mainstream media, if you're an outsider or you don't belong in the establishment, whether you're Trump, Bernie, etc., they'll find 1,000 things wrong with you. And then the most corrupt people on earth are your mainstream Republicans and Democrats, and mainstream media can't find anything wrong with them.
Am I gonna agree with Anna here? Because this was presenting to me as this is an area where Jink has gone over the gone over his skis in terms of his bombastic opinion here, right? He's saying, yeah, Trump's corrupt, Trump's dirty, Trump's a criminal, but the most corrupt, dirty, criminal people are actually the mainstream Democrats and Republicans themselves, right? Now, if you want to say that there's a system in place where the first election, the first primary is the money primary, who gets the money from the big donors, right? And then once they get the money from the big donors, they're beholden to those interests, right? And they might have promised 8 different things in their campaign, but in reality, there's a shadow platform that is who donated to me and what do they want and what do I have to do if I want to keep those donors, right? So if you want to say that there's corruption in mainstream politics, I'm 100% with that, right? But Jink just said they're more corrupt than Trump. Au contraire, mon frère. Au contraire. Trump is an outlier Like, he's got the corruption that Jink is talking about, right? He's got the, he's done the corruption. He's talked about when they talked about him giving money to Hillary Clinton, his explanation was like, yeah, everybody buys politicians, and I did it too because it's good for business, right? So, he's not just a corruptee, he's a corrupter. So he's every bit as dirty as anybody is in Washington, with the added layer of just like, yeah, I'm going to take these documents and I'm going to put them in my house and I'm going to keep them. And when they ask for the documents back, I'm not going to give them back to them, right? Yeah, I'm going to call for my, supporters to come into Washington and basically set up the conditions where, where senators and members of Congress can get hogtied to try to disrupt the peaceful transfer of power, right? Trump is on a whole nother level. Please do not compare the everyday corruption of the Democrats and the Republicans in Washington, which is bad, which is messed up, which we should do something about, with what Trump does, which is just so over the wire that, and here's what happens. The only thing that saves him, he does his crime in broad daylight, and then people get so invested with it and they get so used to it that they want to claim that it's not crime. They get so invested in this narrative that the media is trying to screw Trump that, like they said, they can watch him commit a crime, even a violent crime, in broad daylight and be totally okay with it, right?
Just can't find it, right? Give me Jack Smith as
the part where Anna reels Jink back in is at 7:30. Let's check that out.
Individual, he's asked to elaborate on what it is that he likes about Donald Trump. So let's watch.
Well, he's got two good boys that are hunters, and he stands for American
Biden's got a good boy who's a hunter too.
values is what I love about him. I just think he's one of us.
Because of Donald Jr. and Eric Trump. Look, like Trump, you can say what you will about Trump, but Donald Jr. and Eric Trump, those are two great sons.
I know he's very rich, but he has our values, and has our back.
Describe that for me. What are your values that Donald Trump shares with you then?
Parents in control of their children, being able to make choices for your family.
Let me translate that for you. Women and children as private property is what he was actually saying, right? If we put on the glasses from, what is it called? They Live? What's that movie called where the guy puts on the glasses and then he sees the truth, right? If you were to put on the glasses for your ears, you would have heard him say, white men as property owners and the only stakeholders, and the women and the children belong to the father or the husband.
America's being assaulted. Open borders.
This guy's gross, right? This guy needs to be swept into the dust pile of history as fast as possible.
All the issues. We all know the issues. And nobody stood under the attack that Trump stood under. And look what he's done. He's hanging in there. He's for us. He loves this country. And I'm going to support him to the end. I hope he wins. We need him. Biden, to me, if he had not been a career politician, he might have been better. But he's lived in Washington all his life. I think we need term limits. I think we need to stop all these.
Yeah, I agree. We need term limits on what is that branch of government, right? Because let me think about this for a second, okay? You got the executive branch, that's the presidency. We got term limits there, so you can't be talking about that. We got the oh god, yeah, the legislative. Okay, so there is a lack of term limits in terms of the legislature. But what is that other branch of government? The one where I'm pretty sure there is no term limits. Judicial. Yeah, let's get some judicial term limits.
Old people from running Washington, D.C. is corrupt.
Well, the old people, Trump isn't, there's not a huge difference.
The problem with what he's saying about old people running Washington, D.C. is that when we run the young people, guys like this don't vote for them. Right? AOC tries to run, this guy's going to be showing up to vote against her.
Yeah, I should rephrase that. The old people that's been in Washington all their life.
And one of the other things that seem to be repeated.
Did anybody see that? Look at that transition, okay?
rephrase that, the old people that's been in Washington all their life.
And one of the other things,
you see that transition? Does that remind you of anything?
That seem to be repeated in these interviews is the issue with Biden being corrupt. Right now, they seem to be completely unaware of the money that Trump has taken from wealthy donors, the corruption that he engaged in. But nonetheless, they were specific about corruption. And in that interview that you just watched, he mentioned other things, being able to make decisions for your own family and all of that. Open borders, he thinks that there are open borders. He's concerned about that as well.
Yeah, unfortunately, that doesn't make this situation any better. So I'll give you my point of view. When he says, hey, I like that his boys are hunters. I don't. I think that those guys massacred those poor defenseless animals. They weren't just doing like deer hunting. They were doing big game.
I didn't know what he was saying. Yeah. I forgot about this. So early in the Trump presidency, they went on some kind of safari hunt for big game. Like they were shooting, animals in like large animals in Africa, and that's what he's talking about.
For entertainment, but that's in prelude to, okay, you like hunters, that's your business. It's not my business. Okay, it is what it is. And so that's a fine reason to like them. And even though I disagree. Washington, they're from all the other guys are from Washington and they're corrupted by Washington. That's a totally fair point. Okay. So but Trump is also corrupted by Washington 10,000 times more, but that's the fault of the Democrats. For example, Trump and his PACs took over $100 million from Sheldon Adelson twice. And the Democrats never talk about it. Why? Because they're also corrupt. And they don't want to talk about the donors because they're swimming in donor money. But if you wanted to pound Trump, you'd pound him on his corruption. The guy who did anything and everything for Adelson, even gave his wife a Presidential Medal of Freedom. It's a joke, total joke, but those guys don't know it. Now the bad stuff. He has our values, does he? What's your values? I mean, you don't mean family values. He's raw dogging porn stars, and he says terrible things, does terrible things. You don't mean family values. So what values are you talking about? Oh, he believes in putting parents in charge of children. That means I don't like gay people. I'm sorry, that's what it means.
No, that means he wants to be able to make a decision or help.
A decision about what?
He doesn't want schools making decisions.
I mean, it's more than what Jink just said, but yeah, I mean that's definitely part of it.
About what?
His kids.
Wait, what's she gonna reel him back on? I was thinking she was gonna reel him back on. Wait, Natalie, are you still here? Did I skip over her? I was assuming that she was gonna reel him back on, like saying, yeah, Trump is corrupt, but I get what he's saying. Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, all those people just as corrupt, right? I thought for sure that's what she'd be reeling him back in on. I gotta find this like transition that he does. I know that using Matt Walsh and transition like in the same sentence is a little. Wait, what? Oh my God, that's not the transition I'm used to. Yo, I know how to do that transition on DaVinci, but that's not what I was looking for. Damn it. I was trying to what I was trying to show you though is that TYT's like transition that it was earlier in here. Did I pass Anna reeling Jink back in? The fighting begins right after that last segment. Wait, the one that I turned away from? So in other words, do I need to go back? I stopped short. So it's further on in the video from here? Then? She's reeling him in, but like on something that I didn't expect to see her. Like I thought it was gonna. Does she also reel him in on that take that like Trump is that the Democrats and the like mainstream Republicans are just as corrupt as Trump? Because they're not, right? The system is corrupt, right? And that. But like just the thing that he's saying just like directly feeds into the drain the swamp narrative, right? I don't know if he was doing that on The parental thing, that's what she reels him back in on. Okay, so she doesn't reel him back in. Oh my gosh, so she just lets that hang out there. She's fine with Cenk saying that, yeah, is Trump corrupt? Sure, but the Democrats are just as corrupt. They're not. They're not. They're not. Like, Trump did stuff that, like, look, politicians get away with a lot of stuff, right? But Trump did the stuff that not even politicians can get away with entirely. And I mean, I don't know. Maybe he'll prove me wrong. Maybe he can get away with them, right? If he wins president again before, or, you know, technically maybe he could pardon himself from some of those convictions. I don't know. That's going to be a constitutional crisis if he tries to do that, right? But yeah, he basically touched the third rail. Right? There's no coming back from what Trump did. What Trump did is getting prosecuted, not because Trump is some kind of outlier that's really like a threat to the like hegemony of the Washington establishment. Trump's getting prosecuted because he did stuff that nobody else would be as ridiculous and unwise as to do. Emma should be called out for that. For what? Wait. She does reel him back on Trump supporters being racist? What? Okay, but it's further on, right? Criticism Emma got for her first take on Anna was deserved. Hearing that about, oh, Nomiki actually called her out. I didn't know that. It's like only because Anna didn't personally slight Emma that she had a different bias for her. Just keep playing it, okay? Right, and if you want the video to keep playing, you can do that. You can ensure that you won't be sucked out into an ad by priming the pump, as it were, with an Amazon Prime by attaching your Amazon Prime to Twitch, thereby giving you a Twitch Prime sub that you can use on my channel, getting you out of the ad, giving you access to the emotes and all the rest. You can do this also with $5, right? If you don't want to mess around with that, or like your Twitch Prime's already been used somewhere else, or you're in some other kind of situation, you don't have Amazon Prime. I am not trying to get you to sign up for Prime by any means, right? So you can you can get the sub for $5 too. That's the most normal way, I guess, to do it. And then the more exotic way to get your sub, to get out of the ads, to get to unlock the second half of this show where I react to Olimey on the Vanguard and so much more, is to be active in chat and hopefully get lucky enough to be the recipient of a gift sub. That can happen. That sometimes does happen. All I would say is don't count on it, because it doesn't always happen, right? You never know.
Gay people. And racism, right? He doesn't want racism taught. Those are the two issues, Anna. Those are the two issues in the schools.
Those are not the two issues, okay?
So we're talking, yeah, MR and the leftist mafia. Yeah, I would say that they handled her with kid gloves, right? And which makes it even more ironic the degree to which Anna is playing the victim about with Olimey.
One of the,
like, if anything, they were too nice to her, not, and they adjusted, right? They when they realized like where she was actually going with this, they did adjust.
Issues that you're totally downplaying right now, not even mentioning, is that some school districts want to, let's say a student comes out and identifies as transgender.
I feel like Anna's literally like putting her finger, like licking her finger, putting it in the air and seeing which way the wind blows. She's literally going to find like, what is the most lucrative grift I could do?
School districts want to.
And if that means being on Ben Shapiro, she'll be on Ben Shapiro. If that means being on Matt Walsh, she'll be on Matt Walsh.
Support that student and, help him or her through that transition without ever having to notify the parents. I think there are issues there.
Okay,
and I do not begrudge parents for being.
Emma should not be called out for this. Well, like, okay, as a content creator, I can kind of agree with that. If you're asking me, did she make the right call by handling Anna with kid gloves? No, not particularly. But if you ask me, do I understand what her position is, and that she is covering so much stuff, she is doing so much work, that keeping track of, what Anna's been up to might be too much for her. Yeah, I could agree with that, right? So yeah, it's a does that make sense? I don't think that, like, and especially considering that we're dealing with Anna and Cenk here. Yeah, my priority is definitely not towards like calling out Emma by any means. But yeah, I do also understand that some people were, upset with the sort of lag time in between what Anna said and did and when she was, called out emphatically by content creators that had, kind of had worked with her in the past, right? So yeah, is that me being a fence rider? Is that me being
concerned about that?
Anna, I agree.
Nomiki ran an inherently bigoted and definitely anti-leftist campaign, antithetical to her solidarity work prior, but she definitely never personally slighted anyone at MR.
With you.
Wait, what's the deal with Nomiki?
You're finding a sliver of an issue. That guy's not talking. He doesn't even know that. All that guy knows, and what 98% of them know is, I don't like them teaching about gay people in school, okay? And I don't like them saying, oh, we were racist back to slavery and Jim Crow and redlining. Come on, we know what it means. That's 98% of their efforts in schools. And then when he says open borders, there aren't actually open borders. What he's saying is, I don't like Latino immigrants. They don't look like me. I
remember that call. Wait, are we talking about? I think Nomiki was always further left than Anna, can taking criticism better than Anna, and is better at learning and apologizing. You're missing it. Anna is mad that schools don't out kids to parents.
Oh, he believes in putting parents in charge of children.
Maybe chat can have the Nomiki cunts. Nomiki, wait, is that her name? Maybe chat can have the Nomiki discussion and then tell me what the.
That means I don't like gay people. I'm sorry, that's what it means.
That means he wants to be able to make a decision or help.
A decision about what?
He doesn't want schools making decisions for
about
his kids.
About gay people.
It's
and racism.
So what Natalie's saying is that part of the decision that Anna's talking about is she regards a teacher being confided in by a student saying, I think I'm trans, and then not reporting that to the parents who might not be like, right, a student comes to a teacher, says, I think I might be trans, but my parents definitely don't support that. And I don't know how to deal, right? When Anna says the school not interfering with the parents, she means the teacher telling the parents that their child said that, right? Outing a trans child.
Right? He doesn't want racism taught. Those are the two issues, Anna. Those are the two issues in the schools.
Those are not the two issues, okay? One of the issues that you're totally downplaying right now, not even mentioning, is that some school districts.
Sam defending, yeah. Can somebody link me the Nomiki? Oh God, do we have time for this?
Want to.
Not if we don't hit 100 subs.
Let's say a student comes out and identifies as transgender. School districts want to support that student and help him or her through that transition without ever having to notify the parents. I think there are issues there. Okay, and I do not begrudge parents for being concerned about that.
Anna, I agree with you, but you're finding a sliver of an issue. That guy's not.
So wait, he agrees with her, right? He agrees with her, but he thinks that guy's also fucked up.
He doesn't even know that. All that guy knows, and the
Nomiki thing needs to be its own stream.
98% of them know is, I don't like them teaching about gay people in school, okay? And I don't like them saying, oh, we were racist back to slavery and Jim Crow and redlining. Come on, we know what it means. That's 98% of their efforts in schools. And then
so that's weird. He's right about this, right? That is the totality of what they're saying. But then he's okay with the fact that he's okay with, what Anna's saying that it's unfair not to out trans kids.
He says open borders. There aren't actually open borders. What he's saying is, I don't like Latino immigrants. They don't look like.
I think the reason MR doesn't go after Anna or Jink is because TYT still has. So there's an audience crossover. Yeah, there's a huge audience crossover between TYT and MR report, right? And this is the kind of issue where if you go to war, and that might not be entirely up to MR, right? If MR gives the mildest pushback on TYT, from what we've seen, Jink and Anna will go nuclear, right? So, there will be blood, right? And what it's gonna cause the audiences to bifurcate. So now, like, is that a good reason not to call out TYT? No. But is that something that happens in social media? Yes.
I don't like them. That's my values. Sorry. Republicans, I wish you were better. Not all of you, but a lot of you. The MAGA guys, that's why he says, as long as you're like us, I don't mind if you shoot someone on Fifth Avenue or in front of the White House. I don't mind because you're us and not them. Keep it real. And that's what you're seeing. And that's, by the way, also why they're never gonna turn on him. Not all of them, but hardcore MAGA never, ever going to turn on Trump. Why? Because he is them. He is them.
He hates the people that they hate.
They see him, they're like,
he wants to hurt the people that they want to see get hurt.
That guy's just as racist as I am. I like it. DeSantis has an ad out now about how much he hates gay people more than Trump does. And that might hurt him because they're like, oh, I thought Trump hated gay people as much as I do, right? So when he says values, he means the opposite of values. I watched all the tapes. All of them say he's like us.
Yeah, Jamie has her own podcast, isn't it? Is it called Antifada?
Us. They don't mean all of us. They mean, and when you ask them
about
are you
talking about Nomiki
issues, they always go to, I don't like Latinos, I mean immigrants, I don't like gay people, I mean, I want parental control in schools. So that's the reality, you can see it all over the tapes.
That is your interpretation. None of that was actually said. It is what you have taken out of his statements there.
You're right.
Yeah, okay.
Okay,
right.
I mean, Anna's offering like the view from nowhere, right? Like Jink is actually doing some analysis here. Jink is putting together right-wing meta-narratives and kind of decoding dog whistles, right? And Anna is like hiding behind this idea of like, well, that's not exactly what he said, so.
Hey, by the way,
just
guys.
admit that.
Oh, by the way, guys, you guys all be the judge.
Just like anyone can watch the statements you made in regard to the story out of Israel today and say, he said what he said, and I could either take what he said at face value or just put words in his mouth and call him an anti-Semite. That would infuriate you, no?
Anna, okay, look, we have a different interpretation. Okay, we have a different. I saw the tape.
I don't agree.
I've seen 100 tapes.
I don't agree with that guy. Let me be clear about that, okay?
I feel like Anna could hear the 14 words and be like, "What? He didn't say anything wrong. Is there anything wrong with that? Are you against that?" Like, this is such like strategic ignorance.
But putting words in his mouth, I think, is unnecessary. You can actually address what he said there without extrapolating and implying that he said something that he didn't actually say there.
So what's the benign interpretation? He's worried about taking jobs when we have 3.7 unemployment, record unemployment. He's not worried about losing jobs. He's worried about losing his.
Yeah, I mean, like in this instance, Jink is right about a lot of this. He is, though, like I will point out, he's agreeing with Anna about outing trans kids to transphobic parents, right? So yeah, but yeah, overall, yeah, Anna's got the really bad opinion here.
You just straight up said, you just totally disregarded everything he said.
No, I didn't. I went exactly on what he said.
You boiled it down to he's just racist. That's what you boiled it down
to. Because that is what he's saying.
Okay, that's your interpretation.
So yeah, that it's veiled language, right? Like they don't want to, like after like the civil rights era, after civil rights legislation, there was an issue called busing, right? And this was, a policy that tried to, create equality in schools by busing, some kids, a little bit further to like ensure kind of a mixed makeup of like all the schools. And so the racists, instead of saying like I'm against segregation when that became I'm against like anti-segregation, they would say I'm against busing, right? This is, these issues are stalking horses for something more bigoted. And Jink's right about that. Yeah, rare Jink W.
What do you think? There's a lovely interpretation of open borders and these goddamn immigrants coming in?
They genuinely think there are open borders. Okay, anyway, whatever.
And then what's the open borders do? What does it do? What does it do? Does it take our jobs? It doesn't take our jobs.
They think drug traffickers and MS-13 are pouring into the country and causing crime and violence and threatening their lives. That's what they think because that is what they hear in the media.
So that is fair. So that is what they hear on Fox News all the time. So they're scared. So Anna makes a good point. On the other hand, why does it work? If you said, oh my God, all these white people are coming in from Pennsylvania to Ohio and they're dangerous, it wouldn't work, right? The guy hears, oh, dangerous Latinos coming in with the crime and the drugs. Wait a minute. American-born citizens commit twice as much crime as undocumented immigrants. So
thank you, Swims with Whales.
Why aren't you scared about natural-born American citizens? They're very dangerous. They're twice as dangerous as undocumented immigrants, 4 times as dangerous as naturalized immigrants. Why aren't you scared about natural-born Americans?
They're probably not privy to that information.
Okay, yeah, I agree. At the same time, they don't like Anna. Why did Tucker Carlson constantly say, your town was like this? But it doesn't look like that anymore, does it?
Because he's propagandizing
it doesn't feel
people.
That way.
That is what he did.
That's right, and they propagandize people, and what tool do they use? They use racism. It doesn't look like it used to. Things aren't the.
Jink gives a lukewarm liberal take, then Anna does an enlightened centrist response. Then he makes a pivot in real time to make sure the network has a veneer of a united ideology.
The way they used to be.
Yeah, I feel like we're watching like a high, what is it called? Like when, okay, the high wire, right? Is that what, like like a circus act, right? I feel like we're watching like a circus act. I feel like this is acrobatics and like swing. What is this called? What am I trying to think of, chat? You know the thing where they walk across the wire? Yeah, it's a high wire act, right? This is what this feels like, right? It feels choreographed. It feels planned. For my suffering, thank you, Sisyphean Task. I'm sorry. Look, I mispronounced your name, thus making you cool. That's the meme, is that like it makes you cool when I mispronounce your name. What was so funny? She listened to some right-wing shows to get the feel for how to do this, but forgot enough of her own body of work not to look like a person. Yeah, look like a person where there's a real disconnect between her prior her prior performance and what she's saying now. Anna's also trying to do a fusion dance with Dave Rubin and Ben Shapiro. I wouldn't be surprised. Wow.
Oh, you loved it when you were in charge. You loved it. Now these sons of bitches have.
Okay, now I'm legitimate confused, right? I don't know if Jink ever like I don't know if anything that Jink did was ever sincere. Like, I want to think it was, right? I remember Jink telling USA Today how much they suck, right? And he seemed mad. And I always assumed he was like legitimately mad. But I don't even know. This is all kayfabe. This feels like wrestling. Does anybody else feel like we're watching wrestling at this point? Did Dylan Burns get to these two? What happened?
Equality. We don't want equality. And
Jink lost control over his own business.
Guys, you saw the tape, and you can see a lot more tapes. Michael interviewed a lot of people. Check it out on our channel.
He likes to pretend he's above it all. Like he seems to be. He wants to be like the liberal that's like acceptable for right wingers, right? He's a liberal, but he's not up his butt about it.
And then you saw both Anna's interpretation and mine, and
this is kayfabe, right?
1,000
This
other
is bad wrestling, right?
interpretations, and then you make up your mind, okay? But what I saw, again, blasting out of every one of those interviews is, he's us. I don't give a goddamn what he does.
Thanks for watching The Young Turks.
This is what Adam and Sitch mean by Anna reeling Jink in.
Really appreciate it.
Wow.
Another way to show support is through YouTube memberships.
Wow. Okay, so she's reeling him in because he's too far to the left, basically.
Really give the left a bad name. I think they're overrepresented on Twitter. and their children.
Oh, Anna's on to the Twitter freaks discourse. Yeah. They're overrepresented on Twitter. They want to look. What's weird is that if anything, Twitter unarguably has a right-wing bias now, right? You've got Elon Musk running it. He's got a separate algorithm for himself, right? He highly preferences himself. He's turned himself into a super user, right? Do you understand this? They rewrote the algorithm to classify Elon Musk separately from everyone else, right? Not that he doesn't already have a lot of followers, not that he doesn't have a lot of boost from that, right? And not that he's not saying the things that all the right-wingers are thinking, right? But on top of all that, he's got a literal algorithmic boost. You know what he does with that? He goes and he finds some transphobe saying transphobic stuff, and he says, interesting. When he comments on that post gets looked at. When he comments on the Redhead Libertarians posts over and over again, the Redhead Libertarians account grows, right? The idea that you'd be oh man, Twitter, it's like Tumblr out there. Oh God, it's so liberal. All these SJWs, all these no, right? This Twitter freaks discourse that you hear from a lot of commentary channels, all right? It's not just the Young Turks. This is standard fare for shitlord commentary channels, basically, to be oh, but you know how Twitter is. Yeah, I know how Twitter is. Twitter's massively right wing. It's got they've taken down anti-fascist accounts on Twitter, literally banned them. Just Elon Musk has been shown to and retweet literal Nazi accounts. Yeah, right. That's Twitter's bias. And it's an algorithmic bias. It's not just a function of the people that are there.
They act like children. I think some of them literally are.
I've only hit the tip of the iceberg.
Minors, and they see everything. And look,
where have I heard that before? Just the tip.
If they're young, I don't blame them. I think when you are young, it's a little more difficult to grasp nuance and how complicated and complex a lot of these issues are. One of the things that Jesse Singles says all the time that I love, and he says it repeatedly, is it's complicated, because it is. All of these issues are way more complicated than the way they're being
oh yeah, it was in my DMs
portrayed in partisan media. And so what I want to do is actually understand those complexities. But here's the other thing: understand the other side in good faith. Okay, because I think that there are some stereotypes that the left has kind of bought into.
Yeah, the chat is really talking about her looks here.
About what the arguments are on the other side.
Wait, she's quoting Jesse Singal here?
It doesn't make us sharper.
Oh yeah, that's where we were. So yeah, just to
overrepresented on.
Here, let me pull us back a little bit and reorient us, right? So we were watching Anna on Sitch and Adam, and she mentioned reeling in Jink when he goes too far. And I was wondering what that meant. That's why we went over here and we watched this video, right? But now we're back to this, and yeah, she's talking about Jesse Singal and all the people that have opened her eyes. She also tweeted that Jesse is in fact not a transphobe. Yo.
Twitter, and their children.
I'm sure that's going to age well.
Act like children. I think some of them literally are, like minors, and they see everything.
Oh, yeah, this is Twitter. This is the Twitter leftists, right?
And look, if they're young,
this is her own Tinder queers moment.
I don't blame them. I think when you are young, it's a.
You're like, well, you're a grifter. You're like, well, who am I grifting to exactly?
So I'm going to stick up for my audience a little bit, because to their credit, I think the majority of people in the audience are open-minded and are open to new information. I think that there is a small but very loud minority in our audience and on the left in general that really give the left a bad name.
And the irony is that the small but loud minority on Twitter and on so many other platforms are the people saying the things that Anna's saying about trans people, right? The people that want their state legislature to write up and pass transphobic, transphobic bills, right? That's the minority. The people that are voting based on trans women in sports. That's a small but loud minority of people, right? All the views that Anna's representing are emblematic of an actual small, like, an actual like small group of people that are kind of not, they don't really make a difference in terms of voting. Wait, did I miss a super chat? I should read that out, shouldn't I? Am I doing my due diligence? No, that's the wrong chat. I keep on wanting to read oh, it's latent. It's the super chat from John M. Yeah, thank you, by the way, for that super chat, John M.
I think they're overrepresented on Twitter, and they're children. They act like children. I think some of them literally are, like minors.
Look, if you're gonna be like we don't know that MAGA guy meant like homophobic and racist stuff. We don't know. Like, I mean, he didn't say that, right? But then you're gonna be like, but let's be real. All the people who disagree with me on Twitter are literally children, and they need to touch grass. They don't get it outside enough, right? That is like the lowest tier. Are you going to tell me they have neck beards? Are you going to tell me they are Reddit mods? Like, what's next, Anna? What's next? How are you going to typify your opposition to be like they are not worth listening to, right?
And they see everything. And look, if they're young, I don't blame them. I think when you are young, it's a little more difficult to grasp nuance and how complicated and complex a lot of these issues are. One of the things that Jesse Singles says all the time that I love, and he says it repeatedly, is it's complicated because
I love it when he says it's complicated. It sends me. It literally sends me, right? Every time Jesse Singal, wait, okay, so am I pronouncing it wrong or is she pronouncing it wrong? Does anybody know, do we have the definitive, like, pronunciation of Jesse's name? Is it Jesse Singal or Jesse Single? I read it out, but I missed it. Yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah.
It is like all of these issues are way more complicated than the way they're being portrayed in partisan media. And so what I want to do is actually understand those complexities. But here's the other thing. Understand the other side in good faith. Okay, because I think that there are some stereotypes that the left has kind of bought into about what the arguments are on the other side. And
yeah, great discourse. We get to debate whether or not a group of people deserves to exist.
It doesn't make us sharp.
Yeah, she's kind of crushing on Jesse Single.
Sharper to misrepresent what the other side is actually saying. It actually makes us weaker. If you understand what their arguments are, it'll then allow you to reflect on what.
Yeah, I mean, basically, he comes from the same publication as Katie Herzog, right? He's, this was these are people that basically made their name attacking trans people by finding whatever detransitioners they could find, doing reports on them and implying that this belies a problem. That problem being that it's too easy to get HRT, that it's too easy to get gender affirming healthcare, right? That's their issue. That's what made them big, Jesse and Katie, right? And these, like I said, there are people that they talked to that they did full write-ups on that later retransitioned. They had no interest in talking about that. They are not good faith actors. They are not trying to give you the story. They're trying to cherry pick, the rare trans person that has some regrets about healthcare interventions that they've pursued, and social transition or whatever, and finding them at their lowest and talking to them and be like, this is the dangers of transgenderism, right? And then never following up on the fact that most of those people who are like, I am not trans, I'm no longer trans, this was wrong, right? They later retransition. But we don't get to hear about that because that's not what Single or Herzog want. That's not useful for their narrative, right?
Your own weaknesses might be in regard to the arguments that you're making. And so, right. And then one other thing, and this was an unexpected outcome that I was talking to my husband about just last night. I've been a lot happier lately, like a lot happier. And I think it's because once you actually, and look, I want to make the distinction and like draw out a caveat. I'm not talking about like far right, like militia members. I'm not talking about those people. I'm talking about just mainstream.
She's like, we'll get to those people, but
conservative
not yet.
Republicans, whatever. Once you actually understand what their arguments are or where they're coming from, it's a lot more difficult to be hyperbolic about things, right?
Yeah.
And so you kind of start seeing the world around you for what it really is. And there's a certain amount of fear that kind of starts to dissipate, a certain amount of like hyperbolic thinking that starts to go away.
She found the right-wing light.
And you start to see things a lot more clearly. And the world isn't as messed up as people would have you believe. And
this sounds like, yeah, some kind of like early 2010s like romantic comedy where like a middle-aged woman finds herself.
That's a good thing. Now, some people might get super offended at me saying that because
through like you know, travel and
they've completely bought into the hyperbolic thinking.
She's gonna bust out the ukulele. That's right. That's right.
They think the world's coming to an end. And there are terrible things happening. I don't want to minimize that, but we need to be real.
But none as terrible as the ad break, right? Which comes twice an hour. I can't tell you if it's at the top of the hour, at the bottom of the hour. It might even be in 1 minute at the 45 and at the 15. I don't know. But all I know is that there's 2 of these that happen every hour. And if you don't want to experience them, if you want to maximize your Twitch viewing experience, there are ways that you can do that. One way is to use your Amazon Prime subscription if you have it on Twitch to attain an Amazon Twitch Prime sub and you know, get out of the ad break that way. Another way to do it is to pay $5 to Twitch on the desktop. I think it's like $6 if you do it on mobile, right? And you can get a sub that way as well. And the third way is to get really lucky and be super fortunate and have somebody just see you in chat without any you know, sub by your name and say, I want to save them from the ad break, which is coming up possibly in possibly right now. Yeah. Or in 15 minutes. I don't know.
About what's actually transpiring in the country, and for areas where we need improvement or different policy solutions, we should actually have good faith debates about it and come up with those solutions. And I think that the current discourse is standing in the way of that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's really fascinating. I never thought about that but it makes perfect sense if, you know, people go into the politics and have this very like the other side is either composed of like all racists who want to enable, you know, some kind of fascistic regime against me, or like the other side is all made of like, you know, communists who want to take over the country. Like it's going to put you in this headspace. You're like, oh my God, like I'm in this fight for my life. Like this is like the most important thing ever. And then you're like, well, once you start to see like, well, yeah, there's small
I mean, all I'm going to say is that this is a really privileged take, right? This is a really privileged take, right? It's not your existence that's being negotiated. So it's really easy to have the, you know, like, right?
So that exists, but the average person is not that. You're like, oh my God, this weight has been lifted from my shoulder. I don't feel like the world is about to end.
Yeah, totally.
I want to say 2 things. First of all, and I don't know your take on Jordan Peterson, but it is like the first...
A little red... Oh, here we go. Wait, what, already? Really? Are we at Jordan Peterson already? Horseshoe theory, but really badly explained. Those average Republican voters aren't that bad, even though they support a literal fascist, like a criminal fascist, right? They're acting like Anna just dropped some amazing new thought. Yeah, fascinating, and not the same every grifter that says left the left.
First rule is tell the truth, and I feel like coming to a place in your life
fascinating
where you're like, I feel like I'm honestly telling the truth now. I can see where that would make me feel completely better.
Yeah, exactly, Dr. Butler.
I'm one of these people who just hates thinking I'm being dishonest, or if I'm in a position where I'm forced to be dishonest for a job or something like that. I just, it's horrifying.
Wow, so this must be really tough for you then.
For me. So, and I do think it is kind of politically.
Does anybody else feel like they're like protesting too much against like being labeled grifters? Like, right, you know, like I just would hate to have to feel like I was being dishonest, you know, for work. Oh my God, yeah.
For a lot of people to categorize far right, racist, Nazi pieces of shit.
That would be like if I was telling you that there wasn't two 2 ad breaks on Twitch at either the 45 and the 15 or the top and the 30 of the hour, and that if you don't have a sub, that you're going to be subject to that, right? That would be like me saying that and then being like, I can't imagine literally lying to my audience. I can't imagine how that must feel while I'm like literally lying and telling you that the ad break doesn't exist.
None of us are in favor of.
Grifter, how dare you say I'm a grifter? Grifter behavior intensifies.
For moderate Republicans who just want some, they have a different spin on some sort of policy.
Just a moderate Republican with a different spin on some policy, like maybe trans people don't deserve the right to exist.
Prescription, which my thinking of the world,
I feel like he's, oh my God,
is, you've got the conservatives on the right who are kind of playing defense for society.
This feels like a bit. Maybe I'm just.
And you have liberals.
Is it just me, chat? Tell me. Does this feel like a bit? Does it feel like he's doing a bit, or is it just me?
Progressives on the right who are or on the left who are kind of playing offense for society. They're the ones that are pitching all of these crazy policies for making society better.
Oh,
and conservatives
God.
are kind of
okay,
saying,
so
well,
yeah. That we are disaffected lefties, we are enlightened centrist, what have you, right? But let me tell you about my core philosophy derived from Jordan Peterson's fever dreams. That's what this is. That's what he's saying. This is a vision of society as almost like the way that bones work, right? So let me drop a little anatomy and physiology on you today, if you don't mind, right? There are cells in your bones whose job is to build your bone, to create more bone, right? There are also cells in your bones whose job is to eat the old bone, right? And that's Peterson's view of society. Conservatism creates the bone, and liberalism eats away at it when it's like no longer useful. I mean, that's what he said a long time ago. Now it's hard to believe that it's hard to imagine that he still thinks that, or ever really thought that, given like that he works at the Daily Wire, given how, nobody can miss the fact in this day and age that Peterson is nobody centrist. He is a far right ideologue. That's so clear, right? But he used to play it up like, there's society, and conservatism wants to maintain and create society, and liberalism wants to break it down, right? So you get this idea of like, maybe there's a balance there. Maybe theoretically, like, the left could be useful in some way, and they collapse liberalism with the left, even though liberalism is a conservative philosophy by nature. They forget their whole like classical liberal grift, and they smush these two things together, which are actually very different. But yeah, this is the Petersonian view of politics and society. They've completely just swallowed this hook, line, and sinker.
We're kind of good where we are now. Should we take the risk of doing this? And you really need.
Yeah, they're making blood cells in there too, right?
I mean,
in the bone, right in the bone.
Sports team doesn't have a good offense and a good defense is going to be a winning team. So a lot of the political polarization
only in women's bones
I see as part of the problem here. And one of the nice things about you starting to realize, there are people on the right.
Yeah, so I think I'm talking about isoblasts. Isoblast? Osteoblast. Why did I say isoblast? I don't know what an isoblast is. It sounds like a video game thing. Osteoblasts build the bone. Osteoclasts break it down.
Aren't just crazy, insane racists. And maybe you can communicate their arguments clearly to your audience, which is a great position to be in. We might be able to deal with some of the political polarization.
Yeah, I mean...
Yeah, Anna, red pill your audience.
I think there are... Look, I disagree with many of the...
Yeah, Jordan, I think dads should legally own their daughters to stave off... Yeah.
Policy ideas they have or the perspectives they espouse, but...
Isoblast is 89 cents at the gas station?
There are good faith, thoughtful, conservative Republicans out there. Like, I think Glenn Loury is a good example,
Anybody know who she's talking about? Glenn Loury?
Again, I might not agree with everything he has to say, but he's a thoughtful person, and he is not in any way justifying, white supremacy or some of the like hyperbolic things that he might get accused of by those on the left.
Isoblast sounds like a brand of protein shake. Yeah.
And again, it's really about
that'd be Myoblast.
Understanding in good faith the other side. And
wait, there are Myoblasts. There are Myoblasts too. That's a real thing.
The issues, as opposed to like what I see happening right now is, I want the left.
I showed my friend who kind of likes Jordan Peterson the Grandma Bush clip, and it unironically reformed him into a normie liberal. What can I show him to make him a communist?
To engage in the argument, as opposed to what I see happening, which is them engaging in like ad hominem.
Yeah, she's talking about Kevin Lowry. I've never heard of him either.
In a lot of cases, character assassination or like statements about the individual's character based on their preconceived notions and based on what they heard other streamers say about the individual. It's
streamers? Is she hanging out with streamers now? I mean, I guess she's hanging out with a couple of streamers here.
Okay, just take a step back for a second. You need to address the point that this person is making. And if you're not addressing the point...
Yo, these names in their chat, they got like somebody named Dr. Diddler in here.
...is making, and instead you're turning around and throwing all sorts of like accusations.
We got Dr. Butler, who I much prefer to this Sitch and Adam person.
Yeah.
And
so, I mean, I guess you call this a false dichotomy fallacy here, right? The truth is you got to work on both, right? The truth is you got to work on both. But if you're like Anna and you want to be, reductive about it, then you can act like, chewing gum and walking at the same time, impossible. You either chew gum or you walk. You walk and you move somewhere, or else you chew gum and you get delicious flavor in your mouth, but you're not moving. It's one or the other. It's like, no, I think we can do both. I think we can do both.
Yeah. And like,
and honestly, that needs to happen, because when the Democrats don't move forward on any kind of legislation, progressive legislation, when it comes to marginalized people, when it comes to economic policy, right? If the Dems don't fight for economic policy, like, for instance, or if the Dems don't expand rights, that gives room to the Republicans to try to take rights away, right? You don't really get the situation that we're in right now without a Democratic Party that in so many ways is afraid of its own shadow, right? They promise all these things in their platforms, right? In their campaigns, that they know that they are going to actually, instead of promoting, try to get in the way of, because the donors don't want these things to happen. They're always playing a game of like, we can't do X because we're doing Y. Yeah, I'm sorry that my rights are a dumb culture war issue, right? Anna personified is the 180 personified. That's why I suck my gum when I walk. Yeah, that's another option too. Interesting. Conservative economists being thoughtful. I haven't chewed gum. Me neither. Gum is good.
Their take is always, oh, well, the other side wants us they're racist. That's why.
I want to find like the best gum. Like, just like that would be like one thing to maybe splurge on, right? Would be like gum.
They're transphobic. That's why. And it's like, no, you got to do more than that. So if you're going to refute what they're saying,
that would be a cute emote.
Then actually address the points they're making. And if you're not going to do that, you're going to come out looking incredibly weak and childish.
Oh yeah. Like, I mean, that's the classic. Yeah. Smartest man. That's the classic, You know, that's the root of class reductionism.
We don't know this, but we talk about MMT
NCC blowing a bubble. Oh my God.
and UBI on the stream quite often. And it drives people crazy. I mean, how do you make affordable housing sexy? It's like, it's not necessarily a thing.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, it's surprising because I did a story just last Wednesday on Airbnb crashing. And,
I watched that vid. Yeah.
Yeah, and that video, I'm kind of shocked. It got like 200,000 views. It was not something I expected. I thought like, oh, it's a dense, like statistics-driven, video, but it did well. And I think that there is a hunger for those types of videos and for that type of content. It's not going to go super viral like some hyperbolic.
I mean, Airbnb was trending.
Video about like a police
because of that story, right?
Shooting or about an alleged Karen.
But yeah, what that shows you is that it's easier to talk about, something like Airbnb, which is one of the drivers of unaffordable housing, than it is to talk about like solutions for.
Right, but I don't really care. Like I just look. I don't want to be part of the problem. I don't want to add to this toxic discourse that does nothing to improve anyone's life. And I feel like I've been engaging in that and I feel embarrassed about it. And that's really where I'm coming from. I want to get people healthcare. I want to get people housing.
I'm curious how you feel about it, where, I look at you call them these small, loud minorities.
Be like, oh, but you don't even know there are people on the ground, activists on the ground working hard to make this happen. And it's like, I mean, I'm not blind. I see what's happening in the country right now. So you can tell me about, your imaginary on the ground activists making real change happen as we speak, but I'm not buying it.
Mm-hmm.
No, the thing is, you're not selling it, right? For that kind of stuff to work, part of the responsibility is for public figures to platform that stuff, right? To get that working. Yeah, there's a lot of people working really hard on the ground, organizing and stuff like that, and there's not a lot of people helping them. And yeah, that's probably an issue. Like that's probably a thing that's not going to get a lot of it's not algorithmically friendly, but it's not so much that she's not buying it as that she's not selling it because she doesn't believe in it. Like she doesn't believe in like people-driven change. I spent the weekend in an Airbnb. I needed a place to sleep because I had the place lined up for Monday. Why do they keep referring to them? Oh my God, you're right. You're right. The level of condescension from her is appalling. There are people with their sleeves rolled up working. Yeah, the fact that you'd like not only like ignore those people, but now you're like disparaging those people. That's pretty telling.
It is what it is. And they can get as offended as they want. They can get as upset as they want. I don't really care. I'm not a mouthpiece for anyone.
I mean, I'm not about getting offended. I'm not about getting upset, but I am about letting TYT's audience know that they're grifting now, that they're right-wingers, that they're not doing, the thing that you got behind them for in the first place is not what they're doing anymore, and that there are lots of good alternatives to the Young Turks, right? I'm not mad. I'm not angry. I'm not triggered, Anna, but you have an audience that you don't deserve. And if you want to cultivate a new audience of Ben Shapiro fans, be my guest, right? But I'm going to do my damnedest to get as many people out of your parasocial cult as I possibly can. Because I do feel like there's some of them that are a little slow on the uptake here.
Any political party, any political group,
I feel about Anna the way that Sam feels about Dave Rubin, right? I want to make sure to do enough content on Anna Kasparian to get into the algorithm so that when some lazy journalist comes by and tries to define Anna Kasparian, she is unable to lie about who she is.
Obligation is to share the facts of the story with my audience to the best of my ability, and then do good faith analysis on those stories.
He's going full Tulsi.
And if they don't like my analysis, they can make whatever decision they want about whether they support or watch.
Essentially, she likes the aesthetic of the blue collar workers that a ton of petty bourgeois people fetishize and try to look the part of as well.
Show.
I mean, I don't know if she's looking the part here.
That's why I say I might be engaging in a little bit of self-sabotage, because I don't know what the outcome.
Like, you're such a victim. You're laughing all the way to the bank, but you're such a victim. Just found out John Adirola is joining Anna during the second half of the show today. Oh no.
Of all of this
oh no.
Be. You know, there is no big play here. I'm not leaving TYT. I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing, and I don't know what the outcome will eventually be, to be honest.
Mm-hmm. Well, I don't know why she's saying she's not leaving TYT, right? One, she's not that much worse than, I mean, she's worse than Jink, but they're moving in the same direction. Like I said, it feels choreographed. It feels like kayfabe. It feels like a trapeze act or something like that, right? It feels very planned. Like they're doing, they know what they're doing. They're playing off each other, right? But it's weird that she's saying that, because yeah, of course you're not. You're the executive producer of TYT. Like, you're not gonna leave. The question is, are the good people that are working for you going to leave? That's the real question.
Of contentious take. I'm curious how you feel about it. Where, you know, I look at the, you know, you called them the small loud minority on Twitter. You know, that we have this kind of like far left identity obsessed. You know, we don't care.
Hi, Cisco.
Care about practicality, kind of purity spiraling group people. And, you know, the reason I think that this is happening is that for whatever
he always does the second half of Wednesday with her, and then they do the after show.
There's been this shift among a lot of young people, especially online.
He calls her out when she's on.
Where there's a shift away from the philosophy of liberalism into more of a socialistic philosophy. And do you see that happening from your perception?
I do. You know, I think that
what's weird is that part of their grift is, like they said, you know, UBI and Universal, like UBI and, oh my God, what was it? MMT, like, so modern monetary theory and universal basic income. Like, these are liberal ideas, right? So, you know, in the same way that they're signaling some kind of economic populism, you know, compared to the current policies, compared to the current, like, heavily supply side policies, they're complaining that liberals are becoming leftists, right? They're complaining that people are giving up on capitalism. Not Anna, but a lot of upper middle class people act as though they're blue collar workers when more often than not they own or manage companies that employ actual workers, but they see themselves as tied to the land. Usually I see them wearing Bass Pro Shops Cabela, which is expensive. So like, yeah, like a fishing thing. To be like, I'm blue collar. I go fishing. They get you if they really want to be blue collar. They gotta put a fishing lure on the hat. That's how you really tell. They're the types that call liberals leftists. I don't know. I'm not gonna leave TYT. Sounds like a signal to send me money. Big money. Send me big money. Oh yeah. There we go. She needs 50 million, like Crowder, to join the Daily Wire. Do you think she could get 50 million from Shapiro and the rest of the Wire crew? I always forget what is like the main dude's name. Isn't it Boring? I think I forget his name because he's boring. What is his name? Like Jeremy Boring or something? Isn't he like the main dude that like runs it, but he's like never on anything? Is it James Boring? Yeah, I think it's Jeremy Boring. I saw a truck with a huge decal on it saying blue collar worker, yet the truck was like brand new. Daily Wire would offer her so much just for her victory lap. Oh yeah, God.
Some extent, I subscribe to that. And look, honestly, I'm at a point where I want to be a little more pragmatic because I want to accomplish something. I want to improve people's lives, as much as we possibly can. And when you have a maximalist approach, you're
Wait, did they get to the Jordan Peterson thing yet?
less likely to make that happen, and you turn a lot of people off. Because they're in this like echo chamber on Twitter, I think they're under the assumption that most Americans agree with them. I think most Americans want a mixed economy. We're currently a mixed economy. I definitely want to socialize healthcare. That's like the area that I would say I'm the furthest left. But I don't agree with the nihilism. I never have. I don't agree with.
They bring up Jordan Peterson's rule 1. Maybe they already did it, which is like tell the truth or something like that. And that's what she's saying. So that she's like, decided to get out of the echo chamber and face the truth. That
burning down our institutions because they're inherently racist or they're inherently this or that.
And they also talked about JBP in terms of they tried to talk about JBP in terms of his view of like the role of the left and the right in society.
I think that some institutions could use reform.
They would offer her like 15 mil.
I was totally on board for reforming policing. I was never once on board. I never once called for abolishing police. And so the abolish movement, I think, is insane. And I think the fact that I'm willing to say that has led to a lot of people hating me. And I don't care at all.
It's interesting because, like, I mean, personally, I'm not in favor. Yeah, I want a public option, but I'm not in favor of like, economic socialism. But it's interesting.
We don't want to be Vuvuzela, do we? Moving on. Let's see about this segment.
That's beside the point. My point is, you can take some of the injustices in the world or in the country you live in and have that inform every decision you make and have that impact your mentality in regard to what you can and can't accomplish.
In other words, you could be like, an injury to one is an injury to all, or you could just be like, you know what? I got a lot of nice privileges, and I don't really have to think about or worry about any of the rest of you all that aren't as privileged as me. I'm doing okay. This stuff doesn't affect me. Nobody's coming for my rights today, right? So I'm just gonna like not worry so much about every little injustice that that doesn't affect
to some
me.
Extent,
Yo, that's horrible. That's horrible.
And I haven't fully formed
This is a pure vice signal. What is this?
An opinion on this, right? It's just something that I'm leaning toward and I want to explore it more. I'm a little bit concerned that the left, and at this point I'm talking about the left broadly, I'm a little concerned that the messaging that they've engaged in for quite some time now toward the Black community is to some extent insulting toward them and infantilizing toward
Oh my God, this gets weird.
For them. And
this gets weird.
Stereotypical. So like it was kind of jarring.
Where gender ideology originated from, was it possibly Weimar Germany?
Me in the whole affirmative action debate. And there seems to be this like weird agreement that I don't agree to. That like, oh my
insulting like the N-word.
God, if we don't have affirmative action,
Apparently.
Black people could never get into colleges or universities.
Yeah, that's so bad.
Okay, now let's take this back. With a little, look, I'm gonna do a little debate, bozo here, okay? But go with me, right? Imagine me and my friends are playing Monopoly, right? And we're starting out. We're landing on properties, and we're buying those properties, right? And you come in to where we're playing Monopoly. Say, can I play Monopoly too, right? And we say, sure. We all started out with $2,000. Here's $2,000 for you. And we're going to play, right? And you roll and you land on like a hotel. And like immediately, I don't know, $500 like you lose, right? And then you roll again and you land on somebody else. They've got 4 houses, right? You know what I'm saying? Do you want to play that Monopoly game? Do you think that you're ever going to catch up with the people that are like Boardwalk and Park Place are taken? Somebody's got both of those, right? And before you get to that area of the board, there's going to be a hotel on one and like 3 houses on the other, right? Does this seem like a game? Does this seem like a fair game? Is there any way that you can fairly participate in that game without more than what everybody's starting out with? Even that's like a little bit of a stretch for this metaphor. I mean, this is a metaphor I usually use for capitalism, but it kind of works here too, because you're talking about correcting disparities in generational wealth, right? You're talking about people, because of history, having very different starting points, you know, depending on whether you're white or not. You must have started with yeah, there we go, right? Yeah, the $2,000 seems a little bit generous compared to what capitalism does. But I mean, like, right? So what she's saying is that you should be able to just jump into that Monopoly game and start playing. And if you want anything, like, you know what I mean? If you like, right, like, it's so wild, right? There's just like that. Anybody could jump into the game and fairly start playing Monopoly, get up to speed, right? Anybody could do this. That's the feeling that she's giving right here, right? And on top of that, right, there's one kind of affirmative action they did not ban, and that is legacy scholarships. That's, you know, somebody whose parents went to the university, getting preferential treatment. Right, there are things that act as a kind of like reverse affirmative action. It's just so weird that she would use this odd argument that the only fair way to treat Black people is to assume that they can make up drastic disparities in generational wealth by what? Hard work and, you know, like, right, that like, it just like. This is a terrible argument.
And I just don't like, I don't know, that rubs me the wrong way. Sometimes I'm worried that the messaging, the hyperbolic messaging, because think about it, if you're told over and over again, this country's unfair, you're never going to make it, you're never going to make it, why even try? Why even try? Like, and I'm worried that disempowers people. So
you'd rather have them be told the lie of the American dream?
I don't know.
You'd rather have them be treated like they're on a level playing field when they are objectively not? Is that what you talk about gaslighting?
It's something that I want to explore more. I want to understand more. Maybe there are some sociologists that have like studied this and researched this. And if you guys have any recommendations, I'd love to read it. But
you're actually on solid ground in this one, because I saw Jank's opinion on this.
Yeah, get on that grind set, and generational wealth will just
the overturning of affirmative action. And
her dad is a landlord. Of course, she doesn't want to hear the truth.
Favor of it, for the same reason I'm in favor of it, because it creates all these negative stereotypes. And a huge contradiction I saw on the left, and I'm like, I don't
wait. Creates all these negative stereotypes. No, the negative stereotypes are there anyway. God. Like, what he's saying is that he thinks that that programs like affirmative action would cause there to be like negative stereotypes of unworthiness for Black people, right? And without that, that's not a problem. But so, yeah, no, the negative stereotypes are called anti-Black racism. They're there with or without affirmative action.
Necessarily know how to process this, but they're saying Clarence Thomas, they're using affirmative action to call him stupid. And I'm like,
wait, what? Well, yeah, I mean, they're saying you're playing into Jake's argument.
Okay, I thought we were going to put words into people's mouths. They're not saying that. They're not saying that, right?
Yeah,
right?
totally. They're saying, look, he benefited from
a policy like that he took down.
Affirmative action, and that's why obviously
that
he's
doesn't mean that he's unintelligent, right?
wrong about this. He's stupid. I'm going. This is the problem. This is totally the problem. So, it seems like on the affirmative.
What a weasel! What a weasel!
Affirmative action one, you're definitely on firmer ground because you got Jank on your side. So it's the other places where you have to beat Jank up, and that's like the Democrats are secret Republicans. I noticed you launched an attack on him last week about that one. What's your take on this theory? We've debated this theory on the show as well, and Sitch is always fighting against this.
Self-reporting their bigotry.
Democrats and Republicans are exactly the same.
Well, okay, so it's complicated. Like it's a nuanced thing to talk.
Secret Republicans
about, because I do think that the Democratic Party has come a lot closer to the Republican Party on some economic issues, right? So it's no surprise to me that at this point, there's always like a handful of Democratic senators when Democrats have the majority in Congress to like basically raise their hands and say like, no, we're against these, economic liberal policies. Kirsten Sinema and Joe Manchin were the two that were willing to raise their hands in regard to the Build Back Better plan. But they're not the only two. They were just the first two who were willing to publicly speak out against it. But there are Chris Coons, another senator, there's a bunch of, I think, economically conservative Democrats who would definitely serve as obstacles to some of the more progressive economic policies. And I think the reason why is because over the years, and certainly after, Citizens United, you have this increase of incredibly wealthy donors, not just donating to the Republican Party, they're donating to both parties, right? And look, anyone who tries to argue that these aren't legalized bribes, like what do you think they are? Every election cycle, the amount of money that pours into election coffers.
There's people in wealthy people in different fields of industries and stuff that donate money to soften up regulation and basically make it easier for them to exploit the labor of their workers and jack as much from them in terms of profit on the other end of it too, right? Like landlords would be a good example of
there are some donors that focus on the right, like for instance, the majority of money coming from the NRA goes to Republican candidates. But when it comes to some of these multinational corporations,
let me cut in a second, give you like a different perspective, because I'm with you.
Yeah, exactly, Morpheus. The Democratic, at their best, the Democrats are there to save capitalism from itself, right? In a situation that is just intractable. You've got the FDR that'll come along with the WPA or whatever, but it's always in a way that doesn't fundamentally change the objective power relations between labor and management.
And I'm not
between workers and capitalists.
In favor of all this money flowing into politics. And even the argument I usually hear is that sooner or later the representative has to be responsive to their actual voters. So if the actual voters want a certain policy prescription and the rich donors want a completely different one, they have to cheat, finagle to get it in there. And I'm not Pollyanna about it. I think that does go on. But I'm skeptical of this idea that you can give a bunch of money to a politician and they can brainwash their constituencies into wanting things that there's no way.
Oh my God, it's so easy though. Right, if they don't want an issue to get any traction, they can just not talk about it.
In hell they would want.
I don't think that they're
brainwashing. They can concentrate on other things.
Pushing their constituents into wanting things they don't want. I think what they're doing.
Yeah, it doesn't take brainwashing. It's just changing the conversation.
Doing is they're pivoting to
The Hill uploaded a video titled Anna Kasparian Ditches Progressives.
the culture wars in lieu
Okay.
of focusing on the economic issues, where I think that there is, I wouldn't say exact agreement, but there is definitely more agreement and increasingly more agreement between Democrats and Republicans on these economic issues. And I think part of the reason why the culture wars are front and center and getting worse every election cycle is that in an effort to differentiate themselves from the Republican Party, the Democratic Party has leaned into the culture wars more and more, I think to the detriment of the country to a large extent. And so, I mean, I don't know if you guys saw after what happened with, the George Floyd murder, you have Democratic leadership kneeling in kente cloths and stuff like that. And it's just, that is at this point, that is what they lean into for their campaigning. I think it's fascinating though.
No, that is how they virtue signal. That doesn't belong. They didn't change the laws. They didn't do anything that they talked about, right? They didn't make changes. They gave like gestures towards, caring about the issues brought up by the protests, but they didn't actually, they just dragged their feet like they always do.
That Biden has decided, for his reelection campaign, seems like he wants to focus more on his economic accomplishments. And I'm going to
just like it seems like I want to focus more on the top of the hour ad break. I don't even know if it's the top of the hour, the bottom of the hour, the middle of the hour ad break. All I know that is that it happens twice every hour, and you will be getting that ad served to you. And unless you're able to ameliorate your viewing experience somehow. What do I mean by that? I mean something like connecting Amazon Prime to Twitch and getting a free Prime sub out of that. Using it on my channel and getting yourself out of the ad break that way. I'm talking about spending $5 or $6 if you are on mobile for a Twitch sub, if that is a possibility for you. And I'm talking about if none of these other two things work for you, maybe hoping that somebody is kind enough to bestow upon you a gift sub, which occasionally does happen, and you might get. And your best bet is to be active in chat if you want that.
be honest, I was about to go on the show and be overly critical of Biden on his economic accomplishments, but obviously I got to do my due diligence. And then I saw some areas of improvement, some areas where he still needs a lot of improvement. We did a fair video on that.
Okay.
An evangelical figure named Paul Weyrich. And Paul Weyrich actually wasn't like passionate about abortion.
So are you ready, chat? I feel like I wish we'd gotten some kind of break, like a hype train or something to split this up, because we're about to go into hyper drama mode, right? So up until now, Anna's been calling out what Twitter users, trans people, progressives, leftists, etc., etc., etc. We are to the part of the VOD where Anna is about to start to call out people by name. She's going to start calling out other content creators, right? So I just want to reorient you to the fact that it's about to go into hyperdrive. DeSantis just posted an ad. Yeah, I saw that. And you know what? I wanted to watch that, but it's got like funk music on it that I'm pretty sure is copyright. Yeah, it's like literally like it seems like something they would have made on 4chan. Yeah, if you're ready, type 1 into chat. Both chats. Type 1 into chat if you're ready. It is. You're right. But did it get you to come in here, Blood Becoming? Right? You're literally illustrating a lesson in social media. That you get more engagement from saying the wrong thing, or in this case, spelling the wrong thing, than you get from spelling the right thing. But good to have you here anyway. I hope you're doing well. Mike from Humanist Report is in that ad. Oh, yeah. They use Mike from Humanist Report. You're right. So we got 2 people ready. Anybody else ready? Anybody else ready to just dive into the drama? Because that's what we do here. That's what we do here every single day. I'm the worst drama channel out there. I'm a horrible person, and I am feeding the drama addiction that you need. And we're about to dive into Anna versus Lance because I'm a bad person. Wait, why did I press 1? Wait, why wouldn't you press 1? 1 means you're ready. Oh my gosh, unless YouTube is getting this like after. You're sentient, prescient, that's the word. You're prescient. You're able to determine things that are going to happen before they happen because you're in YouTube chat and you're on a delay. And so if you pressed 1, when Twitch chat pressed 1, that meant that you knew that I was going to ask you to press 1 before I asked you to press 1. And that's pretty cool. Yeah, bring the pain. Bring the pain. Bring the pain if you're... Yeah, 1 if you're ready. 1 if you're ready to bring the pain. I'm just warning you. I'm just warning you that this next part, it's a little bit spicy. It's a little bit spicy. She's going to bring up Lance, and then she's going to bring up somebody else. And it's going to be fireworks.
Or outlawing abortion. In fact, the right-wing religious leaders didn't say anything against Roe v. Wade until about 5 years later. And the reason why they did is because they realized it would be a way to galvanize the religious, religious groups, like basically form a broad coalition of religious voters that could apply leverage.
Whoa, did anybody else hear religious boners? Did anybody else hear religious boners? That's not really what she said. I'm sure she said voters. But I heard religious boners, and I can't get it out of my head now. I'm imagining religious boners. Anyway.
To the Republican Party and actually have some power. What really fueled Paul Weyrich was after desegregation, some of these schools wanted to, continue engaging in segregation. And if they did, the federal government said that they would pull funding away.
When Anna heals on Overwatch, she does Ezekiel boners, whole grain boners. She only does all DPS Moira. Yatonix, thank you for the follow. Meow. Welcome to the stream. Meow.
Away from them. And so that really upset Paul Weyrich, and he's like, we need to find a way to increase our power. And one of the ways he did that, one of the ways to galvanize religious voters was through abortion. And, he went to some church.
Yo, now I'm imagining we're taking those religious boners and we're covering them in chrome to galvanize them. We got galvanized religious boners. This is so like metal somehow.
Wow.
Parking lots.
Biblically
and
accurate
threw a
boners
bunch of
even.
pamphlets that had like gory images
stop talking
of
about
like
boners.
fetuses. It had a lot of, disinformation included as well. And it fired a lot of people up. And so it was a way of using the cultural
fired a lot of boners up
war as a
religious
tool
boners
to accumulate power. And so when you think about the manipulation that took place at the heart of the anti-abortion movement, you can kind of understand why it didn't really have much lasting, power. I think throughout the years after Roe v. Wade, after people were able to actually enjoy the freedom that Roe v. Wade provided for them, it's kind of hard to take that away and then not face the political repercussions that follow.
Let me rephrase, because instead of the Republicans, why aren't Democrats just putting out a proposal that's a reasonable abortion cutoff? I mean, I've watched some of these congressional hearings, and you've got various people, various witnesses on the panels, and they won't even, they'll ask them.
They're taking the Lance position.
Yeah, they're basically taking the Lance position. The Republicans will, obviously it looks great for the
So I guess she kind of got baited into
Republicans when they ask somebody on some congressional hearing and they
this particular conversation
can't say, yes, I'm not in favor of abortion in the 9th month.
Yeah, I don't know why they do that. I don't know why Lance did that. I think it's so dumb. It's so dumb. And look, I don't think it makes sense to make all abortion illegal in the 3rd trimester. There are some rare instances where if the woman's life is in danger, right? But be clear about that. Just be clear about that. And you don't have to be a maximalist. I think the pressure to have a maximalist approach to all of these contentious policy issues has held the Democratic...
Adam and Sitch are still salty at Lance and his buddies that roasted them in a debate. Lance debated Adam and Sitch?
party back and actually accomplishing things that protect people's rights.
Yeah.
And so they need to ignore
biblically accurate boners.
Or I don't know if it's because they're influenced by what they're reading on Twitter, but I can't say this enough. Ignore Twitter. Like, you were elected to represent the best interests of your constituents. So please do that and get off Twitter.
Whoa, what about your constituents that are on Twitter, though?
Yeah, and I think you're
Also, where are you going to hear from your constituents, right? Some of them might give you phone calls. Some of them might send you emails, right? And some of them might at Congressman Smith, like, you know, please protect my right to bodily autonomy. Well, I don't see what the difference is, really.
completely correct about
It's weird. She like hates Twitter, even though it's not. You can't even make an argument that Twitter's left wing anymore. Anna's mischaracterizing Lance there. I think she's
like this maximalist approach, because I think what's going on with Lance and with the people at the congressional hearings is that, you know, the left's position on
I feel like Lance. I wasn't particularly impressed with Lance's the abortion part of the debate. But not for the reason that Anna's implying here. The Vanguard has announced that they will appear on Adam and Sitch next week.
Abortion has been, for women, it's my body,
Wow.
my choice. That's been kind of like the slogan. And while obviously bodily autonomy is part of the abortion conversation, I think it's too simplistic to kind of narrowly focus and say that's all the abortion conversation is, because that's obviously not. It's more complicated than that, because the question is, well, is there
Chat saying abolish abortion.
a potential life inside of you, or
Not
is
this chat. They're
there a real
chat.
life inside of you? What point is it become a life? You know, what point does a fetus?
Yeah, and this is like a classic philosophical question that you could argue all day or all night, or you could just admit that it's up to the pregnant person to answer that question.
Just have, you know, rights
and respect their bodily autonomy,
protection,
and realize that nobody is trying to have, you know, an abortion and, like, you know, laid into the pregnancy, you know, for shits and giggles, right? This isn't like when that happens, it is due to, you know, some major
that a baby or a human would have, like. And so I think the problem is that because the slogan was my body, my choice, and it kind of got narrowed down so simplistically, essentially that is like, if that's your position, like, and you say my body, my choice, it like has to lead you down the road of you can get an abortion at any point as long as it's inside of you. And I think that simplistic focus, as opposed to having like a nuanced focus.
Although realistically, like, some, you know, procedures are going to be more complicated than others, and, you know, like, it's not like you're acting like you like. Here's what I got from this. This is Sitch talking.
Is what led people down having.
Yeah, this is Sitch talking. Sitch does not trust pregnant people to be able to make that decision for themselves. Sitch wants to take that decision out of their hands and impose it on them and be like, oh, it just doesn't seem reasonable to me that anyone would want to terminate a pregnancy this late. No, fuck you.
Like insane prescriptions, which allow the other side to basically very easily attack and demonize them.
Well, I mean, look, if you are basing your policy prescriptions on slogans and you haven't actually done the work to understand.
Wait, she's been invited on Adam and Sitch on July. Wait, Anna is coming back, or
these issues and come up with a nuanced opinion on it, then you're a moron, right? So like,
Yeah.
No, but I'm being.
But
serious,
they're testifying in Congress. It's like, how are they getting these people?
No, but I don't care if they're testifying in Congress. I don't care if they're debating Tim Pool.
Yes.
If you're literally leaning on a slogan because you're
Right.
too lazy to do the work, and that's all that informs
Okay.
what you're saying.
these like bookmarks are clickbaity. Anna didn't bring up Lance. They did, right? And calls him out for his take. Yeah, I mean, she.
We've got a problem.
True.
And that's the thing. Like, I just feel like we're in a culture right now where everyone is basing their very strong beliefs on whatever headline they read or whatever slogan they believe in. And it's like, okay, yeah, can you just scratch beneath the surface a little bit, explore this topic a little more, and then tell me what you actually think. And if you think that a woman at 9 months should decide to end a healthy pregnancy, and that's totally fine. And that
but Anna, say what you're thinking. You're thinking that the Republican legislator should decide. Yeah, we're getting Anna on all the thumbnail worthy pictures stills here today. I don't know. I'm doing Anna dirty.
People in this country are with you. I mean,
late-term abortion is just a weasel argument. It's very rare, and usually, exactly, usually done in extreme circumstances.
You're crazy, yeah.
Well, we only have about 5 minutes left. There's one more thing I want to say, because you are constantly talking about regulation. And one of the things that bugs me is that I feel like we're in this situation where, like, Democrats are reflexively pro-regulation and Republicans are reflexively anti-regulation. And I always feel like, I mean, what is the regulation?
All politicians are anti-regulation because business is anti-regulation, right? And that's who funds our elections.
I don't know what the regulation is. So, and you've covered some. Obviously, you're in favor of affordable housing. I'm in favor of affordable housing. We both live in Los Angeles. God, we need affordable housing in LA more than anything.
But not as bad as we need to. First, we need to demonize the homeless.
So, you did a story last week, I think it was, about DeSantis adopting some anti-regulation bill or something like that. And you were kind of against it. And I kept thinking, well, is he adopting something from Texas that has really great affordable housing because they don't allow these environmental impact statements to come into play and prevent them from building more housing, which a lot of homeowners, myself included, I would never do this, but a lot of homeowners want to protect the value.
Is the regulatory policy in Texas really something that you should be advocating for without remembering the people who froze in Texas, who freeze every tough winter? Like, Texas has got some issues with like a lack of regulation, right? And he's talking about housing regulation. I don't know if that's the solution to right? That's such a supply sided brain solution too, right?
Of their homes by stifling more housing development, by using these environmental impact statements to basically put off housing in their areas indefinitely. But
you're mixing up two stories. So I believe in the story about DeSantis, if I'm talking about the same thing you're mentioning.
Well, no. First of all, I know it's from two different stories, and I don't necessarily know about I don't know about the regulation that they were adopting. The regulation, it looks like DeSantis was.
Okay, let's take a look at this. This is from today. Oh, the chat is supporting Benny.
So I want to address that. So during an interview over the weekend, I mentioned how I think the discourse that the country is currently engaged in regard to race relations has actually led to more racial division.
So yeah, there's a hashtag.
We've had now.
There's a hashtag going on in chat that's I stand with Benny.
3 years straight of just brazen white people this, all white people that, Karen this, Karen that.
Trans rights.
It makes.
Oh no, there's somebody saying trans rights infringe on others' rights.
Some people, including myself,
I stand with Benny,
a little hesitant to talk to individuals using statements like that on a regular basis. I should have been clear in mentioning a specific subgroup who think it's totally fine to say stuff like that. Just brazen white people this has actually led to more racial division. When we've had now 3 years straight of just brazen white people this, all white people that, Karen this, Karen that.
Yeah, so much anti-white racism, really.
It makes.
Thanks for pointing this out, Anna.
Some people, including myself, a little hesitant to talk to individuals using statements like that on a regular basis. I should have been clear in
She got cooked again, didn't she? She got cooked on Twitter again, didn't she?
mentioning a specific subgroup who think it's totally fine to say stuff like that. That is who I'm
There
referring
are 5 empty homes for every unhoused person. Yeah.
to. And I think
people are like sitting on those homes waiting for them to waiting for the the prices to go up, right? They're being used as investments instead of being used as housing.
Take a professional, it doesn't take a tenured psychologist to understand why people would feel hesitant to engage in conversations, open dialogue, when they're constantly reading day in and day out that just the very nature of them being white means that they're racist or hateful
She's throwing Dr. Ritchie under the bus.
promote white supremacy. And I would just venture to say that maybe we need to be a little more careful in throwing that word around, racist, because when you accuse people who aren't racist of being racist, the word loses all meaning. I'm now super hesitant to believe accusations of racism toward people until I've done a full look at the story and investigation myself, because it's now used to label anyone who says anything that is considered out of line.
That's why houses are not included in the Consumer Price Index, which is used to measure inflation, because they are seen as investments or fixed assets.
Now, if you watch that interview and you decide that I was out of line, that you didn't like what I had to say, and you no longer want to support the show, that is totally your right. But I'm always gonna speak my mind. I'm always gonna say what I actually believe. And I do think that the whole Karen narrative, which I did a long segment about just a few weeks ago, has been super toxic.
What's funny is that there maybe is something to talk about with that, but you'd be talking about the right wing co-opting the term Karen and using it to just say any like assertive woman, right? I have seen the term misused for sure, right? But she's not going to talk about that. She's got no interest in calling the right wing out.
And I think just assuming that people, based on the color of their skin, want to uphold white supremacy in America is just flat out wrong. Period. That's what I think. So I wanted to address
Racist hate being called racist. I promise that the word still means racist. She just thinks she can decide what is racism. Not knowing that Adam is a homeowner explains a lot. It got too black at the studio for Anna. Karen Kasparian. Yeah, exactly. I've seen it, misused, but it's usually like the right wing that's like, oh, you care about oppression, you're being a Karen, right? That's the kind of thing that you'll get from right wingers.
that, and I just wanted to.
Can we talk about white people co-opting Karen without caring about the meaning and usage? Yeah, ruining it, absolutely. She knows what institutional racism means. She is absolutely playing ignorant here. There goes the neighborhood, Anna. So I think that, yeah, this video is doing numbers.
All right, so obvious from the title of this video, I'm done with TYT. Now, before we get into like everything about this isn't about all of the hosts. There are actually a ton of people at TYT that I think are genuinely cool people. This is mostly about Cenk and Anna. But of course, since like they're the people that are like the big names on the network and Cenk kind of like owns the company, it's a pretty big deal when they do something like, I don't know, become incredibly transphobic and start what appears to be a ridiculous right-wing grift. I mean, literally everything from the things that they've said about homeless people to the stuff that they said about abolitionists and their general sort of like refusal to hear the people that are criticizing them and saying, no, this is what people are actually trying to say.
I think that the term Karen existed before that, Morpheus, before Amy Cooper.
You're not really hearing what we're saying, or you're not listening. Now, we're not going to focus on literally all of the right-wing things that they've been doing lately, especially in the past year. They've done this pivot where they go after prison abolitionists, people who say defund the police, homeless people, and anybody that they think is a radical left. Because, doing the enlightened centrist thing is really a smart move in this year, 2023. Right, I still got that calendar right. No, we're mostly going to be focusing on their transphobia, which they have been escalating rapidly, which I guess is something that everybody really predicted would happen starting, I think, about 6 months ago, 4 months ago, when Anna Kasparian put out a tweet complaining about the use of the term birthing person, which is really, really funny because she kept on talking about how, like, it erases women, and it minimizes womanhood down to just body parts, except for it literally does.
Yeah, so she's pretending that there's something about the left that they feel that the left feels like the word woman is not politically correct. And so, ooh, we're not going to say woman anymore. We're now going to say birthing person. And this is like an old right-wing trope, right? If you find old, like, 90s stuff talking about political correctness, right? The thing that you'll notice they're saying is politically correct is, like, using, like, different words to refer to, like, you know, like, I remember, like, there was, like, a politically correct fairy tales book or something where, like, they take the big bad wolf and the three little pigs and they retell it with, like, political correctness or something like that, right? And they're changing the words and everything. But you know, that's what she's kind of reacting to there, right? And she's acting like what this is like we're okay, woman gone, birthing person, right? Not allowed to say woman because what, trans women are offended by that? What? Right? And then we say birthing person. Trans people are okay with that, right? That doesn't make I don't know what the thought process is, but it's broke as fuck. It is busted. This is one busted thought process by Anna Kasparian. Because really what it is it's like this, okay? Birthing person is an umbrella term that it encompasses women who can give birth and people that are not women that can give birth, right? Non-binary people and trans guys that can give birth, right? It encompasses everyone who can give birth. That's what birthing persons means. It's not a synonym to women. Women, some women are under that umbrella, right? Some women aren't. Some women cannot give birth, right? And I'm not just talking about trans women. I'm talking about, you know, some cis women are not birthing people, right? And so if you want to refer specifically to, you know, this group of people with the ability to give birth, you might want to have a term for that, right? But if you're Anna, you just want to call trans guys women, which is fucked up. And that's why she's the other side of the coin to Jinx calling you know, trans women men when he talks about trans women in sports, right? They're trash. The TYT, yeah, the young trash. Instead of blaming the power up when Anna feels inconvenienced, she blames down. Yeah, she always punches down. Absolutely. So those darn protesters for why the police can choose to know. Yeah, exactly, Loris.
And everybody very immediately pointed out that that's a silly thing to say, that in fact thinking that the term woman and birthing person are completely interchangeable actually does reduce women to body parts. And what precipitated this is even more silly because it was originally in reference to AOC and other politicians using the term when they're talking about abortion rights. And I don't know if you know this, but abortion rights are pretty specific to people with uteruses who are capable of having children. And so the term birthing person is a pretty useful term to be narrow enough to be specific, but also cover all of the relevant people. And that's why politicians have been using it in that context. Since posting the original tweet, literally it seems like they keep going back and forth whenever they hear that argument. Basically, if there's somebody reasonable in the room with them saying why the term birthing person might be used, then they're like, yeah, I guess it makes sense in that context, but I just don't like it. But when somebody reasonable isn't around, then they just go and complain about the term birthing person
This
again.
is a vice signal. You can see, like, the way that she's describing it, right? They don't want to take the heat for actually the implication of what they're saying is that trans guys and non-binary people who can give birth should have the label woman just like kind of jammed, you know, just forced on them, right? That's what they're saying publicly. But when they're in private and it's a little awkward, they're like, yeah, I guess so. Oh, yeah, right. But then as soon as it's public, they're right back to the thing that makes them money. That's what this is. This is a money maker, right? Just like the top and the bottom of the hour ad break, potentially making money for Twitch, potentially making money for me when you sign up for an ad in order to get out of those ad breaks, right? Or possibly, if you want it to be, it can be a money maker for the advertisers themselves when you have those ads forced on you. If you want to get out of that, there are Amazon Prime options that will allow you to have a free gift sub. There is paying $5 for a sub if you're on desktop, $6 if you are on mobile. And there's also getting lucky and having somebody see that you don't have a gift sub and give you one because they want you to not get stuck in that ad break. So.
And that really is why so many people predicted that they were going to go into this extreme turf pipeline, because, of course, that's a very...
There's no more left than Destiny. They all claim to be on the left until someone confronts them and they cry woke scolding instead of hearing out legitimate criticism.
Common starting point right there.
These segs are good.
Trans people are erasing women. Oh my god. But then everything escalated when they decided to talk about trans people in sports, which is a very common thing that a lot of...
these segs, I'll agree, the segs definitely are slaying, but they're not slaying like the top of the hour ad. No.
Cisgender people like to complain about because they don't understand how hormones work. And instead of attempting to try and get any type of understanding, they just want to sit and argue about their assumptions about...
Anna herself seems to have gone classist while she's leaning more right. Fear of the poor, no coincidence she went on a channel that doesn't believe poverty is related to crime. Yeah.
How they think hormones should work. They come in with all of these assumptions about biological males and think that there's some sort of...
Big mood, okay? Big mood. Like, whenever they say biological males, it is nails on a chalkboard, right? Like, I cannot hear them say that without imagining it being, like, capital and lowercase letters mixed together a la a Final Fantasy villain, you know? Like, it's total, like, they turn into a Final Fantasy villain whenever they're like biological males. I don't know. It feels like they're like we've released their final form or something.
With magic secret.
They like it's like after you beat the boss one time, but the boss is like, actually, I'm not this boss. I'm this whole other, even more evil boss, and they like transform into something uckier and with more hit points.
Advantage that just exists persistently, regardless as to what hormones are literally dictating what your body is doing at the time.
Yeah,
that's where I came.
Exactly. Yeah, they want to think that there is this like inherent advantage almost to the chromosome, which is these people will appeal to biology, but that is a misunderstanding of biology. Okay, there's a chain of events that causes the release of certain hormones. If you want to say that testosterone is more anabolic than estrogen, I am right there with you, but then you got to admit that trans women have an estrogen dominant system, right? So that would apply to them in the negative. Putting them in a sports league with people that are testosterone dominant would be absurd. And yet that's what, this isn't even my final form. Yeah, it's like the one-winged angel, right? Usually a lot of wings. Exactly. Or one wing sometimes. Almost like she did a 180 out of personal spite. It feels like, oh, I see what you're saying. That is like Destiny. That is exactly Destiny's MO.
And I started tweeting at some of the hosts saying that, hey, you're wrong about this, that, or the other thing. You're missing these details. Hey, you're literally just being transphobic right now. I even reached out to people within the network to say like, hey, I would like to maybe sit down with Cenk and maybe even have it on there.
So yeah, people in my chat were speculating about this, right? And like kind of like I was saying it, right? I was like, why don't they have, if they want to talk about their trans employees, why don't they have like, for instance, Benny on the main show, right? And it sounds like Benny was trying to arrange for that to happen too.
Conversation where I could talk about how all of this stuff actually works. I may not be a doctor, but I like to think that in my master's degree in biotechnology and my experience literally being a trans person who, by the way, most trans people will do a ton of research about hormones before they get on them, because a lot of doctors don't really know that much about it. So that's actually something that I did, where I spent a ton of time like reading through like research papers about what would be like the best for my transition, how it would go, and things like that. So I'd like to think, with my background, with some experience in biology, and you know, reading a ton about how specifically hormone replacement therapy works for trans women like myself, I might know a thing or two about all of these things. And I figured, hey, if Jank doesn't know about this, maybe it'd be interesting for him to learn. But with that though, he wasn't really interested in having an on-the-air conversation because, you know, he seemed pretty intent on not changing his mind, but he was open to having a phone conversation. So I handed to him on that, like, yeah, great. So we had a chat over the phone. Now, obviously, I'm not going to get into the details of literally every single thing that we talked about. I'm just going to give you a brief synopsis, because that's really all that's important. And there are two main sticking points.
I want her to be like, and this is the recording, and this is the... No, just kidding.
That I really want to touch on.
Actually, I think in California, you couldn't do that.
Within that phone call, that I think were really a sign of like how far things were gonna go, and honestly how much further things might go from here still. The first sticking point was Jank seemed convinced of this idea that I'm living in some sort of bubble. They've even said it on the air, that people fighting for trans...
This resembles right-wing rhetoric, right? Because you'll always attack somebody who has a vested interest in the subject that you're debating as like not sufficiently neutral to be able to talk about the subject. So not only are you taking our existence and turning it into a debate, you are then disqualifying us from participating in said debate because we have a vested interest, right? You're in a bubble. You know, this idea that like, you know, I don't know. Didn't Anna complain about her, someone going, yeah, she did talk about that. I do remember that. Yeah.
Right, so all living in some sort of bubble. The problem with that is I have a lot of random trans people from a ton of different political perspectives that will like...
Look, here's the deal though. Like, let's be real about something, okay? HR is there primarily for the interest of the company. I know that it gets portrayed as being like, you know, the SJW center of the corporate world or something like that. They've got some woke agenda at HR. They're like social justice warriors. They're not. They are maximizing the interest of the company. Now, right? Does the company have an interest in not having a toxic, you know, racist, sexist, homophobic, transphobic environment? Yeah, they could get sued, right? So HR wants to take care of problems like that, right? But do they also have a vested interest in making sure that the host of the show does not get in trouble, does not get called out? Yeah, they've got that too. Thank you, Chazardus, for re-upping your YouTube membership. Thank you so much. Yeah, HR is not your friend, and the company's interests. Yeah, it absolutely has the company's interest, right? So with Anna, we're talking about the executive producer and co-host, right? If you're having a conflict with a coworker, maybe you can get some help from HR. If you're having a conflict with your boss, it's a little bit harder, right? A little bit harder to get that. But if your conflict is with the executive producer and the co-host of the entire show, the point person, as it were, at TYT, you just do not have a chance there. You just do not have a chance. I love the pride tanks, by the way.
Reach out to me about like, hey, how are things going at TYT? Or hey, you're really inspiring. You know, stuff like that. And I also...
The Democrats or the HR department for the Capitol have more clips of Anna addressing Benny leaving. This is a 2-part clip. The whole thread, okay.
Have like a decent circle of friends and family, many of which who are sort of all over the place politically. I told Jank very specifically, you know, I have friends that are like big Joe Biden fans, right? Like they are theoretically to your political right. His reaction to that was quite literally laughter, which I just thought was like so hilarious. And he just kind of wouldn't believe. He was like, no, you're in a bubble. You're in a bubble. And I kept pressing. I was like, no, Jank, you don't understand. I matched with a random...
Yo, I cannot imagine having to work for Cenk Uygur as a trans woman. That's gotta be... I can't imagine what a toxic environment that is.
Person on Tinder, and the first thing that they started talking to me about is how transphobic TYT has been lately, because I think that they had just kind of figured out who I was. And Cenk was like, no, see, you're living in a bubble. And it's like, yeah, okay, buddy, that completely random person I matched with on Tinder is just part of the bubble that I'm magically living in. But really, that kind of gave me the vibe.
So just to explain this, she's talking about somebody like that she matched with, right, on Tinder. So kind of like a random draw, right? Or at least as far as like somebody like, you know, who knows about what's going on at TYT and like has a problem with it, right? Drawing a name out of the hat that you know, of somebody who feels like that, and who, when they find out you work at TYT, their first, you know, their first response is, oh my gosh, that must be like, you know, really hard, like, considering, right, that shows that Cenk is the one who's in the bubble.
Of like, oh, Cenk really thinks that like every trans person is part of some sort of ideology, that we're of like a strict like political viewpoint, and that we don't just exist as like a type of person that exists, you know? It really did seem like Cenk was of the mind that to be transgender is to subscribe to a very specific political viewpoint, which, I don't know if you know this, but that's actually something that the like most unhinged transphobes are like spewing as conspiracy theories and stuff like that. They're like, these trans rights activists are all part of this strict ideological group, and they're infecting people with this radical gender ideology.
Wait, sorry, Ace Man X, do you mean like when did Ben quit TYT, or
is literally what like these unhinged right-wingers are saying, but it does kind of...
Anna using personal situations to shift her politics is by definition biased. It's the same reason why conservatives use socialized fear over policy for support. Anna is now, yeah, basically sucked into that audience.
Seem like Cenk is just kind of in that camp of like, oh, if you're trans, you must by definition be like some sort of radical leftist. You know, clearly like not connecting the dots about people like Caitlyn Jenner or Blair White existing, which honestly was just really...
I mean, I can think of a ton of examples just in the Twitch in fact, I feel like in the Twitch politics world, like reactionary view, like trans people with reactionary views, it's almost more common than not.
Really frustrating to have in that.
Like if you're a trans person who's willing to, you know, attack trans people, right, or be you know, advocating on the other side of issues, you get a platform. There are people that want to use you right now and will
conversation, because the people
give you the kind of clout injection that you couldn't even imagine, right? Because you're there supporting their narrative.
In my circle of friends are people who like literally have been homeless in their lives, and people who literally are making like ridiculous amounts of money. I have a pretty broad circle, you know, something that kind of happens sometimes when you're like a polyamorous trans woman that's like a little bit popular on the internet. It turns out that you can build a pretty wide circle of people from like different perspectives and backgrounds and stuff. I know, what a shocker. But then there's the other part that was like even more disturbing, which was I pointed out something that Anna had said on the air, where I was like, hey, Anna said this bit about doctors giving hormone therapy to children because they were afraid of being called transphobic. And I was very clear. I was like, you know that's not happening, right? Like, you know that is...
So literally saying the part that I was assuming was like in the back of her mind out loud. Like that's literally, so Ben's confirming this here, right? Ben's confirming that Anna thinks that medicine is under the sway of the woke mob, right? That doctors are violating what they know is good for their patients. They're violating the standards of care somehow for a political reason, to be politically correct, right? And that is not what's happening. There is so much pressure for political pressure for doctors to violate their standard of care and not offer this kind of medicine to trans kids. There is all the pressure in the world on that side and almost no pressure on the other side. But that's what Anna thinks.
Isn't happening. And Cenk's response
Tell that to Blair White.
Was, I don't know.
Fine definition of reactionary.
Oh, see, I could see it happening though. And I'm like, no, but you couldn't.
The clip starts out, horrible Anna messes up Benny's pronouns. No, God. Okay. That's terrible when that happens to you on stream, right? And it's a weird thing because as a trans person, you're not allowed to care about that, right? When I got misgendered on a larger streamer's platform, I had to kind of take it in stride. I had to move past them. I had to be like, no, I go by she, her, but thank you very much. I'm sure you didn't know that, right? I'm not allowed to be angry. I'm not, but like, God, that's like one of the worst things that can happen to you, right? Like this game, what I'm doing right now, requires a certain degree of self-confidence in order for it to work, right? It is very difficult when you are not in that self-confident space to be able to produce content, especially, when it's, on screen with other people, like what I was doing at the time and what Benny does, right? But yeah, you're literally like, if you say anything about it, oh my God, you're like the worst trans person ever, right? It's your fault for being, and even just me like asserting my pronouns, like, right, correcting the person that misgendered me, which, like, it's not a big deal if you know the person, like, you shouldn't do it. But if you don't, I guess it's understandable. This was somebody that I'd done content with a lot, right? So who definitely knew what my pronouns were, but just was basically defaulting to they, them in order to, it was just a tactical they, them, right? That like, yeah, because like,
because
this way I don't have to remember people's pronouns. I can just...
No, if that actually did happen, that would be medical malpractice, and it would be like a federal case.
Yeah, if you want to play that game, which I wouldn't suggest, right? You got to be ready to be corrected and to be like, oh, I'm sorry, yeah, that's right, she, her pronouns, right? But
to just give kids hormone replacement therapy,
that's not something you can take for granted, unfortunately.
Because you didn't want to seem transphobic. That's ridiculous. On its face is ridiculous. Anybody who
Anna gets it right the rest of the way, but what a bad way to start off. Damn.
Knows anything about politics would know that not only would that be a federal case, but it would be like...
Yo, I almost think that that's drama baiting too. I don't know. We'll have to watch the clip. I'm getting ahead of myself here.
National headlines. Every single newspaper would turn that into the biggest story for months. I mean, literally, the biggest story transphobes have had for the past 2 months is Dylan Mulvaney being on a can of Budweiser. So do you think that they really wouldn't make it national headlines even if it just happened once? But no, Cenk still doubled down and was like, I don't know, I could see that happening. And it's like, great, we have somebody who's head of a...
If you legitimately do not know somebody's pronouns, like, right, say you're going to see a doctor and all you got is the doctor's last name. You don't know, who the doctor is. Wouldn't you use they, them to like, I'm going to see them now, right? That makes sense, right? But if you're introducing somebody, whose pronouns to a group of friends that don't know their pronouns, like, yeah, you might want to
use that word.
And if you fail, right, if you don't get them right, if you defer to the kind of strategic they, them, then just, be ready to get corrected.
Is like basing political opinions off of things that he could see happening. Like, what a wonderful position to be in at this point. Like, the real brilliant five-head political take right there. I could imagine this scenario, and that really...
Yeah, do you hear what she's saying about Cenk? Like, she describes to him how bad that would be for a doctor to do. For a doctor to change their application of medicine based on a perception of political correctness, right? that would be headline news. And that's not going to happen, right? There's, like I said, there's all, as far as political correctness, you're talking about pressure. How much pressure is there for you to do X over Y, right? And right now, all the pressure is for doctors to not provide this kind of care, right? And so Jink says, I could imagine that happening. And that's enough for him.
At this point, like the real brilliant five-head political take right there. You know, I could imagine this scenario, and that really says something about society, doesn't it? And that had to be one of the most unhinged parts of that phone call. But whatever. I sent him some research papers about trans people in sports that went into detail pretty clearly about, like, hey, there's no evidence that there's any reason to discriminate against trans people in sports. And that was like the conclusion that it came to pretty firmly, right? Hey, there's no evidence that we should discriminate against trans people. What a wild concept. It's amazing. I know. But Cenk apparently has learned the wrong lesson from that, especially when you look at some of the clips from his most recent rant about trans people that he just did the other day regarding trans people in sports and the extreme radical activists that support trans people in sports. Now, let's listen really quick to some of the clips from this rant to see where exactly Cenk is on these issues.
No, the hormone blockers do lower the testosterone, they do even things out a lot, right? But the men still have other physical advantages, like we maintain mass much better. And to give you a sense of how unfair this is.
Wait, no, that's literally what testosterone does. Yeah, testosterone helps you maintain or put on mass, right? Estrogen and testosterone are both anabolic hormones. They both have an anabolic effect. The anabolic effect of testosterone is stronger than estrogen's anabolic effect, right? But we're not talking about people who are testosterone dominant. It's right in front of your face, Cenk.
Where she won in Canada with 275-pound bench press. I bench press 275. Okay, and that's not a big deal for a guy.
This is so ridiculous.
And this is like the second time that he's implied that trans women are guys, right? This is the at least the second time. Like, right? This I've seen this this clip and there's that happens.
This is literally so ridiculous. Okay, think about this. He's like, oh, this trans woman won a competition where she broke a record bench pressing 275 pounds. And clearly that's unfair. Because I, a cisgender man, can easily bench press 275 pounds. Therefore, there must be an advantage. And it's like, my guy, she literally broke a record. Like, what are you talking about? She clearly wasn't having like an incredibly easy time. You're stumbling so close to the point. Like, Cenk is literally incapable in this moment of
Yeah, he's not recognizing that if you were to rank him amongst competitive weightlifters, like, right? Amongst that, he would rank towards the bottom, right? That people that do this competitively, they all push up more weight than he does, right? And anyway, it's just
separating trans women from cisgender men in his own brain right here. Like, he is fundamentally refusing to connect the dots.
Like I don't even know why he's bringing his own performance into here. He's not, like, as far as I know, he's not trained.
Hormones maybe actually have an impact on, I know this is wild, your ability to maintain mass. That maybe perhaps, like, your biological traits are not...
She lost in the Olympics, but she had
dictated by some ethereal assignment of gender that you were given at birth, and maybe perhaps are actually dictated by the hormones that are like flowing through your body, telling your body what to do. Like, could he have used a silly...
Well, what we're seeing here is like look, if you want to look at the performance of, like, you know, men and women at any given sport, you're gonna see two bell curves. And you're gonna see, like, you know, the male bell curve, like, would be like shifted right to the, you know, higher level of achievement in a lot of these things, but there's a large crossover, right? And people don't realize how much, how many people there are that are under that crossover area, right?
Your example.
Like there's a difference, but it gets exaggerated, right? In our perceptions, in our essentializing of male and female, there's that difference gets exaggerated, and also it's really easy for lay people to not, and you can see Jinx got like cognitive dissonance. I think that Benny's pretty aptly pointed out there's a gap between like Jink knowing that hormones have an effect and realizing that hormones have an effect, right? And that if you're gonna separate athletes, it makes sense to put the ones with estrogen dominant systems with other athletes with estrogen dominant systems, and people with testosterone dominant systems with people with testosterone you know what I mean? It makes more sense to do that, right? She didn't even medal. So the girl, the woman that Jink is talking about that hit the record or whatever, did not even get a medal in the Olympics. Like, she was not the top 3.
He's trying to say that trans women have an advantage in sports because he personally is a cisgender man that has never taken estrogen.
Yo, was it Jink that said the thing about what if LeBron James was trans? Was that Jink? I feel like that was Jink. If you haven't watched my TY Traders video, right, on YouTube, it's up there, right? And that's the one that I'm talking about. It is Jink and Ben Glebe basically agreeing in a large way with a Republican politician about trans women in sports. Donnie Trump say that? Wait, Donnie Trump?
Would be able to beat...
Oh, did Donald Trump... do you mean Donald Trump Sr. or Donald Trump Jr.? Donald Trank.
I'm all at a bench press competition. This is just on its face ridiculous. But just wait, because it's gonna get worse.
I mean, it's okay, but it's not that big a deal. You're gonna put that in the women's division. I don't care...
Daniel Trump?
How many hormone blockers you had. It's
okay,
gonna make...
what? Okay, Jink, get it straight. Hormone blockers are for people that are undergoing puberty, okay? He doesn't understand. You got this asshole layperson thinking that he can come in and comment on this issue that really you need to be a sports scientist to wrap your mind around, right? Now, I know sports science has a reputation because the people that, go into it are like personal trainers and athletes and stuff like that, has a reputation for somehow like not being a real like academic science, right? Believe me, it is. It is. These are nerds that go into these fields, right? They get really deep into like the mechanisms and the, like there is a lot of science to this, right? There is, that's why they call it sports science, and that's who they consult. That's who the governing bodies consult when they make decisions like, should we include trans women? Should we allow trans women to participate in our, gaming events like the International Olympic Committee? And when the sports scientists look at it and they weigh the positives and the negatives and they ask, is this fair? What's fair? That's what they come up with, because they are not lay people. And I'm being nice here. There are a lot of other words that I could use to describe Jink's relative ignorance on this issue, but I am being extremely nice, like everyone has been to Jink and Anna, absolutely handling, them with kid gloves, if anything, erring on the side of not going hard enough on them. But this is just...
make a difference, okay? And in the limited cases, they're not like instantly breaking every record like Trump is saying, right?
No, they're not breaking any records. They're not winning. They're not winning, right? Like, in almost every single trans women in sports story, they are not winning their fields like in the big events, right? You'll get a story where a trans woman does good in a heat or something. You'll get a story where some cis woman places 5th and is mad because a trans woman placed third, right? You'll get stuff like that, right? That's what you're seeing. The sports stuff is just the first. Yeah, exactly. The sports stuff is absolutely the, like, you know, the foot in the door.
But they're doing better than the average bear.
That's not true. Like, literally show me any statistic that shows that trans women are performing better than average in sports. In fact, that's part of the research that...
But like the average bear, goddamn. I don't want to yell boomer.
I showed Cenk
I shouldn't yell boomer.
That it actually isn't happening.
It's definitely cringe.
Literally is not happening. There is yet to be a trans woman win at the Olympics, despite the fact that trans women have been allowed at the Olympics for a long time now. Once
for 20 years, yeah.
Again, it is almost like Cenk is refusing to take in the information that people...
He wants to politicize an issue that should be decided by people who actually understand the issue. This is not a political issue, Cenk. This is science, okay? And this is like a real scientific question that, like, you know, as much as you might like be able to read a study, more likely read an abstract, more likely read an article, but okay, maybe you're gonna read a study, right? You don't have the wherewithal to be able to, like, for instance, even analyze like the method section, right? If you want to know if a study's good or not, you gotta analyze the method section. Like, there's so much that goes into that. There are people who study this stuff, and their determination has been not only that it's fair for trans women to participate in sports, but that it wouldn't be fair for trans women not to be able to participate in women's sports. That's the conclusion that they've come, that the people who know what they're talking about have come to. But Cenk thinks that his layperson, like, opinion on this, his view from nowhere, his view from his head being up his butt, is more valuable than that, or should be put on an even. It's just, it's so, this is. I'm so sick of this problem. I'm so sick of people politicizing science.
People are presenting to him, and is just making up things
Bears
in his head
beats
and
Battlestar
taking that as
Galactica?
reality.
And here, I'll add one thing that's really important. And we shot a show, I don't know if you guys are ever gonna see it, we shot a pilot just this weekend with a mixed Republican and Democratic family, okay? I asked them about trans rights. Should they have the same rights, same exact rights in housing, employment, etc.? Every one of them, including hardcore Trump people, were like, yes, they should have the same exact rights.
Yeah, exactly.
When I asked about this topic, every one of them, except one, 6 out of 7, were like, no, not competing in sports. Doesn't make sense. Men and women are different, okay? And
so he's making an optics argument thinking that this is this great big 5-head take, when in actuality, what he's doing is letting right-wingers get their foot in the door. And you can tell it because in this exact clip, Cenk basically all but refers to trans women as men several times. We saw one of those times, right? When he's thinking about this, he's not thinking about trans women or women. He's thinking this is how they get their foot in the door. You are patient zero, Cenk.
So whether that's, we can get into continue that scientific debate, but as far as the American people go and politics go, you're gonna lose them. Whether it's right or wrong, it doesn't matter. You're gonna lose them.
Oh, yeah, that's right. We should.
I feel like we've been over this, right? The subsection of voters who are making up their mind between Democratic and Republican over an issue like trans women in sports is minuscule. Anna Kasparian talked about the Twitter freaks, aka us, as being this loud minority. That's the real loud minority, right? Is the Twitter people who want to act like, like trans women being able to participate in sports, drag shows, like all this other stuff like that. That's like the big issue that they're going to vote on. It's not actually that big of a contingent.
Adjust all of our political opinions.
Yeah, but if you what he's doing is he's using the fact that if you ask people about a matter to which they are ignorant, they will give you in aggregate a bad answer. He's using that as a flex. Yeah, Cenk, of course. What are you talking about, right?
Based off of what's popular and what's unpopular, right? Because here's the thing, Cenk. You personally, as somebody that works in the news, have a responsibility You have a responsibility to actually inform people with the facts and not worry about like, oh, how are they going to worry about like what I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly. He's stuck in his optics brain.
No, you just have to like give people the facts. And that as somebody who is working in media, you do actually have
Jink clearly knows better than the athletic commissions.
Influence over people's opinions. But it's playing this game of, oh, I want to sound and seem really smart, regardless as to whether that or not something is actually true. And so I'm going to say something.
I mean, he's playing to the ignorance of the masses. That's what he's doing.
Something that's not true.
He's also blowing up the issue, right? At the same time, he's taking an issue that nobody's really voting on and trying to inflate it. And like maybe if I talk about it enough, people will vote based on that. Maybe people will think that, trans women in sports are a real danger. Like there's a lot of right wingers. There's a number of right wingers who feel that way. Maybe if I can get some people on the left to think that too, we could really curtail some trans rights and sacrifice us to get an optics win, throw us under the bus. That's the kind of, progressive. That's how TYT is the home of the progressives.
Just because it's a big smart brain thing to say. I think discriminating against trans people is okay as a smart galaxy brain strategic move because we got to win over all of these people.
His own failed run for office would indicate that he does not, in fact, know what people think or want, or even how they need to hear it, have it explained to them.
We just don't understand yet. Like, can we stop doing this? Can we stop playing this game of like, I really want to look smart, so I'm afraid of saying something that is literally true? Or like standing up for what is just morally correct? I mean, quite literally, if you don't have enough evidence, why do you think the default should be discrimination? Explain this. Why is the default discrimination? And heaven forbid we stand up for people and say, no, trans people should just be allowed to play in sports. That's good, actually. That's fine. There's no evidence to suggest that we should discriminate against trans people because of some sort of biological advantage. Because of
Ariel, I get what you're saying, basically, right? You're saying let Jink cook. I don't think he's going to get there, though. Right? I don't think he's moving in the right direction. I would say that he's moving in the wrong direction here.
Of course, that's like a...
And as far as filling in the gaps of education, look, this isn't an issue where he should be weighing in on, right? Does he want to get a sports science degree? Does he want to get his master's in sports science? And then maybe after that, he can become literate enough to actually read the literature, be able to inform himself on the decision on the issue and make a good, give a good take? Or does he want to maybe stay in his lane, right? He doesn't have to become educated on complex issues of anatomy and physiology. All he has to do is say, maybe that should be left to the sports scientists and to the governing bodies of said sports who have already weighed in on this, who have already made their decision, who would not be rushing into a decision like this that could have all kinds of negative political implications for them in haste, right? When the issue is not politicized, the decision is to allow trans people to participate in sports. Unironically, Jink weighing in on this issue, and this is a function of, this is what we call the take industrial complex, right? So a take is my opinion on something. Like I give a take on this, I give a take on that. I might know more about this issue than I know about that issue. There's a imperative as a content creator for you to give a take on this issue that you know a lot about and to also give a take on this issue that you don't know a lot about. And I think that's the problem. That's the trap that Jink is falling into. It's a hot button issue. People are talking about it. Let me give my take. Yeah, maybe pull your head out of your ass first, right? Maybe.
Silly, nonsensical idea. And also,
that's the
wild
exact
concept,
problem.
Women with PCOS have a ton of advantages in sports. Are we going to discriminate against them too? Right, once again.
Polycystic ovarian syndrome, generally have a higher level of testosterone and, as such would have more of an advantage than trans women who are, tested for our hormone levels and forced to it doesn't just happen. You don't just be like, I am trans, I will now participate in this women's sport activity, right? You have to have been medically transitioning for a certain amount of time, right? And you have to have your hormone levels within a certain range in order, right? So these are.
And this is a failure to understand that trans people are just a type of person, right? This is thinking that transness is something extra, which is another vibe that I got with Jank over the phone.
Yeah, River Rune, it is very hard to catch the algorithm's attention as a trans person talking about trans issues. People would much rather hear like a cis person, going off politicizing our existence out of ignorance.
Was just this feeling that it seemed like he thought that transitioning and being trans was like this extra special thing that people did for fun or to make a political statement, and not just literally part of like who trans people are. Once again, this is just a failure to understand transness as just a type of person that exists. And the idea of, oh, you're just losing the average person. You're losing. I can win over Republicans on like the housing and all the.
I just have to throw you under the bus.
These other things.
Easy.
It's just
easy. I can win over the Republicans. I just need to tell you to shut up and sit down. And right.
Absurd on its face. Because really, Jank, are people just gonna vote for Republicans?
He literally thinks that if Democrats were like all en masse, like, okay, no more trans women in sports, that the right wing would be like, okay, I feel heard. I feel listened to. Let's leave trans people alone now. Yeah, right, Jank. Yeah, right. You think that wouldn't encourage them? This is exactly how they get their foot in the door. And it's people like you that are letting them do it.
They're very angry that there's a trans person playing sports ball. Come on, like be real.
Yeah, you want to hear about imaginary advantages where, you got athletes like Michael Phelps that have, literally just like a massive, like, wingspan.
Be real, especially because, and this is another thing that I pointed out to Jank, if you look at the states where Republicans made their entire campaign just attacking trans people in sports, you know what happened when Democrats actually stood in defense of trans people? Oh yeah, that's right. The Republicans lost miserably. Nobody is thinking about this. People are not like just.
If you poll people on these issues, right, and you ask them, what are your number one concerns? Trans people in sports. Even trans kids like receiving like puberty blockers, these rank very low. These are not issues that people are voting on.
Like struggling to fall asleep at night. Oh my god, oh, I can't even believe trans people are playing sports. What am I gonna do? Nobody's doing that. There's a tiny group of people who are obsessed with trans people that are like going on a tirade, but that's not the majority. If you look,
like I said, this is the small but loud minority. Anna Kasparian claimed that like a small but loud minority care about trans rights, and I mean, look. I mean, that is true, right? As a trans person, most people support like our right to exist. Most people are not, do not have these horrible like points of views. But a lot of people either don't know or they don't care, right? Our issues don't get prioritized, either. But Anna's trying to, portray this like small but loud contingent of ultra left purists as getting most of the attention, when in actuality she's embracing a small but loud minority of people who want to make like the danger of trans people like a political issue.
In Michigan, the Republicans made their entire campaign just like, we hate trans people. And what happened now? Oh, the Democrats have a trifecta in Michigan now. And every state where Republicans have tried to.
Okay, so it looks like we're coming up near the end of the stream, unless we can pull 12 subs out of our butts, out of our collective butts here.
Focus on just attacking trans.
We can do that. We can watch the. We've got a appearance by Olaimi on the Vanguard, talking about the Anna Kasparian situation.
Trans people, it has literally undermined their own support. So what is happening right here?
Oh yeah, lactic acid probably
seems to be very clearly Jank hiding behind hypothetical people's opinions in order to mask his own opinion. He doesn't think that trans people should be allowed to play professional sports. And instead of just saying that, which I guess on some level he does, He hides behind, oh, you know, the American people aren't ready.
Yeah, it's an optics argument to hide his own bigotry.
For trans people to play sports, you know? But it gets even worse because he basically follows this up by blaming trans athletes and anybody who dares to just support trans people existing for all of the transphobic legislation that is passing across the country and for Republicans winning.
That is incredibly selfish of activists who are betraying their own community. Because when you say I don't care about elections, who cares about the Democrats? That isn't the point. The Republicans.
Jink, you think of us as men, you don't care about our community. You're a bloviating, worthless, transphobic dinosaur, okay? And everything that you said about USA Today applies to you, buddy.
Introduced over 600 bills against the LGBTQ community. That's because of elections. And over 70 of them have already passed. When you say I don't care about winning and I don't care about elections, what you're saying is I'm super selfish leftist activist and I'd like to build my cloud.
Literally, dude thinks that if trans women proactively took ourselves out of sports, that red states would not vote for Republican legislatures. Really?
Well, I'm willing to throw trans.
If we're just a little bit nice to Matt Walsh and give him a little bit of what he wants, he will back off? Really? Do you really? Yeah, it's super selfish of you to think otherwise, Shakespeare.
People in the entire LGBTQ community under the bus, knowing that these bills are gonna pass because we're laser focused on a losing issue.
And he's like, oh.
Just like I'm laser focused on the top of the hour ad break, which is coming at you. I don't know when. It's not even the top of the hour. It just happens when it happens. It happens twice an hour, and it sucks because you get sucked out of this. You get forced to watch an ad, and it just breaks your immersion entirely, right? So if you want to get out of that, Twitch Prime is one way to go. Use Amazon Prime to get yourself a free Twitch sub to give to the streamer of your choice. Spending $5 on desktop or $6 on mobile is another way to handle that. And the other way to handle that that's a lot less, a lot less reliable, but still possible, is if you're talking in chat, you might be given a gift sub.
Oh, if Republicans
but
win,
it's only if you're lucky.
Because the trans people want to play sports, it'll be all your fault. And like, how disgusting is that actually? You are genuinely gonna blame people whose existence is like actively being criminalized by Republicans for their own oppression? Give me a break. This is actually your fault.
This is gross.
More than it is any trans person's fault, Jenk.
Yeah, and letting them get their foot in the door with, trans women in sports was the first mistake.
Personally, it is more his fault. Because what Jenk is doing is Jenk is going to an audience of people who are presumably on the left and telling them, no, it's okay to be transphobic. It's okay to compromise with the rights of trans people. It's okay.
Yeah, the same way that I described Bosch. Bosch isn't, he'll claim that he's taking right-wingers and being like, oh, but what about a little socialism, maybe a little anarchism, a little leftism, what about a critique of capitalism as a system, right? And he's not doing that. He's taking like lefties and being like, hey, what about a little white fragility? What about a little red pill philosophy? What if we talk about misandry and anti-white racism like they were real things and like those were the real problems, right? That's what's going on here. You're taking a left audience and normalizing right-wing shit.
Should just discriminate against trans people in some ways if it makes these Republicans happy. And like, that is unbelievably disgusting. It's such a shameless thing to do. Like, how on God's green earth do you think that you get to call yourself some sort of like principled leftist who's out to do the right thing? How can you call
he definitely, I hope he doesn't call himself a leftist. That would be hilarious.
yourself the home of progressives?
TYT.
When you are actively cutting deals with fascists about the rights of trans people and then
using us as a political football,
transphobic nonsense to an audience of like millions of people.
Straight up brainworms.
It is deeply irresponsible and fundamentally it's pathetic. This is genuinely embarrassing. The degree to which this is irresponsible just knows no bounds, because there are so many people that are literally looking to people like Jenk for opinions, and he's literally just giving them an open invitation to be as transphobic as they want to be because it's politically strategic.
They'll say that, but okay, you don't care about the politics? Let's just, for once in your life.
Is it me, or does Anna just, like, maybe it's because of what she's saying, and I'm like seeing something that's not real, but it feels like she could be in one of those games where there's like a future, and it's like Ayn Rand. What is that game where it's like an Ayn Rand future with the oh my god, I can't remember what it's called. BioShock, yes. Does she feel like she could be like a BioShock character? Or like a Hunger Games character or something? Like, I don't know. She's just like giving like...
Think strategically about what that means. That means that you're gonna continue pushing the Democratic Party to unequivocally...
Yeah, I was thinking of BioShock. Chat got it.
Please support everything that
got it.
The trans activists want, even if it's unpopular among the electorate. That means they're not getting reelected. That means they're gonna lose to Republicans. Republican lawmakers who are...
Like, what is she asking people to do? Oh, you know what? We were gonna do some trans activism. We were gonna advocate for trans rights, but you know what? We're just not gonna do. Should we cancel Pride? Would that make you happy? What do you want? You want us to disappear from public life? What would make her happy? What is she actually like suggesting?
Passing draconian, disgusting legislation in various states right now as we speak against
the side turn tie up definitely screams, which of you will be tribute?
Transgender community.
Look at this. You're gonna...
Oh my god, I went over 6 hours.
Push your Democratic Party to unequivocally support everything the trans activists want. Like, shut up. Literally, shut the fuck up. This is so embarrassing.
I went over 6 hours, and unfortunately, it looks like we are not going to extend the stream longer. We did not hit that goal for today.
Like,
we can try again another day.
Kasparian, and like, look, I'm gonna be.
I guess there's still time. I guess there's still, you know, like what, a good 20 minutes left of the stream. So, you know, but I'm not going to get too.
This is my personal opinion, but whatever. I think Anna Kasparian is genuinely personally transphobic. I'm just gonna say it right now. She's like saying and doing all of the things.
Okay, so this is Ben Carollo, a former host of TYT, just left TYT because of Anna and Jink's weird transphobic and right-wing takes.
She's referring to every trans person as a trans rights activist. Referencing every trans person as a trans rights activist is just
Karen
on its
Hall.
face, literally.
Yo, there's somebody named Karen Hall? Whoever that is, awesome name.
Transphobic. And it's one of the things that transphobes have been pushing for
awesome anonymous gift, anonymous gifter.
A long time, is just calling every trans person a trans rights activist. I mean, and the media more broadly does this.
Oh my god.
And this whole idea of like, you're gonna lose to Republicans.
So we hit the sub goal, we got 90. I don't know. Look, I don't wanna hope for too much. I know 10 subs in like 20 minutes is a lot to go for, but I guess it could still happen, and you know, it will unlock the Vanguard appearance of Olimey.
There's the Republicans, if you
which I've been told has a lot to do with the Anna Kasparian stuff.
To these trans people, once again, is entirely debunked. Most people are fine with trans people, and when Republicans make their entire platform about
Anna addressed Benny leaving at the end of her solo hour after pressure from chat. Her response was basically sort of regretful. Benny chose to leave, but no apology. Of course, no apologies. Of course, no apologies. Wow. Okay. Wait. So yeah, we're now 9 away. Computer Bailey, thank you for the gift sub. Here, let me switch it over to the other screen.
Attacking trans people, it actually does undermine their political success. We just live in a country that is very much not a democracy.
Oh my god, the hype train is close.
And all these other things. And so Republicans still have like seats in a lot of places. I know, wild concept. But genuinely, if you look at their poll numbers in response to them focusing on just trans people existing, it's not working. It is genuinely not working.
We can hit 100
undermining the electoral success.
By the end of the stream, I will extend it, and I will watch Olimey and the Vanguard.
But of course, you can't not take the opportunity to blame trans people for their own oppression.
And maybe chat can explain the Vanguard to me, right? We are what, 7 away from that?
Am I right?
Also,
it's really great that Anna Kasparian is doing this.
And by the way, you schmucks, you're falling exactly into the right-wing trap. The Republicans, they tried everything.
Also, thank you, Anonymous Gifter, for a tier 1 gift sub to Paladin Lost. Paladin Lost now will not be stuck behind any sort of ad break, and we'll be able to use the full complement of our emotes.
They tried anti-gay stuff, it didn't work. They tried trans bathrooms, you remember that? That didn't
If we unlock the second half, though, I'm definitely going to grab myself some void coffee.
work. Kicking the transgender community out of the military, that didn't work. They drilled in until they finally found a little tiny nugget of like, hey,
An itty-bitty nugget?
folks in like competitive sports
Anonymous
seems a little
Skepter.
bit much. And you don't engage them in that
Oh yeah,
fight.
also
They lose on
Gaspar
everything else.
and
But idiot activists, yes, I just called.
and Gino Rose also got gift subs from the anonymous gifter. Well, I don't want to say the anonymous gifter because there could be more than one. Her response was to double down on the term. Of course it is. Of course it is. Wait, limited time to earn emotes. Is this a hype train? Now, chat, you tell me. Do you want me to keep on going
You
with
an
Jake
idiot.
here?
Activists go in there and go, no, I'm gonna fall right into that trap and I'm gonna fight on the only losing ground we have so we can elect more Republicans so they can pass more anti-LGBT laws. Great, well played. I'm sure you're clout.
We could do the Weasel song. Oh yeah, the scam train is on. The scam train is in full effect. Oh my God, Nina Bofina, thank you for re-upping your membership on YouTube. Look,
Your brand is doing great.
Even YouTube playing along with the hype train, right? And look, they might not give you credit for it. Oh my God, yes. Wait, Hot Take Andy, thank you for the follow. Right? They might not give you credit for this, but YouTube, this is a great time to make sure you're hitting that like. We're gonna see, like, if we could possibly break the record. Our record is 100 likes in a stream.
These clips are just so infuriating.
Yeah, thank you,
genuinely.
Computer
like, that
Bailey.
talk about betrayal is just so like.
Thank you, Dragon Princess. 100
pathetic
bits
and
cheered.
embarrassing and shameless coming from Jenk and Anna right here. Like, oh, you're betraying the trans community by fighting for trans rights. How dare
And
you?
thank you, anonymous gifter/gifters.
You just say that trans people
It's
should be
impossible
treated
to know
equally in
about
society.
who the anonymous gifter is because the anonymous gifter is mysterious and it might be gifters.
Don't you know that you're supposed to live as second-class citizens so that I can feel
There could be
better
any
about
number.
myself when I give you rights? Literally spare me. This is
Jules,
ridiculous.
thank you for the community sub.
But I think the real icing on the cake here is this tweet where Anna Kasparian has decided to unilaterally declare Jesse
Oh my God,
Singal to not
anonymous
be a
gifter,
transphobe,
gift sub to
despite, and this is what's really wild, Jesse Singal literally talking to whistleblowers
Becoming
at a
got one
medical
yet?
facility that
I feel like they've been showing up for the stream a lot lately. Thank you for the gift sub to lead vitamin, whichever kind of vitamin. You just got a gift sub.
appear to have
Thanks
made
to
some
Jules.
significant HIPAA violations about their patients in sharing the information that they did with Jesse Singal. And of course,
wait,
you
I
have
feel validated. She says Singal as well, right? I don't know which one it is though. I really don't know which one it is. Is it single? Is it Singal? I don't know.
him running around spewing all of the same transphobic nonsense that basically your average transphobe is gonna be spreading.
Yay, Iron Orchid.
You know, the types of
you.
things about like, oh, we don't know about hormones and oh, HRT for kids and oh my god, it's so terrifying.
It is
Oh
always I've always pronounced it Singal. Me too, but I hear people say single.
my goodness, they're turning all of
Whichever one annoys him the most.
our kids transgender. Oh my god.
Single is a good faith, I think, critical.
Oh my god. She clipped this too. Thank you, anonymous gifter, for the 1 month tier 1 sub to River Rune.
Thinker. I'm subscribed to Blocked and Reported. I have listened to endless podcast episodes from Blocked and Reported. I haven't seen anything from Jesse Singal that communicates to me
2 away
that
now?
he is a transphobe, that he is a bad person. He did straight news reporting on basically what, you know, some of the risks could be when it comes to transitioning literal.
And again, like I said, he didn't cover the story, right? Even if you think that somehow like the existence of detransitioners like is some kind of cautionary tale or whatever he wants to make it out to be, essentially it's a reason to restrict gender affirming care. That's what you know, that's what the drive of Jesse Singal is, right? But even if you think that, isn't it imperative to you when these people retransition to cover that too? They never do, because that's not the narrative that they want.
Kids with puberty.
That is like 10 subs in 10 minutes. That's amazing.
Blockers
Yeah.
and then cross-sex hormones. And through his,
and I'm sure all the people who got gift subs appreciate them very much. If you appreciate your gift sub, if you just got a gift sub and you appreciate it, let the anonymous gifter or the other gifters know by spamming emotes in the chat.
Reporting, which I'm very sad to say I didn't really come across until this year.
I don't know if you looked, but you just got a whole bunch of more emotes.
I learned that I was wrong about a bunch of other things.
Like, Jesse Singal literally is one of the, like, more notable transphobic people that is out there putting out misinformation about trans people.
Level 3 hype
actively
train.
stoking the flames of this big wave of anti-trans
Or
legislation.
level 2, I can't tell.
And it's just
It's
deeply
some level.
shameless to come in
Level
and say,
3,
no, I definitely
81%.
think, as a cisgender woman, think that Jesse Singal is not.
Tails and wings. Tails and wings. You just got a gift sub.
Transphobic.
Yeah, spam those as a way of saying thanks.
At all.
Yes, we do. I appreciate people who give gift subs. I'm sure you getting those gift subs maybe appreciate those people even more. Let them know.
So yeah, it's good. It's fine.
It's single. Okay, I just deliberately found an interview with him. He says single. Okay.
Trust me. And then of course she starts talking about like, oh, puberty blockers and cross-sex hormones for children. I think the important thing to understand here, and this is a line that I have like continuously told people and like said on TYT myself, that like really what it boils down to is hormone replacement therapy is literally just puberty. Like at the end of the day, it's just puberty. And yeah, whether it's puberty with estrogen or testosterone, it's going to carry some risks just like it does with cisgender children. That's just part of puberty. And it's actually not all that different if it's a trans puberty or a cis puberty, believe it or not. And so anybody fear-mongering about the effects are permanent, yeah, that's kind of the whole point, isn't it? You know? Isn't that like the whole point? But if the effects were really entirely permanent.
Yeah, it's weird. When they're talking about trans kids, they want to say the effects are permanent. Even though when we're talking about hormone blockers, those effects aren't permanent, right? Hormone blockers, think of it as a pause button, right? If you want to say that, you know, they're at a vulnerable part of time in their life and, you know, they might not know, okay, let them hit the pause button. Because the one thing that's not reversible is puberty, right? So having that, you know, intervention that gets used on cis kids if they have precocious puberty. This is not some exotic medication that doesn't get used in any other situation, right? This is also a medication that gets prescribed for precocious puberty, right? To put a pause on that, right? This is the best medical intervention we have. Also, thank you, 100 sub points reach. We will unlock the second half, the fun half of the stream. Paladin Lost, thank you for the community gift sub to, let me look and see who got it. Oh, anonymous gifter gave a gift sub to River Rune. River Rune got one. Tails and Wings. Wait, there's one more, right? Gift sub to Snowwolf 2014, which is honestly the best, a great year for Snowwolves 2014. Everything only has monetary value in this system, and life is almost meaningless. We wake up to exist in this system. It started for me with the unprompted, I'm offended by being called a birthing person or whatever. I'm tired, but when she said that, I haven't been following TYT for too long.
Permanent, then transitioning as an adult wouldn't really work, would it? And yet, of course, it does. And you know, it's funny because they're big.
Paladin Lost says, my niece is on Lupron for precocious, I can pronounce correctly, precocious puberty. Nobody would say anything ignorant to her, right?
Biggest fear for what happens to children who are on hormone therapy is that a cisgender child might accidentally get gender dysphoria. You know, the thing that trans children just deal with if they're not allowed to get hormones. And so literally, this is just a nonsense argument of throwing all trans people under a bus out of the hypothetical fear that a cisgender person might take hormones and just realize that it's not for them. Which at that point, by the way, they could just stop taking hormones. And so really, when you take all this together...
Yeah, that's the thing, is that like, it is actually a frustration for trans people often that when we get on hormones that they don't do what we want them to do as fast as we would prefer them to do it, right? It takes a while, right? It's not an instantaneous, thing. And with this, like, the irreversible damage people are trying to, portray it. This is Benny Carollo, who just left TYT. Kind of a brave decision, given how large that network is. And but she's just, she's tried everything she could as far as talking to Jink, as far as talking to Anna. She could not get through. And I think she's just tired of dealing with the toxic environment there.
Seems like Anna Kasparian is fully engulfed into like the conspiracy theories against trans people. And I genuinely think that she believes a lot more than what she's saying, because I've just seen hints of like just some like extremely rabid transphobic
confirmed
nonsense.
J.K. Rowling confirmed.
And with Cenk seems to be following Anna Kasparian along and kind of seems to be of the vibe of like, oh, no, I'm this big smart news guy and I've been doing this for a long time. I couldn't possibly be wrong.
She started othering Benny before she transitioned.
And very much relying on his lack of any type of understanding of biology and just making ridiculous assumptions about the difference between men and women and thinking that that's some sort of like universally applicable thing, not thinking about how hormones play a role in that, and of course is bouncing off of Anna's deeply transphobic energy. And of course he can't help himself but frame himself as like the brilliant galaxy brain reasonable person. And of course all these trans people are just ridiculous and out there and just radical. And couldn't possibly be, referencing like very basic science that is easy to go
The transphobia is also, in addition to them tokenizing her for being a communist.
through. And any attempts to educate either Anna Kasparian or Cenk has kind of just been met with a lot of stubbornness, of digging in their heels, rejecting the new information.
Well, let's be real, okay? Communism, socialism, anarchism were hot. And, when whether it's the Majority Report or TYT or any kind of liberal platform bringing on a leftist into their midst, right? It is in some way out of fear of being left behind, right? They want to capture some of that energy.
Replacing it with their
own.
I
think the best thing that can happen in that situation is that the person they bring on actually changes a few minds there. That's not always what happens, though. And unfortunately, I think, trying to change Cenk and Anna's mind was kind of not going to happen.
Imaginations about how they think things should be. And it just continues to escalate over the past several months. And that fundamentally is why I just can't be a part of TYT anymore. It's just too much. It's ridiculous.
When Cenk talked to Benny about her service and she was getting emotional and kept pushing it, he kept pushing it. It was so cringe before she transitioned. I didn't see that interaction. Alt-righters barely won in 2016. They used a lot of Red Scare tactics to get, voters in, I wish I had gotten blockers being 9 with, oh my god, oh my god.
Because at a certain point it becomes embarrassing for me. Because how can I, as a trans person who actually knows the science behind this, who actually is like actively trying to support trans people, as somebody that people look up to me, right? People literally like send me messages and be like, I'm so inspired, you being a TYT.
And this is the truth of the matter. Even if you really like, have, if you feel warmly towards people at TYT, which I'm sure, like, she's made some friends and it's difficult to leave, right? At some point you gotta separate yourself from that, right? Because I'm sure she was getting DMs and people just being like, right, it becomes untenable for you, even if you want to, like somebody earlier was kind of the opinion, let Cenk cook. I don't think that he's, cooking in the right direction, but even if that's what you think, right, you've got your own career and your own community. If you're Benny, to think about, right, her community, like, is probably, wondering what's going on with TYT.
Like, it made me want to come out, or like my kids watch your show and it just like, it gives them so much hope and they're so excited to see a trans person in the news. And I have to deal with messages from them now asking about, hey, what's going on with TYT? Hey, what the hell is happening here? Like, why is Anna saying this? Why is Cenk saying this? And that is just like the amount of like psychic damage that I have to take every single day dealing with not only the transphobic nonsense of the Republicans, but also whatever Cenk and Anna are on right now. It's just too much. And because at a certain point it becomes embarrassing, because then people think that I'm like endorsing their views, and I cannot. I will not. I refuse to lend any support to those views whatsoever, because fundamentally they're dangerous and they're ridiculous and like they're straight up evil. It is just this shameless, selfish ignorance that is fueling this, and just this self-importance coming from both Cenk and Anna, this idea that they don't actually have to listen. So no, yeah, I
get the feeling that anything that you would ask her to do, right, that anybody would ask her to do, she's already tried, right? She wasn't super vocal about this when it first started. I get the feeling that she was probably working behind the scenes to try to talk to them and maybe fill in some of those gaps where there might be some ignorance informing their perspectives. After that, she when it started to get really bad, she made tweets letting her position be known, and without mentioning them, and then finally, did mention them and had a back and forth with at least Cenk, if not Anna as well, right? Every single step along, she's taken every possible step to try to make this work and to try to bring them along and everything, and it just wasn't going to happen.
Done with TYT, because I can't let anybody think that I have any type of support for their opinions here, because they're just ridiculous. And it's just gotten to be too much for me to deal with all of this nonsense.
It's got to be toxic.
And the last thing I want is for them to be able to say, oh no, it's fine. We have like a transgender host, so it's all good actually.
They were doing that. I heard, Ben Gleib for sure did that. And I'm sure, Cenk and or Anna have said similar things. They were absolutely using, if somebody's using you as a fig leaf, you have every right to, get out of that situation. All right, well, I mean, good to see her get her freedom. Like I said, this video is popping off, right? This video is doing quite well for her channel. It looks like she's gotten a lot more subs too. So, people are noticing her courageous take here, and hopefully she's going to be all right. Because like I said, she's got a target on her back from TYT. It's not easy to exist in a social media atmosphere with such a large network, having like no doubt that they're gonna do whatever they can to minimize her voice. So it's great that she's making her voice heard nonetheless. Now I did get a tweet from Natalie. Let's take a look at this right here. Wait, did I already do this one? Oh shit, no. Okay, chat, like just no. We need to listen to this, okay? But understand that it sucks to get misgendered, and I feel for her in that.
And in our Twitch subs, we have Vitengale, who is commenting about
friend of the VOD, Vitengale,
about Benny leaving TYT, and says that silence is violence. So
friend of the VOD, everybody go follow Vitengale.
Since you want me to address it, I will address it. So unfortunately, Benny has decided to leave TYT. I am definitely heartbroken over her decision to do that. I wish that Benny decided to stay here despite our, in my opinion, incredibly minor differences of opinion.
I mean, look,
that have been.
I mean, she did correct herself, but it's just like in this context, right? Where you're already sending so many signals that you don't look at like trans women as women, and you don't look at trans men as men. Like it is telling. It is telling.
Blown out of proportion on Twitter with people encouraging Benny.
Vitengale really can jam some awesome tunes.
To leave TYT. Benny is now.
It's one of the best vibe streams I've ever been in.
Doing her own thing, has her own YouTube channel, had already had her own Twitch channel and all of that. I really, really encourage you guys to go out there and support Benny and the work that she's doing. I think the perspectives that she is sharing with you all is an important perspective. I think that perspective was also incredibly important.
So she ends up getting a shout out from Anna, and I'm not sure if that's, I mean, that's probably good and bad. Right? Because on one hand, you know, like more subs obviously helps your channel and more attention. And I'm surprised they didn't give her a shout out before this though. Like, or like, I mean, I'm sure they did, but like, yeah, like I did see her subs jump, and I'm guessing it's from this shout out, but I don't know, in this context, like she's going to get a mixed bag, right? She's in terms of subs that are maybe more sympathetic towards Anna and Jink too.
To have here at TYT, and I'm very sad that she's no longer sharing that perspective here with us. But
I just don't believe that like Anna's just gonna wish her well and be like, right?
I have no ill will.
I'm still worried for her. I mean, they only not only misgendered me, they tried to say that since they were gay, they could. Like, no, I don't give a F if someone who is, don't misgender me. That's especially goes for trans folks, but I had a problem with that just recently. Yeah, it sucks. It really sucks. And especially, God, in social media, it's worse. That like, yeah, it's happened to me, I think like once at school, right? It was with a teacher that I actually really liked. And, you know, just the way that he handled it was even worse. And like, I left the classroom crying. It's even worse in social media, right? It's hard to explain.
Hate, no bad feelings toward Benny whatsoever.
Benny made it clear how big of a deal this has been and how Anna is minimizing that as much as possible. Anna is playing politics. Yeah, absolutely. I agree with you. I agree.
I know that she's upset with me. I want to be clear in saying that I've never, ever supported bans on gender affirming care. I am still very much supportive of the transgender community.
Thanks, Anna.
My opinion.
I have never, and like the whole thing is you're kind of a work in progress, Anna. So the fact that you have never at this moment supported bans of gender affirming care, it doesn't really give us a lot of confidence going forward.
Mostly center on tactics in order to garner more support.
Meow, dragon.
Support for the trans community. And my argument in regard to not front loading and pushing the more fringe elements would probably yield better results in securing healthcare, housing, and anti-discrimination laws for the trans community. I get that there's a difference of opinion. I think if you look at my history here at TYT,
yeah, right, Natalie?
The countless segments I've done about the transgender community.
Oh my God, so here we go with the moral self-licensing. I have said things in support of trans people in the past, so, you know, just don't mind my transphobia. Let me try to read a little bit of chat if I can here. I'm a they, he, but prefer they from strangers, and only my closest friends can acknowledge my masculinity. I think I might be much, but I don't really like how disrespectful people are. My brother is trans as well, so I doubly cannot stand transphobia. More fringe elements. All she tried to do is say she's trying to learn an STFU, and everyone would, all she had to do, say she was trying to learn. Oh my God, yeah, look, if she really wanted to do right by trans people, she could. It's not that she doesn't want, it's not that she, like, right, she didn't make a mistake. There's no, I guess it's good she's showing her true colors. I mean, I guess it was apparently, like, there's this thing that the TYT has spawned more Why I Left the Left arcs, I think, than any other media organization. Like, I if there is one, name it, because I don't know it, right? Like, you got Jimmy Dore, you got Michael Tracy. Wait, does Jordan Sheridan fit this? Maybe not. I don't remember what the deal with Jordan Sheridan is. Jimmy Dore famously, Dave Rubin famously, right? There's so many like TYT alum that basically, did a How I Left the Left, Why I Left the Left video. Anna may be pretty on the outside, but she is truly not so pretty on the inside. Yeah.
You will be very well aware that I have absolutely no malice or hatred toward trans people. If anything,
like, and this is also such a boomer thing to say too, right? Like, this is like what racist people say when they get caught being racist. It's like, everyone who knows me would know that I don't have a single racist bone in my body. All these bones in my body, none of them are racist. No racism whatsoever. What are you talking about? And it's like, look, we're not saying that you're marching down the street with a Klan hood, but like, come on, that is not a modern way to be racist, right? Everybody knows that is socially unacceptable. The way that people behave in a racist way, now is different, right? But it's still racist. I have a friend who's trans.
Again, my opinions really center on tactics and what we should do or what could be done in order to garner the most support. But for anyone
whoever we have to throw under the bus to garner the most support, right? Why don't we just forget, turn the Democrat Party into the party of the white working class, like cis het party, and just forget about anybody else. Throw everybody else under the bus because it's good for optics. They'll love us. What will the right complain about then?
Who's spreading lies about me, supposedly being a transphobe.
Oh my God. Spreading lies about you. It's not like somebody like, yo, how long until Anna, I gotta ask chat. I wasn't gonna say this, okay? But how long before Anna picks up the ukulele? How long before Anna picks up the ukulele? Like, can you feel it coming? I feel a toxic gossip train on its way.
My history here at TYT, the countless segments I've done about the transgender community, you will be very well aware that I have absolutely no malice or hatred toward trans people. If anything,
I hope that trans people don't get used as foot soldiers.
My opinions really center on tactics and what we should do or what could be done in order to garner the most support. But for anyone who's spreading lies about me, supposedly being a transphobe, anyone who
it's like it's this dirty rumor. Psst, psst. Did you hear that Anna Kasparian might be a transphobe? No, Anna, you said as much. Come on.
Thinks that me liking Jesse Singal and sticking up for him when he's been smeared and slandered.
Next, she'll be sticking up for J.K. Rowling. What are you talking about, Anna?
If you think that translates to me hating transgender people or being a transphobe, you would be mistaken.
This is the TERP pipeline in action. In action. God, okay. Well, that's nice that, like, I'm glad that, like, Vitingale's question got answered, but God, I could have done without the misgendering. The Vanguard. We're going to the Vanguard. Get in the Vanguard. I'm gonna make a theme song that they didn't ask for. The Vanguard. Vanguard, yeah. There is their video. So can people tell me more about the Vanguard? Should we this is the hopefully they'll have timestamps. Wait, you won't hear her singing? Wait, who's singing? Me singing? Or like, hormone blockers can save lives and prevent more pain than Anna could imagine. But she felt confident deciding for herself that what it would be a fringe element, what matters most to us and what doesn't. Well, she could easily have checked with a colleague. Yeah, she could have, but now she's driven at least one of her trans colleagues off, right? Yeah, the short version. Oh wait, are there Anna Kasparian lashes out at her critics? Wait, I don't even know if they got the... Okay, I think we might have to go to this first.
Hello.
How's it going? Welcome to the Vanguard. So glad to be joined by you once again.
Hey
Olay.
y'all. Hey y'all. Yeah, so I seen this. This was sent to me. This is not the first wild ass banana piece of shit take she's had since the time of... Every time I said this before, and I'm gonna say it again. And since, well, you know what? Let me say it, because fuck her. Since she always want to have my fucking name in her mouth. All right. Boom. They've been for a year on some right-wing bullshit. I want to let the record reflect. These people have never been as fucking progressive as people have let them masquerade and begin to believe in the first place. But she's been on this propaganda bullshit ass takes. Her and Jenk been running this dribble for about a fucking year.
This is what I'm talking about, right? When people are searching for Anna Kasparian, when lazy journalists are looking for videos to try to inform their think piece about like Anna Kasparian's political transformation, I want them to find this. I want them to find me, right? I want them to get the real story, not the story as Anna defines it.
Here now. And since they came up with this bullshit, let me explain to Anna. Okay. Clearly, you don't understand what cisgender means.
Oh, I was watching their stream from today. I see.
And suddenly, right? Oh, suddenly your brain don't fucking work. But maybe you don't understand what gaslight means, because I think you have...
This is so good.
It misconstrued. Gaslighting would be making an entire platform where you recognize where you, Miss Mamas, verbatim went on your platform repeatedly and said you recognize these talking points as right-wing bullshit, non-issues. No one is calling you a pregnant person. You ain't been able to identify this imaginary...
Yeah, she basically deconstructed her current viewpoint before she adopted it, right? She argued with other people espousing the same thing that she's saying about birthing people and aptly deconstructed their, their BS. And then she turns around and is like, oh no, actually, I'm really offended by birthing people. Like, it just doesn't make sense.
Person that called you a pregnant person, fucking yeah. You said that.
Oh my
and then
God.
Perpetrated like you don't fucking remember you said
What
that.
just happened?
When you decided to come out and now adopt those right-wing talking points, because for whatever reason, you must feel like you hit a glass ceiling on the left. Whatever you think is looking for you out there on the right, you want to, that's where you want to be. So now all of a sudden, you are adopting those talking points and you mad at the rest of us because we point out that you've had a different position. No, you're gaslighting us. You are the one gaslighting us, suddenly acting like you don't fucking understand what the problem is when you were one of, according to y'all, let y'all tell it, leaders of the
Okay,
left.
I get it. Computer Bailey, thank you for the gift sub. Wait, you're continuing the gift sub. Oh, I see. Thank you for the sub. God, they explained that to me in such a weird way. But yeah, you're continuing a sub that was a gift sub to you, but now you're continuing the sub. Now I think I understand. What's up, Taverto? Olay is always chef's kiss and then some, right? According to the Talmud, there are at least 8 different genders recognized in ancient Jewish law. These include Zakar, Nekava, androgynous, Tum-Tum. Yeah, right. So I've actually heard about that. This is like actually biblically or Talmudically accurate here. This was the view on gender. There were already multiple genders, right? In Jewish law. I had a friend actually who was working on a project wanted to make a video. This is a person who's queer and also Christian, and wanted to talk to other Christians about the way that he sees the Bible as actually being, pro LGBT, and I'm like, I'm obviously not religious in that way myself, but I really appreciated what he was doing there. A lonate female who fails to produce signs of female maturity by the age of 20. Saras, a person who is male but does not develop secondary sex characteristics at puberty. I, Lonton, a person who is female but does not develop secondary sex characteristics at puberty. And Tum Tum Hagadal, forgive me if I'm mispronouncing anything here, a person whose genitals are obscured so that we do not know whether they are male or female.
One of the main ones putting out that fucking talking point. And quite frankly, let's talk about this. You seem to not have anything to fucking do. For all this crime that's rampant around your building, bitch, put on a fucking costume and go act like a superhero and stop talking about the rest of fucking us. Because every time I look, your name, you have my name in your mouth, leftist mafia, this, blah, 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 blah. You make bad, shitty, bullshit fucking takes every day.
And now you're making a bad decision to keep messing with Olay.
I literally only fucking see
like, right? Like, it's not, like, this is the irony of it all. All Olay was doing was like, it's like Anna got on Twitter, okay? She got a cauldron, she put it on top of a bunch of sticks, she lit a fire on those sticks, okay? She poured water in the cauldron, she chopped up carrots, she chopped up celery, she chopped up onions, and then she got in the cauldron, all right? And all Olay did is say, if you stay in the cauldron, you are going to get cooked. Why are you cooking yourself, right? And Anna's like, she wants to cook me. No, she's trying to help you.
In relation,
she's giving you good advice that you should listen to.
Bad fucking takes, and I don't.
Anna does need to get back to the fight against the homeless, yeah.
Because I don't give a fuck. And quite frankly, I've said this from time. This right here was a deliberate propaganda. I said this. We had no business giving her all that fucking grace when she jumped out the window with the tweet because it was on fucking purpose. She did it because she wanted us talking about it. She did it because she wanted to.
It was a Takemeister. Correctly diagnosed. I agree 100%.
Appreciate herself with the right. The reason why she wanted to piss off and go at and attack all the other leftist commentators, including people who are personal friends, like all the Emma Viglins of the world, is because she needs to create.
She put Emma in such a bad position, in such a bad situation, right? She's got like her friendship and her loyalty to Anna on one hand, and she's got doing right by trans people in her community on the other hand, right? She put so many people in such a bad position and then blames them for how they deal with it.
The appearance to the right wing she's trying to ingratiate herself with, that the left is she needs to separate herself apart from us. And what better fucking way to do that than to go at everybody and to fight with everybody and to keep having my black ass name in your fucking mouth. Let me explain this to y'all. I don't care for all of this fool. Like, Anna, let me be fucking clear. Keep my name out your mouth. The only reason why anybody even mentioned you, because I don't even think you matter. I don't even give a fuck about your white.
Hey, what's up, alternative Keck?
Centered view in the world. And also because you keep I'm Armenian, but they keep saying I'm white passing. Whiteness is a construct. Maybe you should read a
Keck. I want to know, do you speak for the rest of the Keck community when you say that this is like basically a witch burning? So you're saying that like it's me that's cutting up the vegetables, the carrots, the tomatoes, the onions, throwing them in the cauldron, lighting the fire under the cauldron, pushing Anna into the cauldron. It's my fault that Anna's getting cooked, right? It's not that Anna's cutting up the vegetables herself. It's not that Anna's lighting the fire herself. It's not that Anna literally wants this engagement, right? It's people like me. It's people like Olay. But what I want to know is, do you speak for the rest of the Keck community when you speak in support for Anna Kasparian, right? Are your views typical?
Fucking book before you present like you the queen of the fucking leftist liberal movement. It's a construct. Am I looking at a white blonde woman? Is that how you walking through the earth? White lady. And now you want to act like, they're the ones that are racist because they assumed when they started peddling propaganda.
A lot of people, yeah, but I'm asking specifically Keck people, like, right?
But I was talking about black people.
Is Keck, is the frog god himself on the side of Anna Kasparian? Can Anna Kasparian count on, what I'm asking you is, are you going to do meme magic for Anna Kasparian? Is that going to happen?
Y'all are the racists, and that really what's really bothers me. Girl, get the fuck out of here. You know what the fuck you doing all in Newsweek talking shit, okay? You and Jenk are both full of fucking shit, and y'all need to hush your fucking mouths because I'm over it. That is what I got.
Look, what I'm saying is, if I get a flag, okay, and it says she will not divide us, right? And it's got a picture of Anna Kasparian on it, and I go and put the flag somewhere behind a fence, like, will you go and take the flag? And if I then like hide the flag in like New Mexico or someplace out in the desert, out in the middle of nowhere, and I film that 24 hours a day and have a stream and it says she will not divide us, will you go capture the flag there? And then if I move it to like the top of a skyscraper in Europe, will you climb up the skyscraper and get the flag? That's what I'm asking, right? Can we get some meme magic?
Say about that.
Yeah. No, I totally.
We can't do meme magic as well as anymore. Our frog god Pepe got banned?
I totally feel you, Ole. And what's crazy to me about this is that she's acting like this backlash she got from folks like yourself when she had certain, reactionary positions that she's has.
They banned Keck.
She acting like she got fucking canceled, like the mob came after her. What I remember is people, including yourself, offering politely.
Exactly. Advice. Hey, if you do not want to get cooked, consider stepping out of the burning cauldron, right? If you do not want to get cooked, please discontinue chopping up vegetables. And like, this is like Bugs Bunny and the Witch, except for Anna is Bugs Bunny and the Witch, right? She's cooking herself.
To debate, to discuss, to come on her show, to educate her, to have a dialogue and a discussion with the exact.
Well, I mean, there's other forms of Pepe, right? There's like there's Peepo and
sort of maturity that she seems to be yearning for in this interview, and disparaging the left movement, the progressive movement, for not having.
Right. The online left.
Right. It's like, I remember everyone asking you over and over again to engage on the subject matter, to have people on, to have these discussions. People on the left aren't just
she's seasoning herself.
Bunch of sheep that all think the same thing. Of course, we have independent-minded folks that come to different conclusions, and that's why we have to hash it out and have debates, have discussions. Get together, talk about things. No one just immediately jumped down her throat. People,
and you know what? Maybe y'all should have.
Cool. Can people explain the Vanguard to me? I don't really know much about this podcast. Right? Can anybody explain the Vanguard to me? Somebody said that they took a while to realize that Jimmy Dore was messed up.
And maybe y'all should have, because I said
I don't really know anything about them though.
And it was too much. Listen,
I went heel turn in my stream. Did I mean heel turn? Exactly. But be honest with me. Did it get you in here? Because we definitely got Blood Becoming. Blood Becoming shows up in stream specifically to correct my spelling, which I appreciate. As somebody who has iffy spelling, I appreciate somebody, out there, but I also have to say that I guess misspelling the word might have been might have been a little bit of a tactic. I don't know. I might be a bit of a dramavator is all I'm saying when it comes to spelling. Did I do a take meister with that? Like, it's spelled Heal, and everybody's like, no, it's not. No, it's not. Vanguard is a couple of guys with day jobs that do a podcast to cover inter-left drama. Interesting. Okay.
On with the coddling just because I like to stay out of drama and stuff. I don't care about these people enough. The way
they're like NCC with more privilege.
I came onto the media space is because I have actual agendas and things that I care about, and I happen to exist in the same terrain with these people, but I don't give a fuck about them. I didn't know TYT at all until the day they acknowledged
and better vapes
my appearance on Rising, which
they've
again
gotten better after dropping Jimmy.
The irony of recognizing to celebrate me for according to Anna, direct quote.
I agree with Laverne Cox. Everyone is very kind to Anna. Called her out with love. Absolutely. Yeah. Like, and if they look, so like, if there's any issue, if they went too far in any direction, it was like handling her with kid gloves, right? And I get that for some of them, it's because she was their friend and they didn't expect this kind of like 180 to happen as quickly as it did. But yeah, you can't criticize them for going too hard on her.
We need people on the left willing to aggressively.
What does borderline tanky mean?
Call out these bad faith arguments on transphobia, right? But here she go, bad faith transphobic fucking actor, right? But that's the only reason, because it was my first fucking interaction with them. I have a general premise. I'm very nice to people who are my mutuals. I don't go after them out of the way. I'd be like, you know what? Is this necessary? Whatever.
I can see that from her. She's not like. She's not steering into the drama, right? But if Anna's gonna bring it, she's gonna handle it, right?
I go about my business, but from the
that
time
has not gone well for Anna in the past.
I had followed her and had that positive interaction with them, giving me my flowers off my Rising appearance. From that moment forward, all I saw was bad fucking propaganda takes, and I was like, you know what? I follow her. We mutuals. Let me keep it nice, you know, da da da. Let me do it a little, like, be very nice about it, which is how I ended up on TYT in the first place, doing the abolition.
Like, she's good at fighting, but yeah, she's not the one that's trying to have a fight here.
Debate, they called it, which was only supposed to be a discussion, but it's a debate when Cenk is trying to jump down your fucking throat, right? They bring you on because they're not familiar with a school of thought in and of itself, but yet they're on there trying to debate you and challenge you and denigrate the entire movement that they've already made it clear to you on wax that they don't understand. So that's been my only interaction with them. So then earlier this year, when she came out with her transphobic bullshit, again, I still didn't call her out by name. I addressed like I always do with my audience. I address, let the record reflect, to this day, all the leftist mafia has videos on this Anna situation. I do not. I have never done it, but yet she keeps calling my fucking name. So what happened was I've never addressed no Anna Kasparian by myself. Then be on leftist mafia where I don't choose the fucking topics. I don't choose what we talk about. Do you think I would be talking about
YouTube? We are on 64 likes. Can we push that to 70? I don't know.
Anna on my show? Have y'all ever seen it? Y'all seen the white folk on my show? You heard me talking about it? No. So on Leftist Mafia, they're talking about it. If I'm getting waterboarded for an hour and a fucking half about everybody doing nimble gymnastics, trying to figure out how to fucking bend over backwards to, like, you know, excuse and save the white woman from the consequences of her own fucking actions, I was like, yeah, dog, I like her too, but like, hey, we don't feel like we're doing a little fucking much. All right, that's it. From saying I'm doing a little, saying you're doing a little much. This white lady sits on that for 3 weeks, decides to bother me in the dead of fucking night. I gave her a warning. I didn't even know what the fuck she was talking about. I asked her a question mark. She decides, oh, she wanted it? You want the smoke? You want it with me? And I thought I made it fucking clear that I'm not the one, but she keeps it up because she wants us to respond to it. She wants us to go off. And I've, you know what? I've already come to the position at this point. I have let it rock under, oh, no drama. I'm not going to say nothing to people. I don't live react. I don't da-da-da. Because I don't even want the smoke. Because quite frankly, I be trying to save people from.
You did your part. Thank you, Karen.
You think you want it with me, but you really fucking don't. Okay? So I said, all right. But you know what? She won't keep doing it. Every time I fucking look, there's a video. Oh, they this, leftist mafia this, leftist mafia this, leftist mafia that. Oh my God. Wrap it fucking up. So that's where I'm at with her. I'm sick of them. TYT's full of shit. And I think we should learn something, what I said from jump. Be more skeptical of people just because they call themselves the fucking king and queen of the left. Just because they say they're the left, they the left, they the left. But every fucking thing on their mouth seems to be some
the home of progressives.
Right-wing pandering, grifting shit. All they ever want to do is criticize the left, the left, the left. Why do you even know these fucking right-wing outlets to be able to be on there being chummy like this? What are you doing, broad? Like, so no, she's full of shit. I'm tired of it. I'm not even keeping it cute no more.
I mean, like I'm saying, I think there's a difference between where Vosh and the Clout Network are at and where Cenk and Anna are at. They are so, you know, vice signaling, so reactionary that not even Vosh will support their stuff, right? So there is a difference between those two, but it's the same dynamic that I've been calling out with people like that for like at least a year and a half now.
Fuck them. Fuck all of this. This is nonsense. She needs to stop it because then she gonna play victim. Then it's like, you mean like people who demand that you cook your friends? Like the myth. She's such a. What I hate about it is it's so crazy watching somebody lie when the shit is on video.
That's what I always do. I always demand that people cook their friends.
Like it's like, you lying in 4K. Didn't nobody say?
She's literally trying to be like, you're gonna get cooked if you stay in the cauldron. If you continue to sit in it is not a hot tub. It is in fact a boiling cauldron. You are going to get cooked if you sit in here. And Anna's like, I can't believe she wants to cook me.
Say that shit to you. But even if I had said that, first of all, I would never demand that. I never demanded that anybody cook their friends.
God, it's too bad. It's too late for her to go on Tucker Carlson, right?
I said, if y'all are going to go out of your way to fucking make it the topic, let's not waterboard everybody with an hour and a half and all this. Y'all.
They've been calling out TYT for a long time, a long period. When other prominent, you're talking about leftist mafia. That is true. I feel like I have been calling them out slightly longer, but that's only because of awesome people in my community bringing this stuff to my attention, right? And if you want to be one of those awesome people in my community and bring stuff to my attention, a great place to do that is in the Discord. Ooh, let me, like, speaking of which, I need to approve somebody's account right now. Let's see. Let me grab that link for you, okay? Copy. And paste. There you go. That's your link to Discord. That's your golden ticket. Join that. If you see something that I should be covering that I'm not, that is a great place to let me know. I try to cover as much as I can. I feel bad though, because there's so many contributions that people have that I never get to because I am just one little cat girl myself. I don't know. Like sometimes it makes me want to like switch over to being like a news channel, right? And do like short, like, I mean, you see what I'm doing right here. Like we didn't go over every single bit of Anna's appearance on Stitch and Adam. But we went over a lot of it, right? I did a deep dive. I went in depth on that, right? I mean, I could always cover more stuff with like less depth, but some of these issues I just want to dive in. I missed when you answered my question earlier. I wanted to know if the article I posted about gender ideology, if I saw the article. No, I didn't. I saw you say that, and then I guessed where it might have come from, but I didn't realize it was an article. Is it in like stream suggestions?
All making it the top. You could easily just not talk about it. If I had a friend that was
there's the Discord link right there for you if you want to
bullshit fucking comments and I don't want
our friends
talk
today.
about it publicly. I wouldn't talk about them publicly. We'll talk about them in private. That was my position. Oh, I'm cooking her. Oh, the big bad black woman is fucking lazy attacked me. I'm being gaslit. Poor. Woe is me and all of the crime.
Yeah,
oh my
big victim energy.
God, like I'm sick of a whole lot of what we got in this leftist internet space. We have a lot of bullshit in the space, and I don't never say nothing, but I'm gonna say it now. She's full of shit. She's full of shit. Her fucking her partner in crime, he's full of shit, and everybody else rolling like them, full of shit. And I just want to say to everybody that I told months ago that this was a part of a deliberate grift to the right, this was a part of the why I left the left pipeline. Are you looking at it, right? Okay, so I just want to say, Alimi fucking told y'all so. I told you so. I told you so. You don't have to like me, but a bitch is right.
Okay, let's take a look at this really quick. Oh, this is by Judith Butler. Okay, so this is an abstract to a paper by Judith Butler, who's written extensively on gender and gender studies, and this is from the periodical Globalization and Gender Implications, issue 2019. I don't know if this means it was from 2019 or maybe that's just the issue. Anyway, let me read you the abstract, okay? The idea of gender ideology emerged in the 1990s when the Roman Catholic Family Council warned against the idea of gender as a threat to the family and to a biblical authority. In subsequent years, gender has become an issue in several major elections all over the world. Gender is understood as a single ideology that refutes the reality of sexual differences and that seeks to appropriate the divine power of creation. I think this is speaking from the, this is what summarizing the Roman Catholic Family Council here. Divine power of creation for those who wish to create their own genders. Today, the defense of the natural and normative character of heterosexuality, a heterosexually organized family, linked with the insistence that reproduction requires heterosexuality and the privileged power of the father within the family, becomes an especially intense political issue where state-funded social services to families have been decimated and dependency on churches has increased for basic services to those abandoned by the state. Significantly, the radical changes in economic life, including the loss of basic structure of social welfare to produce. Oh my God!
But now they're freaking communist invading radicals.
Thank you, Karen. Thank you for invading my chat today. Significantly, the radical changes in economic life, including the loss of basic structures of social welfare, produce a heightened sense of precarity and fear among populations who are then told that it is gender ideology that is breaking apart the family, destroying heterosexuality as a natural law, threatening both God's creative power and civilization itself. In this paper, I would suggest that we understand the historical formulations of neoliberalism and financialization, the imperative to increase assets at the expense of securing fair wages, not as the cause of the anti-gender ideology movement, but as a complex scene of heightened conflict where nationalism, racism, and heightened militarism with anti-gender ideology propaganda. So yeah, Roman Catholic Family Council. Let's see what we can find out about this organization. Wait, did they change their name to Pontifical Council for Family? Established by Pope John Paul in 1981. I don't know if this is the same organization. The Dicastery? Yeah, she says she's using it as in quotes, kind of. That this is the organization. So this is the actual organization that came up with. I guess they used to be called maybe the Roman Catholic Family Council. It sounds like there isn't there like another, like there's an evangelical version of this too, isn't there? Like a Family Research Council. It sounds similar to, like what the Family Research Council does, but maybe with some airs of academia to it. My point is that this is why Michael Knowles and Matt Walsh are the ones who are using this term. Interesting. Interesting. And I never found. I wanted to take a look at that. I wanted to see if we could find the Matt Walsh his like standard transition. The thing that I noticed though is that the TYT, the transition that they used, and I think it was this video, it's like very similar to what Matt Walsh uses and what a lot of the Daily Wire people use. Now, I mean, it could just be kind of be like industry standard to a certain degree, but so yeah, they also streamed about this today.
We can move on though. Anna Kasparian lashing out at her critics. Do you want to just go and get into? Do you want to start off with the deleted banger? This is the one that I can't get out of my mind. This is the one that I think will really set the stage for everyone. You know, Anna Kasparian. I thought that there were at least a few lines that she wouldn't run to, but she's decided that she's just going to go full bore into the old conservative playbook, right? Giving us some of the oldest tweets in the book. Gavin didn't even have to hear me say anything else about this tweet. We know exactly what it is. I saw this and I was like, oh my gosh. I think Gavin screenshot it and like put it in multiple group chats that we have just to be like, you have to look at this right now. And I was like, oh my God, the civil rights movement. Did you guys know? The civil rights movement did not use the same strategies as the trans movement. They didn't barricade speakers they disagreed with in a classroom for 3 hours. They persuaded through nonviolence and showing America their humanity. They did do that. They did persuade through nonviolence and showing America their humanity. They also did that through massive civil disobedience. They did it through countless efforts of direct action. The exact kind of and also, what do you mean you're not allowed to call out people for being racist? That was also a fundamental portion of the civil rights movement, explicitly naming thing, because back then that wasn't even a problem. It was like those people were proud to be labeled racist back then, right? Like there wasn't this weird rejection like there is with the TERF movement, where like they can't handle the fact that they are being prejudiced. Back then, those people just wore it proudly. They were like, "You're goddamn right, I'm racist," and there's like, oh, so there wasn't as much of a need for everybody to like point, be like, where's the racism? Oh yeah, that one just says whites only over there. That's where we're protesting or whatever, right? Now, obviously, it's a little bit different because it's more nuanced, but I mean,
who is John Brown?
Sanitize the civil rights movement to be like, oh, it was just happy-go-lucky, and like Martin Luther King Jr. came and he shook hands with everybody, and
he was like, you know, racism is bad. And then all of America was like, you know what? You're right, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Racism is bad. And everything was good. Everything was happy. And it was like sunshine and rainbows. And yeah.
In the South. And
that's how civil rights happened. Yeah.
Birmingham, he became a superstar and everybody loved him, except for this one really bad man. But then the rest of the country really banded together and we said, yep, racism's over. Yeah, that was how it went.
Oh yeah, totally. This is like a Forrest Gump level understanding of the civil rights movement. Really.
Yeah, good point. And Anna's like seeing the trans rights movement as categorically separated from civil rights.
Just a very, very shallow analysis here, and it really just reeks of the kind
There's a book titled "This Nonviolent Stuff Will Get You Robloxed," talking about the penchant for nonviolent resistance, quote unquote.
Racist rhetoric you hear from right wingers who say things or imply things like, oh, well, the only reason why MLK was successful at being a civil rights leader is because he was like the only well-behaved of all of the.
Oh my God, it's so thick with like, you know, with respectability politics. Like this is a crystallization of respectability politics.
Civil rights leaders. He was like the most well-behaved. That's the rhetoric you get from a lot of right-wingers, which of course ignores a lot of the reality of the civil rights movement and the broad coalition of leaders and activists, all of which who had different, sometimes contrasting methods of achieving civil rights. MLK.
Racism ended in America. Just ignore why affirmative. You know, the one thing that I think I didn't watch with you on the Anna Kasparian and Sitch and Adam interaction was them talking about Anna basic. Oh yeah, and this was like big too. I don't know how I missed this, right? I tried to But I know she said something also about wanting a colorblind America, striving for a colorblind country. It's saying that even though people say now that like colorblindness is not what we want, colorblindness is not real progress, that back in the 90s, when the consensus was colorblindness, race relations, which is the term that she uses, race relations were so much better, right? That is a right-wing dog whistle, even in the term that she's using. She's scared. Yeah, she said she's scared to talk to black people. Yeah, she basically, you know, anybody, because she can't divulge her spicy opinions on how it's based to be colorblind.
It seems to be the one that gets remembered the most, that gets talked about the most, and whose legacy has been the most immortalized. But he was not the only civil rights leader, and his specific methods of achieving the nonviolent, kind of like Gandhi-inspired methods of achieving civil rights were not universally shared strategies by all the civil rights activists. To say that there were no civil rights activists ever who did things that were violent is simply ahistorical and shows a massive misunderstanding of history. Like I said, it's like she watched Forrest Gump once and now thinks she knows about American history and the civil rights movement. It's completely ridiculous.
She doesn't know what by any means necessary means.
Exactly. And the moral of the civil rights story is that yes, there was a lot of nonviolence and those efforts were largely successful. But the civil rights movement succeeded in spite of the fact that not everyone was on that page, because it was a just movement and because progress is inevitable in society. And if you apply the same logic or the same reasoning to the trans movement, yeah, of course there's going to be some trans rights activists who get a little bit aggressive, who maybe go over the top and do things that other people in the trans rights activism community wouldn't necessarily sign off on or condone themselves. But progress will come anyway. Trans rights will be won. That's what's going to happen. And even if there's a few people that are quote unquote making the movement look bad by embracing tactics that are a little bit disruptive or a little bit aggressive, or even if times violent, that doesn't mean that the trans
I feel like if anything, this opinion is understated.
Rights movement will not succeed.
Yes, Shakespeare, that's just what I was thinking. Progress is not inevitable, right? I don't know, look, that wasn't exactly what was said, right? But if you heard it and I heard it, right, it was under there somewhere, right? There was.
It's just ridiculous.
It's definitely giving those vibes, right?
To use this example of the civil rights movement when you clearly don't understand history, and when this is just the most.
The truth is, it's not about it's not that we can win civil rights for people, even if some people are, pushing the envelope. The real message is that we can't win rights for people. We can't win liberation without those people pushing harder than some people are comfortable with.
Talking point imaginable.
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't even want to say that a lot of the violence, right, the property destruction, the things that were that often get singled out as the bad civil rights tactics. A lot of those things were necessary. They were necessary to wake people up. They were necessary to say, hey, we're going to create a fucking problem in this town until you change the rules about it. And that was a big part of turning the heat up. It was a big part about saying, no, dude, this isn't up for fucking discussion. Okay. You can't beat us up. You can't fucking destroy our communities. You can't belittle us, keep us
you can't get us demonetized by saying the F word when we're trying to react to your stream.
Down, cheat us out of our wages, do all of those kinds
I'm sure I was already demonetized.
Things that we know were so prominent under Jim Crow, and it was like, go ahead and fucking try now. We're done, and I don't think that there's anything wrong with that. I think that
make sure that they're not denied health care when you move
neighborhoods in Chicago that Seymour Hirsch.
Oh, wait, I didn't read the Juniper tweet. Wait. Okay, wait. There's more to this. Yeah. You are intentionally misunderstanding what I said, you moron. Wait. What? Okay, so, okay, wait. So wait, Anna Kasparian blocked Maxine Violet? And then Maxine Violet is quote, God, I switched it just the wrong time. Oh my God, yo, this is an interaction between Anna and Juniper here, right? If you don't know, Juniper's a really big account, who is trans on Twitter.
How many viewers turn on me? I will never minimize any. I will never minimize any political violence of any kind. It's what losers
So wait, was this a follow-up tweet maybe? But both of these tweets had got deleted.
do when they can't strategize and win.
So when they were saying a couple of bangers, yeah.
An argument, she also tweeted, "You're fucking brain dead. Don't gaslight me to say that barricading someone in a fucking classroom for 3 fucking hours is nonviolent. The speaker had nothing to do with the KKK. Disgusting."
Okay, so yeah, Juniper says barricading speakers is nonviolent. Yo, you know where the violence comes from? Anna's transphobia. Okay, that's a trope, right? Like, barricading a speaker is not a violent act unless you see the people as doing it as being inherently violent, right? You are genuinely stupid, and you cannot see how insane it is that you are comparing trans people defending ourselves to groups like the KKK.
You can tell she's salty here. She said,
"Wait, I don't understand where the KKK came into this. Maybe there was more to this interaction than we're seeing here."
The word "fuck" like 3 times.
Well said, Jules. What did Jules say? Progress is not inevitable, but oppression is not a stable system, and it will always come to an end, not necessarily in a peaceful. Yeah, progress. The thing that makes progress inevitable is fighting for it and solidarity, right? Like, we're the ones who make this happen or not. The problem with like seeing it as inevitable is it tends to put you in a passive, sort of viewership role, and that is not the role that's going to be most efficacious towards moving forward.
In one or like 2 sentences there.
Efficacious is like a random.
Clearly pretty triggered.
Oh yeah, and it's not breathing for her like it is with us. They actually don't say it on air.
Yeah, exactly. You can tell she's super salty. And then here's the other one that we just broke down and reacted to about the civil rights movement, one that she's basically being mocked for all across the internet right now. So these are all some of the deleted tweets, and here's the thread with Juniper that is kind of unreadable now because of the fact that so many of the tweets have been deleted.
Okay, so yeah, you intentionally misunderstood what I said, you moron. We're not sure what this connects to, but I'm guessing there's two deleted tweets here, so 2 pieces of context we're missing. Anna says, "No, I didn't. You said barricading people you disagree with is nonviolent." Okay, that was the tweet that she quote retweeted. If an alt-right group did that to a trans speaker, I'm sure you'd change your mind. You're dishonest, childish, and batshit crazy, says Anna. Juniper says, "Not sure if you've noticed, but states are currently using violence against trans people. Curious as to why you seem to care. You seem to care about the grifter who..."
But Juniper says you intentionally
terrorizes trans people, than trans people who are being affected by this legislation and violence. Yeah, so we're talking about the person that got barricaded was, I can never remember their name, and it's probably because they are not anyone of importance. They came in 5th place in an event where I think a trans person came in like 3rd place. And they have created for themselves a celebrity around this perceived victimization, right? I had my 4th place finish taken away by the existence of a trans person. Poor me. Riley Gaines, thank you. I can never remember. Well, yeah, it's not, their name isn't important. I wish we could forget it, but yeah, it is in fact Riley Gaines.
They misunderstood what I said, you moron. Anna said, no, I didn't. You said barricading people you disagree with is nonviolent.
They were the 4th place finisher. Why do I need to remember their name?
Alt-right group did that to a trans speaker, I'm sure you'd change your tune. You're dishonest, childish, and batshit crazy. Again, really, really unhinged from Anna here. Juniper responds, not sure if you've noticed, but states are currently using violence against trans people.
More like Riley loses. Nice.
Curious as to why you seem to care about the grifter who terrorizes trans people than trans people who are being affected by this legislation and violence. Anna responds saying, you don't watch my show, so you have no idea what I talk about or how often I defend the trans community. I think this
is like a straight up Tim. This is literally like what I was going over with Tim Pool in the video that I'm working on, right? In the mega deep dive commentary video, trying to explain the power dynamics, the business dynamics, everything that's going on in the Sam Cedar Tim Pool situation, and it's actually a lot. It's actually more than just drama.
Fringe shit and activists like you turn the country against people. You're just too stupid to see it.
Exactly, Kirsa.
Juniper says, the sad thing is that I actually did used to watch your show growing up. You and Jake both inspired me a decade ago to take bold stands in issues that might be hard to defend because you truly believe in them. It's pathetic to see how far you've fallen from grace.
Yeah, Jink and Anna, unironically, would complain about the Democratic Party. Like, for instance, gay marriage. There was a big portion of the Democratic Party, including the Obama administration, right? Including the Clintons, including all the mainstream Democratic figures, right, who refused to get behind gay marriage because it was only like 50% in the poll, or like 48% or whatever it was, right? They saw it as they needed it to get to like 70%, 80% before they would even take a stand on it, right? The Democratic Party, the supposed party of progress, was lagging behind the rest of the country in terms of supporting gay marriage. And they called that out. And they said that what if a party got in front of the issue before it was popular, advocated for that, and made it more popular by putting their weight behind it?
And are turning into something like
the Democrats, passed DOMA back in the 90s.
This.
Can I don't want.
You have no idea what a good ally I really am, right? If you don't get into a spot where you need to say that, you're all effed up. If you ever get it,
I don't want to go too deep into an aside, right?
If you ever have to say you don't watch my show, you have no idea.
If you guys read Reporter by Seymour Hersh, right?
They give ground to the right when it comes to trans issues.
He talks about.
You're talking about the Democrat. Oh, just now the now the Democratic Party says they are the party of science, but they absolutely throw us under the bus.
How
use us as bargaining chips
in 1968, I believe. He was the press secretary. He was tapped to be the press secretary for Eugene McCarthy. And
he can roast the Dems over the spineless, weather-vane politics of not supporting marriage equality, then turn it around and echo the same sentiments about trans issues. Yeah, and that's the thing, is that all these people, all these Walshies out there, 10 years from now, they're going to look like the God hates F slurs people, right? They're going to look like the Westboro Baptist Church with their signs. That's how ridiculous this is going to look in the future.
He was young, and he was
but only if we have solidarity.
He was like just starting out as a reporter in Chicago, and this was like a really big deal for him. And he really believed in what McCarthy had to say about the war, but Eugene McCarthy was kind of a racist, right? And he didn't think that it would be worth it to, to get behind this, I wasn't no longer like the late 60s. So basically the civil rights movement, right? He was like, not opposed to it, but he was more interested in the war effort. He was, he had said some kind of bad things about black neighborhoods in Chicago that Seymour Hersh was not able to sign off on, and Seymour Hersh resigned, right? Moral of the story was,
wow,
at that time, it was
I had never heard the Seymour Hersh origin story. But
politically
there it is.
advantageous to fuck off the civil rights movement in the '68 election, right? Because it was we have to beat Nixon. Nixon would be horrible, and also you're in a primary against Hubert Humphrey, okay, and also potentially Bobby Kennedy.
Yeah, and Hubert Humphrey supported the war.
Was going to get into the race. It was a crazy time, and they were like, "Oh no, blah blah blah, X, Y, and Z. Like your votes are over here. It's not with the black community, like and then that means you need to get the racist whites too. All that kind of political finessing. So does that mean that in 1968?
Yeah,
that
it's a strange situation. Is 68? Did Wallace run in 68, or was that in 72? Because you did have the existence of what were called Dixiecrats at that time, right? So the way that the realignment worked is that Johnson like enacted civil rights legislation. He said we've lost the South for a generation, but it took the Southern Democrats a little while to leave the left, as it were, right? And one of the manifestations of this was I think a Democratic governor named George Wallace running for president, I think twice, right? Wallace was in 68. Okay. It's been over 60 years and racists still bring up Chicago when, yeah, they've never even been there, right?
And as Kasparian is back there, that she would be lecturing, talking about how, well, she's okay with like maybe, letting people ride, the same bus as each other. But it's just totally crazy to think that we would let them go to school together too, guys. I mean, what the heck? Like, we're just going to let black kids and white kids go to school, like shit like that. I think that's the kind of argument that she would be trying to frame it as, right? She'd be like, well, adults, they can choose to ride the bus together, but sending children to school together? I mean, are we crazy? Like, I think that's genuinely the kind of arguments that she'd be making right now. And that's frustrating.
Yeah, that's busing. That's the busing issue.
Because she comes out here and she acts like she's
like I said, was basically a way that you would dog whistle racism in the 70s.
A flag waving leftist, when it's like, no, dude, sometimes what is moral and just is what is moral and just, and you have to make it popular, right? They did it back then. Now you're an absolute animal piece of shit if you don't think that if you think that only white kids should go to school together, right? That's what we're gonna do eventually.
Busing was unpopular. Yeah, the Nixon and other Republicans won on that issue.
Society, as Gavin alluded to, right? But I don't have a lot of faith in you if you're just willing to give up something because it's like mildly unpopular when it has something to do with people's human fucking rights.
100%. Anna also quote tweeted a video that you guys might recognize. What's this show? I don't know. Looks a little bit familiar.
Wow.
So Anna quote tweeted this and said, "I don't make things up. And my point is that this stuff turns people off. It's not really controversial. Let's get a little bit of a refresher so we know what she's talking about." And again, responding to a Vanguard clip here. So let's take a look here.
I think that protecting, marginalized communities, protecting the transgender community is important. However, when you move out of or move far away from making sure that they are not denied housing, making sure that they're not denied healthcare, when you move into like these more fringe areas of there was a story out of the UK this week, blows my mind. There was an LGBTQ group in the UK who suggested that instead of referring to vaginas as vaginas because it might be offensive to transgender men, one of the potential replacements or substitutes could be bonus hole.
That is literal fucking propaganda. This is the same shit as when Joe Rogan went out there and said, "Look, a guy I know, his wife works at a school where they let the kids just shit in litter boxes because they identify as cats." That's bullshit.
I think that protecting...
Honestly, base W for the Vanguard. I don't care what this fucking news article says. Base W for the Vanguard. You are out here claiming that you're basically being an alarmist propagandist. Maybe you found one frigid example of one crazy school that you are now amplifying to all hell.
Wait, she's not talking about a school, right? Like she's talking. Wait, okay, that's the cat litter metaphor, right? But yeah, we're talking. She read that like some, trans guys like would rather not like talk about their genitalia in the. Right, we would rather have another name for that. That's not. This is like intrusive. This is intrusive, is what it is, right? That is their business, Anna. Please. Please, God.
You couldn't even find a domestic
I
example.
just hate her. I hate her. This is intrusive, right?
Where we're talking about American policy here, homie.
It's a Daily Wire article from 2020 about an LGBT group that had an alternate word for,
You find this UK example. I think she does mention that it's a UK example in the fucking clip. That's not what I'm burning her for. The fact is that there's absolutely no domestic issues for her to get inflamed about, so she has to find this ridiculous.
She's worried about birthing persons and bonus holes. That's what Anna's spending her time on.
I mean, click on the link, Gavin. Let's go ahead and see. Let's investigate this.
Yeah, you've corrected my spelling. Thank you.
Because I'm curious now. Let's find out about the bonus holers. All right, that's what I'm going to name my donut shop one day. The bonus hole. Okay, I love the imagery here. Well, peach flavored bonus hole. There we go. Right in there. Why after where is it at? See, this isn't even the headline of the article. That's how you know it's fucking it's going viral on Twitter. That's not a link to a school that's using the word bonus hole. This is absolutely ridiculous.
Oh, yeah, it's
It's like a step above BuzzFeed.
completely ridiculous. And you want to know the most hilarious part of this? If you actually scroll down in this article. So this article is about how, I guess, some random group called the LGBT Foundation. Obviously, the LGBT community is decentralized. There's a million different organizations.
I want to know, is Anna gonna claim that people are trying to call hers a bonus hole? Is that what she's gonna do with this? Right? Because that is specifically not the point. She's completely missed
to speak for the LGBT community. This is just some random group that I guess is out of UK. They put out one
You already know she is.
random tweet with a list.
It should be a band name, yeah.
Like an alphabetical list. Like A is.
I wish he was talking. We were talking about Tony Montoya's lack of judgment. Blair Zahn or Miranda. Oh my God. Yeah. Look, we've referred. That's become like I've referred to it a few times, but yeah, I feel like you got enough coverage of Colleen Ballinger and Illuminati from other channels. They're definitely that is a well covered topic.
For asexual. B is for bonus hole, and it says an alternative word for the vagina. It's important to check which word someone would prefer to use. That's what this whole article is about, based on this one Twitter post from some.
But yeah, I get that this is really frustrating, right? This is oh my God, I almost said this is Anna sticking her nose where it doesn't belong, but that's a little too on the nose, right? It's not Anna's business. This is not Anna's business.
Random decentralized LGBT advocacy group
from the UK.
And this article is explaining why.
That's what she's saying. Yeah, I think that's what she's gonna. I think I'm like, given how she reacted to birthing person, I think that's her reaction here.
You know, people are making a big deal out of it. If you actually read this article, though, that Anna links,
she's being like a chud. She's like literally being a chud. She's like finding an example of something that most people are going to look at funny and not understand and think is weird, right? And she's like, did you know that they do this? Did you know that they do this? Oh my God, bonus holes. Oh my God, I can't believe they're saying bonus holes.
Down here towards the bottom, it says the comment sections under these tweets are full of offensive and unfunny jokes. And
Anna is the new "What is a woman?" Please.
People claiming that women are
the adult human female
somehow being hurt by providing an alternative to the word vagina. Basically, the standard transphobic conservative rhetoric. That's in the article that Anna linked to. The article she linked to categorizes her own rhetoric on this issue as standard transphobic conservative rhetoric.
This is another example of somebody like linking it's almost like when you link a study and the study says the opposite of what you think it says.
That women are somehow being hurt by providing an alternative to the word vagina. You know, people are making a big deal out of it. If you actually read this article, though, that Anna links to down here towards the bottom, it says the comment sections under these tweets are full of offensive and unfunny jokes and people claiming that women are somehow being hurt by providing an alternative to the word vagina. Basically, the standard transphobic conservative rhetoric. That's in the article that Anna linked to. The article she linked to categorizes her own rhetoric on this issue.
Yeah,
as
Dave, I agree.
standard transphobic conservative rhetoric. What a fucking epic self-own. And yeah, are there some crazy LGBT groups out there that want people to use the word bonus hole? I'm sure.
Thanks, allies.
Sure, you can find examples of that, like
thanks for understanding.
Anna did. Guess what? You can find examples of pretty much every single activist movement being kind of cringy, right? Here's an example for you.
Yeah, I mean, I've definitely got some examples of trans, so-called trans allies being kind of cringy. Anyway, let's give them another chance, okay?
The other thing we wanted to react to was, like I said, something that I've kind of been predicting for a while now. Binny was one of the only, if not, I think the only trans employee at TYT. She was certainly the only trans host. Maybe there's some people behind the scenes doing technical stuff or
Anna's the queen of the self-owned.
something like that. But Binny was the only trans host. And as I have been predicting for a while, she has now left TYT.
Yeah, we're gonna force Anna to say bonus hole.
She posted this on Twitter yesterday saying, okay, I'm done with TYT. This latest escalation on transphobia has just gone too far, and I can't let my presence there seem like a tacit endorsement of their views. Also, LMAO at Anna Kasparian saying Jesse Singal isn't a transphobe.
I know. That's what I've been telling. Like, I felt alone on this, right? Because this was what I tweeted about Destiny about. This was when Destiny ratioed me, right? Does anybody remember when Destiny ratioed me? It was literally about Jesse Singal. Like, I was making fun of him for bringing Jesse Singal on to cope about the fact that a lot of trans people hate his guts, right? And he was like, sounds pretty unhinged, my dude. Want to talk about it on stream? And I was like, I want nothing to do with Destiny. I am not talking to Destiny again, I swear.
So unless you have any comments, Zach, we can just dive right in and
like after seeing what he and his community did to Demon Mama, no thank you.
Start reacting to this one pretty long video.
But yeah, he's definitely like friends with Jesse Singal
from Binny. So we'll try to make our way through as much of this as possible. But this is pretty good. Obviously, a huge shout out and solidarity.
Yeah, definitely. So they're gonna watch. They're gonna I want to see their reaction though. See what they come away with here.
Keeping her backbone, doing
since we already watched
what she feels is right. And yeah, shout out if you ever want to talk about it a little bit more on the Vanguard, we got an open invite for her for sure.
So that may be did she agree to this? Maybe they're inviting her onto the program.
So yeah, shout out to Benny over there. And question from Brian Frederick. I haven't seen this.
Imagine being somebody's boss and losing them because you got offended by birthing person and bonus holes. That's so weird, right? It's like, Anna, you don't need, this isn't the like what like, you know, how trans guys refer to their anatomy is not something you need to concern yourself with. Jesus Christ.
Thoughts on Ben Burgess defending Anna? I know that he tweeted about how calling somebody like a fascist grifter or bringing up their dead friend is not a great way to reach somebody. Fair enough.
Wait, bringing up their unalived friend? Who are we talking about?
I don't think it's like off the like out of bounds to be like, hey, you used to have a co-host.
Oh, she went over her video on her stream
that was really, really to the left of you, and you know, unfortunately, that person tragically passed away. But I hear where he's coming from. I've always tried to be careful about that because I know that, you know, obviously Michael Brooks was a close friend to them. Still,
oh my God, Benny, I'm trying to remember. Is it political economy that is one of her degrees?
It excuses being a fucking crazy
Oh,
turf.
Ben Burgess, yeah, is such a Anna simp.
Don't know what else Ben has said about that. Would be happy to
Who brought up Michael Brooks?
Look into that for you guys. It would be curious. I like Ben. Ben's a nice guy.
Ben is a nice guy. It seems like Ben's close personal friends with Anna Kasparian, so he seems to think that she's worth defending in this instance, as he's saw fit to do.
He's also reactionary himself, right? And anyway, I mean, I guess this is a mixed bag here from the
in
Vanguard
past
today.
instances as well. That's his right. If he feels like she's not what people are making out to be, then he can say that. I disagree with him. You know, it is what it is. So that's what I would say to that, Brian.
Something involving biology.
But yeah, huge shout out to Benny. Thought that was a great video. Benny had every right to be a lot more pissed off.
Yeah, class reductionist.
Honestly, about Jink and Anna, but shout out to Benny for keeping it classy, for remaining calm. And
Ben Burgess is reactionary. He's besties with Douglas Lane. Yo, shout outs to Douglas. No, just kidding.
Collected. And basically,
do we know about Douglas Lane? Do we know about acid Marxism and like all that, all zero books?
Proving Jink and Anna completely wrong in the process by, like I said, just proving the fact that trans people are totally reasonable. They're more
He
than
seems
willing
like a naive dude, bro, who thinks he can debate trolls.
to sit down and have a rational and polite conversation where they push back on whatever talking points they might disagree on. I mean, Benny just calmly
Burgess defended Chappelle. Yeah, wouldn't surprise me.
educated us all, right? That was a very informative
Jacobin, yeah.
video. There was
Well, like,
nothing
wait, Anna was involved with Jacobin, right?
about that was unhinged. That was
You're interested in the well, it sounds cool, doesn't it? Acid Marxism sounds great, but it's really just this this weird like reactionary guy that ran or I don't know if he ran, did he run Zero Books or was he just like a author for Zero Books? And just like, you know, somebody that was kind of like, I guess you could call him like the intellectual brain trust of the early dirtbag left movement. You know, he was just like kind of like basically, we need to get off of this identity politics and be more like acid Mark. I'm trying to remember what acid Marxism was about.
out of touch. No, it was you know, very educational.
Anna, it was like there was something like. It was like there was some other drug, some other philosophy, and he's like, the solution to this is obviously acid Marxism. I don't, canceling comedians while the world burns. Is that Mark Fisher was, yeah, somewhat associated with Douglas Lane. Also definitely on Zero Books. Class reductionist, which Jacobin is always accused of. Slavoj Zizek. Let comedians cook, folks. Are really taking a lot of L's. Yeah, I would say so.
Very reasonable, based in evidence, based in science. There was nothing unreasonable about that, and I think that, like I said,
good night, tails and wings.
Putting that video just really pushes back on the way that Jink and Anna have been describing trans activists, the way they've been characterizing these viewpoints and the people that hold them. So
how high can we get? Where are we at in terms of likes on YouTube? Have you all been liking the YouTube video? If so, make sure to make it official by hitting that like button and thus becoming my virtual bestie.
Huge shout out to her. And like Zach said,
70.
we'd absolutely love to
that's not
have
bad.
Benny on the Vanguard if she'd ever be interested in popping by.
I really want to break through 100 someday.
But one more super chat. Thank you so much, Davis, for the $10. The Republicans think Hugo Chavez stole the 2020 election from the grave. Who the fuck cares about?
That would be the best if he did, though.
Losing Republican voters at this point.
What if if he did, he would make himself Ghost Hugo Chavez would have been the president.
But yeah, that's a good point too, Davis. Obviously, I think we should, you know, if you're running for office, you should try to appeal.
Reviews of Douglas Lane from his students or reviews of Mark Fisher?
To everyone you're going to represent. But yeah, we certainly should.
Are we talking about Lane?
And sacrifice any ground in the process. We shouldn't sacrifice any grounds as far as policy goes. Because exactly as you're pointing out, Davis, if we started playing that game, where does that end? With us admitting that Hugo Chavez stole the 2020 election from the grave? Of course, yeah. I mean, some people just can't be reasoned with. And if someone's transphobic or bigoted, then, you know, you can't pander to that person, right? You have to try to change their mind. And that's really the best option you have.
Yeah, don't move the goalposts for anybody who thinks Hugo Chavez stole the 2020 election. That's for sure. Shout out to you, Davis. Really appreciate that $10. Obviously, the Republicans are crazy. We've made the point that really the people who don't vote at all are far more likely to be open and interested in joining the cause, whether that be like a third party movement or a Marianne Williamson Democratic primary campaign, etc. But yeah. Thank you, everybody, for hanging with us for another Lofty Vanguard show. We had a lot of good stuff to catch up on with you guys. The self-immolation over at TYT continues, as we say, always in decline, never hitting bottom.
Yo. Thank you for hanging out with me, chat, and thank you for getting me to 100. Marianne Williamson, thank you for getting me to 100 subs. We're finally, kind of treading water here, looking a little bit more sustainable. It means a lot to me. It's really important for me to even be able to continue to do this, to get the, a certain amount of subs, and people definitely came through for me today. So I thank you from the bottom of my heart for that, for everybody who's donating on Patreon, everyone who's a member on YouTube, or any other way that you contribute to me being okay, going through the kind of post-COVID nightmare that I'm going through. I appreciate it a lot. I'm going to send you over to Willow's, great friend of the VOD, awesome person, and maybe playing a game right now, I think, right? Is that what's going on? Are we playing a game tonight with Willow? Is that what's Grime? I don't know what Grime is, but I guess we'll find out. We're about to play some. Anyway, much love to everybody. Thank you so much. I will see you on Friday. Meow. Oh yeah, Moe Kyun. Hi Voddies. Hi YouTube. Much I guess, let me just Moe Kyun you as well. Moe Kyun. This was a very long stream, but thank you for being here with me, and I appreciate you so much. Make sure to hit the like button on your way out if you have not.